216. Zhou Xian watched the two scholars go to the opposite room. Standing in the corridor, he reached out his hand and caught a handful of rainwater. He weighed it in his hand and poured it away. Then he returned to the room and closed the door. Using his dry hand, he took out an ordinary yellow paper talisman. Zhou Xian said softly, "There is indeed something wrong with this place. The rainwater is quite gloomy. It is very likely that it contains a murderous aura. This talisman I have is called the Fiery Killing Talisman. It is very ordinary, but it is widely used because it can sense the presence of murderous aura." The young Daoist pinched the talisman with 2 fingers and silently chanted an incantation. Then he quickly stuck the talisman onto his wet palm. The yellow talisman burned in Zhou Xian's palm and quickly turned into ashes. The young Daoist's face was solemn as he scraped the ashes into the brazier. Qin Pingon asked, "How much is this talisman?" Taoist Zhou Xian did not find it strange at all. He answered seriously, "This kind of talisman is not popular, just like how officials are not popular. It is the same principle. Therefore the price is low. The cost is only a piece of yellow paper." With the copying skills of a Qi cultivator of the lower 5 realms, 1 piece of snow can buy nearly 30 burning evil spirit talismans. If converted to silver, it is 3 taels of silver per piece. It is really not expensive. Qin Pingon nodded. Regarding the talisman drawing, he had seen the mystery of the barrier-breaking talisman with his own eyes. At that time he was bewitched by the ghost in the wedding dress on the mountain road. Everyone was walking on the road to the underworld, and fell into a dangerous situation similar to the ghost wall. Lin Shi used a barrier-breaking talisman that belonged to the mountain river talisman to lead everyone forward. After that, at the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain, Li Shixing drew character talismans on the bamboo house wall. The talisman was formed when the character was formed. In fact, it was a very high level of attainment and realm. In the end, he asked the book boy Cui Ci to give Qin Pingon an introductory book on Taoist talisman and a large stack of talisman papers of different materials. Of course, there was also the small wind and snow cone brush, which made it so that if Qin Pingon wanted to draw talismans in a hurry, there was no need for vermilion ink paste. He only needed to breathe at the tip of the brush to moisten the tip of the brush. However, Qin Pingon flipped through the thin booklet, Authentic Alchemy works a few times and learned 5 to 6 types of the most basic talisman recorded in the book. Moreover, according to the book, drawing talismans in the world was the same as writing alchemy works. It was divided into 9 grades. Qi refinement warriors of the upper 5 states would write alchemy works of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. Middle 5 states would write alchemy works of the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. Lower 5 states would write alchemy works of the lower 3 grades. Although Qin Pingon was not a Qi refinement warrior, he relied on the one breath of the 18 halting sword aura to smoothly write some introductory talisman in the authentic alchemy works. To the current Qin Pingon, writing any higher grade talisman was an extravagant hope. Li Shixing once said that drawing talismans was the same as practicing swordsmanship. This was also Li Shixing's original intention of teaching a man how to fish instead of teaching a man how to fish. However, Qin Pingon still hoped to concentrate on practicing swordsmanship all the way to the south. Therefore, he only took the time to write 3 types of talisman, namely the Land Contraction Talisman, the Yang Energy Lightlifting Talisman, and the Demon Subduing Pagoda Talisman. The Land Contraction Talisman allowed Qin Pingon to shrink the ground to an inch in the blink of an eye. With 1 step he could go to any place within a radius of 100 feet. The Yang Energy Lightlifting Talisman was a type of mountain and water obstacle breaking talisman. If he was in the ancient ruins of a mass grave, he could follow the lightlifting talisman and successfully walk out of the maze if he were to encounter the situation of ghosts going around in circles again. The Demon Subduing Pagoda Talisman was a type of talisman that was more lethal. Once the talisman paper was used, an exquisite pagoda would appear out of thin air and temporarily detain the demon within. It contained the power of thunder and could whip the soul. These 3 talismans belonged to the most common category recorded in the true alchemy works. They were not highly rated and were only recorded as typical examples of a certain type of talisman. The Daoist priest Zhou Xian had drunk wine and could not hold his liquor well. Thinking of Qin Pingon helping to keep watch at night and saving a yang recovery pill, he was already exhausted from the heavy rain pounding his body all the way and fell asleep in a daze. Qin Pingon was very familiar with keeping watch at night. After Zhou Xian fell asleep, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the foot of the wall on the other side of the door. Over there was an umbrella that had been left behind. This oil paper umbrella was first held up by the scholar surnamed Lu. After entering the house, it was held up by the scholar surnamed Chu. The umbrella was quietly leaning against the foot of the wall. The tip of the umbrella was facing the ground and the handle was facing upwards. Even though the umbrella was placed like this, there was almost no trace of water on the ground. This was illogical. Moreover, Qin Pingon sensed a trace of yin qi that made his back shiver. Thus Qin Pingon stood up. As if he had drunk too much wine, his steps were unsteady. As he walked, he grumbled, "How can an umbrella be placed upside down like this? In my hometown, if someone dared to do this, they would be scolded to death by the elders." When he reached the corner of the wall, Qin Pingon even burped. He reached out to grab the handle of the umbrella and was about to turn it upside down. However, suddenly a talisman slipped out of his sleeve. Qin Pingon's eyes were cold. There was not the slightest hint of drunkenness. His 2 fingers pinched the yellow paper like lightning. It was precisely the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman. With a paw he pressed it on the handle of the umbrella. A 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared in the air. The light of the pagoda just happened to cover the oil paper umbrella. The veined patterns on the surface of the umbrella twisted and immediately emitted a sizzling sound, like fat meat being placed into a pot. The brilliance of the floating pagoda dimmed and soon vanished. Qin Pingon decided to go all the way. In case his skills were not good enough and the quality of his talismans was too low, he simply took out the other 2 demon-suppressing pagoda talismans and stuck them on the surface of the oil paper umbrella as fast as lightning. Then, without needing to take a deep breath, Qin Pingon, who was at the peak of the 3 realms of martial arts, circulated his qi according to his will. His fist aura suddenly burst out and he smashed the 3 demon-suppressing pagoda talismans continuously with his inch punch. The aura of his fists did not destroy the umbrella at all, but the surging fist aura almost completely penetrated into the umbrella. This was the difference between the 3 realms of martial arts and the 3 realms of martial arts taught by the old man surnamed Chui. After doing all this, Qin Pingon clenched the vermilion blade strengthening gourd in his hand, ready to summon Qi and Shiwu to fight the enemy at any time. However, after the umbrella trembled for a while, black smoke with a stinky smell curled up. After it gradually dispersed, it became completely silent. Qin Pingon was a little confused. Is it over? This weird oil paper umbrella must have some hidden secrets. Didn't it have any killing moves? For example, a ferocious and horrible otherworldly item with billowing black smoke and shaking the sky roaring? Qin Pingon still remembered the wedding dress ghost that they met on the mountain path. She led them by the nose everywhere. The blind Daoist who was proficient in thunder method was not her opponent at all. If Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had not broken the boundary with his sword and showed the demeanor of a sword fairy, Qin Pingon would have been forced to use 2 wisps of sword qi. Then he would not have had the chance to confront the young Cui Dong at the well. Qin Pingon squatted on the ground and stared at the oil paper umbrella in a daze. After drinking some wine, he did not forget to lift the umbrella and shake it a few times. There was a slight sound of ashes pouring down from the umbrella. Qin Pingon squatted there, scratching his head and drinking wine. He felt a little empty in his heart. In the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain he was used to dying every day. Now it was like drinking water after getting used to drinking hard liquor. However, Qin Pingon silently comforted himself. No matter which scholar this oil paper umbrella was related to, or whether it was hidden by the otherworldly item after entering the house, the strange thing in the umbrella was definitely just a pawn who had crossed the river to explore the way. Therefore he could not let his guard down. Therefore Qin Pingon stood up and sat at the table. With the help of the lamp he controlled the small snowwind cone pen from the square-inch object. He took a deep breath and began to draw talismans. The talisman was still the demon suppression talisman, but the talisman paper was no longer yellow. It was a golden one. After drawing a talisman paper, Qin Pingon habitually picked up the wine gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. After a short rest, he waited for his breath to stabilize before he dared to draw. On a stormy night with a snow-wind brush, Qin Pingon, who was a little tipsy, drew like a god. Beside his hand was a vermilion sword cultivating gourd and 2 demon suppression talismans in the wooden box. Of course, there was also the Daoist Zhou Xian snoring on the bed. It was raining cats and dogs. Occasionally the night sky would be torn apart by lightning and thunder. On a small hill not far from the old house, there was a middle-aged Daoist with a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked gloomy as he spread his hand and looked over. A simple bronze coin suddenly broke into pieces. The middle-aged Daoist's face was gloomy. He endured the heartache and threw it away carelessly. He snorted and said, "A pair of bastards who are neither human nor ghost. They still want to put up a fight." Beside the middle-aged Daoist stood a tall man in thin clothes. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He allowed the rain to fall on his body. Occasionally a golden light would flash in his eyes. There was a fist-sized seal box hanging on his waist. Seeing that the Daoist had gone for wool and come home shorn, he was a little impatient. He sneered and said, "If you still want to force your way in, then after this matter is done, it won't be a 50-50 split." The Taoist didn't want to be entangled in this matter. He let go and asked, "Who is that bearded swordsman? Why did he happen to visit the old house tonight?" The tall man sneered and said, "I heard that at the end of last year, a wanderer came to the colorful clothes country. He took care of a few weak otherworldly items with a good saber and became famous. Looking at his actions in this heavy rain, he showed the will of a fourth realm martial artist at most. If it was somewhere else, I would be afraid of him. Now that he's in my territory, he's not worth mentioning. When the time comes, you and I will take care of him together. You can make him into a puppet. I won't stop you, but the saber must be mine." The middle-aged Taoist waved his horsetail whisk and mist rose from his body. His Taoist robe that was soaked by the rain instantly dried. He smiled and said, "Then it's settled." The tall man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Has the backer of the old house really lost power in the divine grandeur sect?" The middle-aged Taoist nodded and said with a smile, "The news about you, the mountain god, is too limited." The tall man's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of the appearance of that old house. It set up a broken formation that the divine grandeur sect wouldn't let outsiders know. It slowly ate away the spiritual energy within 100 miles. Over the past 100 years, my golden body had gradually decayed. Now who would still want to treat me as a mountain god? I'm even worse than the lord of the land in other places. If I don't take revenge, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart." The middle-aged Taoist nodded and comforted him. In fact, the mountain god temple here, which was the place where the man's golden body was worshipped, was originally an obscene temple that hadn't been conferred by the imperial court of the colorful robes kingdom. In addition, there were unmarked graves all over the place and filthy air covered the sky. After the tall man accepted the incense and became the mountain god by chance, he sped up the process of the decay of the mountains and rivers in order to cultivate. The old house, which was the center of the formation, only absorbed the evil chi and didn't consume the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers. Instead, it maintained the balance of the mountains and rivers. However, it was useless to say more about these inside stories. The middle-aged Taoist who had fallen into the devil's path and the mountain god who didn't walk the righteous path knew that neither of them was a good person. The tall man suddenly asked sternly, "I want to take back all the territories. You covet the female ghost's body. Once you control it, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. Then what is that guy planning? Is there a rare magic treasure in this old house that I don't know about?" The middle-aged Taoist laughed and said, "I don't know about this. Let's ask him together later." The tall man understood in his heart, "That's great." The Daoist looked around. Outside of the soil, there were mostly cliffs and pale scenery. There were only a few green trees, but he knew that this was all thanks to the female ghost's leisure and leisure. Only then could the soil have a little bit of spring. The female ghost, no matter if it was fate or temperament, was really rare. After the Taoist came here personally, he was more determined to get it. The Taoist looked at the old house and said, "The tree is swaying. The business is over." He didn't expect that the lewd mountain god was also a scholar. He smiled and said, "The tree is like this. How can a man endure it?" The cultivator and the god looked at each other and smiled. In the second courtyard of the old house, one side of the side room was dark. The two scholars should have fallen asleep. However, the room of the young man with the case and the young Taoist was still lit. Before the old woman knocked on the door, the man who was addicted to wine had smelled the fragrance of wine. He kept knocking on the door and said, "Is there any wine to drink? If there is, then it's the wine that can exchange your life. I guarantee that you will make a profit." The old woman didn't stop him. She only said, "You guys arrange your own rooms." Qin Pingon put down his wine gourd and opened the door. He saw an unfamiliar man with a rough appearance. The big bearded swordsman glanced at Qin Pingon. He asked casually, "Little kid listening to your walking and breathing, you should be a martial artist? Now you have no second realm?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I have been learning martial arts from my elders since young. This is my first time traveling the world. I still don't know the division of realms." Looking back, the Taoist Zhou Xian was already woken up. He was sitting by the bed and putting on his shoes. The big bearded swordsman stepped over the door and sat on the chair. He clicked his tongue and said, "You don't know the division of realms? Then you must be from a remote place. Then why is it that on this trip our Aquarius continent's language is so fluent? A rural place in a small country wouldn't be able to learn this. Tell me, are you a ghost in human skin?" The swordsman unsheathed his saber. The saber light was dazzling. He glared at him and shouted, "Quickly tell me your name. I Zhao don't kill nameless ghosts." Qin Pingon and Taoist Zhou Xian looked at each other. Could it be that because of the heavy rain outside, this brother's brain was flooded with water? Ghost? Among the Qi cultivators there were countless rogue cultivators. Even if they were monsters and plants, although discrimination was inevitable, it was far from being suppressed and hunted down. But ghost cultivators were an exception. Once they were discovered, almost everyone wanted to kill them. If it was said that birth, old age, sickness and death were the cycle of the heavens, then the Qi cultivator's immortality was against the heavens. Then it was human nature to be buried in the ground after death. Ghost cultivators violated this principle and belonged to the evil path that everyone had the right to punish. Immortals lived to cultivate, gods died to teach. Ghost cultivators were the exception. They were not living cultivators when they were alive, nor were they the gods of mountains and rivers that were conferred by the imperial court after they died. Therefore, the real Taoist masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who had profound Taoist skills, pointed their peachwood swords at the evil ghosts that wreaked havoc everywhere, far more than the spirits that hid in the streets. The more people came and went in the hubs of prosperous trade, the less the term spirit had an obvious positive and negative meaning. In fact, in some big countries, especially the powerful dynasties that had deeply rooted forces on the mountains, even the common people were used to living with those strange spirits in the world. It was said that there were many small spirits that helped women wash their hair, dress up, apply rouge and fold clothes. They had wings and flew here and there with great familiarity. And they loved their masters forever. Qin Pingon did not defend himself at all. He took off the wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine silently. The bearded man was stunned. His throat moved slightly. Obviously, the wine worm in his stomach was causing trouble. He suddenly lost his momentum and stretched out his hand shamelessly. "As long as you treat me to wine, I'll turn a blind eye to you even if you are a ghost. As long as I don't see you committing any crimes on the spot, everything is negotiable." Qin Pingon shook his head and did not give it to him. The bearded swordsman sighed and said, "You little brat, you are dishonest and cunning. You are obviously bullying me because I am a righteous master." Taoist Zhou Xian quickly sat down and helped to smooth things over. He chatted with the bearded man in the language of the Aquarius continent. The beauty of the embroidery building in the old house leaned over there. A man and a woman snuggled together. The woman wore a dark green dress with a huge hem, not revealing her legs, and embroidered shoes. The man whispered softly, "I hope the lady's clothes are warm in the cold spring. I hope the lady's frown is smoothed out. I hope the lady opens the window every time to see the bright moon in the sky, with clear water and green mountains." The extremely ugly woman babbled and whimpered as if she was crying and complaining. The hem of her dress billowed like waves. The old woman walked in the dark corridor and sighed quietly. Finally, she sat beside the corridor pillar where the lanterns were hung. Year after year, day after day. The old woman touched her withered face. She had long forgotten how long it had been since she last looked at herself in the mirror. If she was like this, then the lady who had not left the embroidery building for 100 years must be even more like this. The man chatted with the young Taoist. Suddenly, he pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He was no longer joking. He said seriously, Just like the rumors in the nearby town, the demonic aura came from the backyard of the old house. What a strong demonic aura. No wonder the feng shui of this place would disappear. It might be the old witch of the sixth realm. Kids, I am going to kill the demon now. You two should retreat if you see something wrong. Don't take it lightly. This place is extremely dangerous. It is not a place for you two to get involved in. The bearded swordsman thought for a moment. We don't have to retreat now. We don't want to be targeted by the old witch of the old house. Even if I lose, I will try my best to delay them. When the time comes, listen to my news. Don't hesitate to run. Then the man saw the bearded swordsman took a deep breath and pulled out his saber from its scabbard. Saber light flashed. The man reached out his hand to brush away the dust in the brazier and grabbed a piece of burning charcoal. He held it in his hand and wiped the saber. Sparks flew everywhere, setting off the saber's sharpness. Even if the odds of winning were not high, the man was full of heroic spirit. Qin Pingon handed over the wine pot. He looked solemn. Warrior. The man smiled and shook his head. He suddenly stood up with the sword in his hand. I am just drinking to satisfy my cravings. Actually, killing big demons and protecting the Dao is 1,000 times better than drinking wine. In the rainy night, the man pushed the door open and strode to the backyard. He flicked his wrist and the light of the sword shone, illuminating the surroundings. The bearded swordsman looked up and said loudly, Xianxia is here. Please enlighten me. The Daoist Zhou Xian picked up the peachwood sword with the demon listening bell. He said to Qin Pingon in a low voice, I will help him kill the demon. Qin Pingon, you are a pure warrior. Before you reach the fourth realm, you are not suitable to deal with big demons and otherworldly items. You stay here. If there is a need, I will call you. Qin Pingon nodded and said, okay. Qin Pingon waited for a moment after the Daoist priest nimbly flew out of the room. He did not choose to stay where he was and observe the situation. Instead, he walked out of the room. Through the curtain of rain, he looked at the room opposite with his bare hands. I know it's you. The room had been dark for a long time. A door slowly opened and the scholar surnamed Chu walked out. He had a slender figure and was holding the torch that had been extinguished by the rain. He had a smile on his face. After meeting Qin Pingon's eyes, the scholar twitched the corner of his mouth. He raised his arm and rubbed the torch with his palm. In an instant the torch was lit. He gently poked the end of the torch into the pillar in the corridor. You talk the least, but you are the smartest. Of course, you are also quite capable to be able to get rid of the white deer Taoist's copper coin ghost. However, a third realm ghost is just like that. Young man, don't be arrogant because of this. Qin Pingon did not say a word. His thin figure disappeared without a sign. The scholar was slightly stunned. A figure flashed through the curtain of rain between the rooms in a flash and pounced on him. Some of the more arrogant scholars did not even have time to react before they were hit in the head by a fist aura. The fist aura was like a white rainbow hanging in the air. The fist aura quickly hit their heads and sent them flying. They broke through the door in the wall. The scholar fell into the corridor outside and finally hit a thick pillar. The pillar behind his back cracked and a small spider web appeared. The scholar barely managed to stop himself from retreating. He kept vomiting blood, his spirit was severely shaken and his face was full of horror. It was not only the strength of the fist aura that was shocking, but also the combination of the fist aura and the fist aura. When the fist aura hit him, it was like a ghost whip in the hands of an immortal. It was a natural restraint. There was a loud bang. This time the punch hit the scholar's neck. The scholar and the pillar fell backward together. The scholar was covered in blood and tears from the two punches. His face was ferocious and his clothes were torn. He was about to show his true form and did not care about the layout anymore. Then he heard a strange word. First day. 217. After being in Jianghu for so long, who didn't have some hidden skills and treasures? When the scholar Chu heard the name Chu Yi, his heartstrings were shaken. He knew that something was wrong. Perhaps this was the youth's trump card, but he couldn't sense where the danger came from. The flustered scholar Chu's mind raced. He gritted his teeth and slid out a greenish-white ball from his sleeve. It was flowing with colorful lights. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary object. After the scholar Chu clenched his fist, the ball melted like a candle in fire. A viscous liquid as thick as mercury quickly spread from his arm and quickly covered his whole body. The next moment the slender man was wearing a pure white armor. The heart protection mirror in the middle was shining brightly. It was the style of the radiant armor. In the secular world's Taoist temples, the heavenly kings and spiritual officials wore this armor. Contained the meaning of righteousness. If he didn't feel that his life was in danger, the scholar Chu wouldn't be willing to use this priceless armor pill, even if he recovered his true body. The armor pill was the most precious treasure of the military. Its price was not the most expensive, only more expensive. Moreover, it had always been priceless. It was usually jointly forged by the mechanical masters of the school of Moism and the Talisman sect. It was usually compressed into a fist-sized pill. It didn't take up much space and was convenient to carry. Once on the battlefield, it could be watered with vital energy. The scholar Chu had the armor pill to protect his body. The surface of the armor emitted a layer of rippling pure white halo, like the scene of a snowy moonlit night. The scholar stood up. He was much calmer than before. He smiled bitterly. "Young man, you've caused me a lot of trouble." Originally, this radiant armor was to prevent the result of uneven distribution of the spoils. At that time it could be used to resist the joint attack of the white deer Taoist and the mountain god. Now that it has been exposed, they will definitely be more careful. What should I do? Although his words were light, the scholar didn't let down his guard. He was still puzzled. Why did the youth not say anything after shouting, "Chu-yi"? There was no sword out of the scabbard, leaving the wooden box and flying over from the opposite side of the room. There were also no reinforcements hidden in the dark. The scholar Chu was puzzled. The taciturn young man in front of him was definitely not a guy who liked to joke around. 2 punches had almost forced him to reveal his true form. Perhaps even the big-bearded swordsman who had recklessly gone to kill the great demon would not have been able to do so with his realm force strength. Although Chu-yi did not appear. However, Scholar Chu was still able to conclude that as long as this Chu-yi showed up, he would definitely be an expert that couldn't be underestimated. Either that or he would possess a powerful offensive magical weapon. Qin Pingon was a little annoyed. He slapped the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist heavily. Now the Chu-yi in the gourd had a sudden change in temperament. Previously it was grumpy and often made Qin Pingon suffer. However, after leaving Luopa Mountain, it became lazy and did not move at all. It did not even have the mood to be angry with Qin Pingon. After Qin Pingon patted the sword-cultivating gourd again, it still did not move and hovered in the void of the sword-cultivating gourd. However, the dark green flying sword 15 hummed and took the initiative to communicate with Qin Pingon. Probably wanted to say that if Qi did not want to fight, 15 could do it for him. After the acupores were enlightened, the 2 flying swords were like children who did not know how to speak. They already had spiritual intelligence, but it was not high. They acted more on instinct. They could clearly sense Qin Pingon's thoughts, but they often could not communicate well. Moreover, Qin Pingon could only vaguely know their emotions, so it was still not easy for them to communicate. Seeing Qin Pingon's action, Scholar Chu immediately focused his gaze, only to see the vermilion wine gourd. Its luster was dim and there was nothing strange about it. He couldn't see the slightest hint of any mystical phenomenon. In truth, when they had first met in the rain outside the old residence, Scholar Chu had carefully sized up the youth with the box and the young Daoist. At that time he had felt that they shouldn't be some otherworldly expert. The imperial court of the colorful clothes kingdom was not high and the water was deep. There was no crouching tiger or hiding dragon. The likes of Taoist white deer were already grandmasters and immortals who were awe-inspiring. It was not surprising that Scholar Chu was the dragon that had crossed the river and stirred up trouble. This made sense. He left the mansion and went south from the ancient Yu Kingdom to the colorful clothes kingdom for the things in the old house. Even if he was certain of success, he still planned slowly. He first drew in Taoist white deer and the mountain deity of lust. The 3 parties each took what they needed. Then he befriended the son of the aristocratic family surnamed Lu and lured him to travel to the mountain. He told his 2 allies that he did not hesitate to take the risk and first investigate the situation. He relied on the scholarly and official aura that Scholar Lu had been imbued with since childhood to conceal the faint demonic aura on him. His real purpose was to explore the ley lines that the formation relied on so that he could fish in troubled waters during the battle and steal the magic weapon. Then he would not be too entangled with Taoist white deer and the mountain deity. Relying on the unexpected armor pill to protect himself, he flew far away and returned to the ancient Yu kingdom to continue his cultivation. As for the appearance of the big-bearded swordsman, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. He spread rumors in the nearby towns and added fuel to the fire. He made the old house seem even more demonic and evil. In fact, for 100 years, it was true that the old house was filled with Densin qi. However, it had not harmed the people or been tyrannical. The purpose was to make the water in the pond even more turbid so that it would be easier for him to escape. Even if the big-bearded swordsman used up some of the old house's master's cultivation, it would be a good thing. It would be even better if it could last until Taoist white deer and the mountain deity arrived for a chaotic battle. The big-bearded swordsman, who was warm-hearted, did not know the inside story. He followed the rumors and drank 2 big bowls of strong liquor in the nearest town. His blood rushed to his head and he happened to feel that the heavy rain was strange. He quickly set off to slay the demon. Among them, the torch that the mountain deity personally smeared with ointment and the oil paper umbrella that Taoist white deer hid the copper coins and ghosts. They were all inconspicuous objects that required a lot of thought. One of them was to help the nominal master of this place, the lascivious mountain deity, to check the Qi inside the old house at a close distance. The other one was to help Taoist white deer set up traps and find an opportunity to appear. From the inside to the outside, he destroyed the means used to defend the old house against external enemies. For example, the dilapidated green word talisman of the Divine Grandeur sect and the shadow wall with a trace of authentic Taoism left. These methods helped the old house to withstand many insidious attacks. None of the 3 parties in the alliance was easy to deal with. However, this was normal. If not, in the wild where the weak were preyed on by the strong, they would have died long ago and become the stepping stone of other ferocious cultivators. Were there Qi trainers who stood aloof from worldly affairs? Of course there were. For example, in this old house, the male and female owners as well as the old woman had lived in seclusion for 100 years. What happened to them was a miserable situation that everyone coveted. Unwilling to complicate matters, Scholar Chu chose to take a step back. He smiled and said, "Young Master Chen, there is no enmity between us. Why do we have to fight to the death? As long as young Master Chen is willing to leave the old house tonight, I will definitely treat you with good wine whenever you pass by the ancient Yu kingdom in the future. Even if young Master Chen wants to drink in the ancient Yu kingdom's palace, pick a snowy night, I can bring you wine and sit on the roof of the palace with you. We can drink and admire the snow without worrying that the emperor of the ancient Yu kingdom will be angry and chase us away." To tell the truth, although Scholar Chu's origin was not righteous, after he cultivated a human body, he seemed to have experienced something. His aura was extraordinary and he stood out from the crowd. He was even more rich and noble than the elites of the rich and powerful families. Rome wasn't built in a single day. He must have had a unique opportunity to be able to be so graceful and elegant today. Qin Pingon finally spoke. He asked, "I heard that the emperor of the ancient Yu kingdom has the surname Chu. You have the same surname too. Are you related?" Scholar Chu hesitated for a moment. As if to express his sincerity, he nodded and smiled. "We are somewhat related, but we are not related by blood. In short, we rely on each other and guard against each other. It is more complicated and hard to explain." The word Chu meant that the upper part of the forest and the lower part of the horse. The word horse could be used to explain the word foot. The 2 trees were the forest and there were feet under the tree. Scholar Chu used this as his surname. It went without saying that he was most likely a spirit of an ancient tree. It was just that Qin Pingon's literacy was still at the level of a rough understanding of literature and ink, with occasional understanding. He was far from reaching the level of being able to accurately understand words. After all, he was far from being as knowledgeable as Cui Shi or Wei Ba. Qin Pingon sized up the armor on the scholar with the surname Chu and made up his mind not to use 15 first. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to test his fist skills so as to ascertain the depth of his 3rd realm. He then asked, "Which realm are you at?" Scholar Chu smiled. "Just the 5th realm." Of course he was being modest. How could an immortal who was only 1 step away from the middle 5 realms be just? One had to know that cultivators in the middle 5 realms of the immortal clans that started with the word sect were also extremely precious existences. They were either elders with noble statuses or deacons with real power. If the sects were like this, then there was no need to talk about small countries like the ancient Yu Kingdom and the beautiful Robes Kingdom. However, Scholar Chu's slightly self-satisfied modesty sounded like a genuine, just, to the simple-minded Qin Pingon. Was this the great demon of the fifth realm that Daoist Zhou Xian mentioned? Qin Pingon gently twisted his wrist and grinned. He could not defeat the female ghost in the bridal dress, but this guy in a tortoise shell could really be used as practice. It would be best if he could kill him, but it would not be a loss even if he could not kill him. After all, he still had his flying sword with him. Not one but two. Back then, Qin Pingon had dared to tease the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain like he was walking a dog after just a few days of practicing. Not to mention his strength in terms of courage and boldness, he was indeed much stronger than the martial artists in the world. Of course, once he chose to fight with his life on the line, he had to be careful and cautious. This was also Qin Pingon's strength. Scholar Chu said helplessly, "Why do you still want to fight?" Qin Pingon gave a straightforward answer. "No. If I defeat you, my friend, and that machete man will be in danger." Scholar Chu's eyes turned gloomy. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some anger, let alone a powerful local snake like him who was used to the splendor of the world. "Young man, you won't cry until you see the coffin? I'm telling you clearly that there are two people outside the old house who are eyeing us covetously. Do you really want to get involved? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Qin Pingon's answer made Scholar Chu furious. "Whether you're afraid of me or not has nothing to do with whether I fight you or not." Qin Pingon took a deep breath. The reason why he had delayed for so long was not that Qin Pingon wanted to show off, but that he wanted to confirm the intentions of the two little ancestors in the blade-strengthening gourd. This would determine how he should fight this battle. Flying Sword Chu, whose original name was Fengdu, appeared in the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley. It was like a small white rainbow hanging in the air. Although the body of the sword was slender, it was full of majestic momentum and showed off its sharpness without any concealment. On the other hand, Flying Sword 15, which traded with Old Yang, had a slightly different momentum. The divine will of the flying sword leaned more toward tranquility. Its movements in the blade-strengthening gourd also stopped abruptly and flew abruptly. Came and went in a hurry and was extremely fast. Every time it would hover at the inner wall of the blade-strengthening gourd and almost hit it. It was completely different from Chu Yi's craziness in the blade-strengthening gourd. Therefore, Qin Pingon came to a rough conclusion that Fengdu, or rather the fogbow flying sword he had arbitrarily named Chu Yi, was sharper and sturdier than 15. However, its flaws were also very obvious. It was slow and it was not easy for Qin Pingon to completely control it. Therefore, it caused every strike to be inaccurate. If they were in a stalemate, especially when they had the upper hand, they could have Chu Yi show up and run around randomly. After all, they were not afraid of breaking anything. But in a dangerous situation, they still needed 15, who was docile and swift, to help deliver a fatal blow and make the final decision. Of course, the natal flying sword was very powerful. It was the foundation that all swordsmen in the world dreamed of having. Once they were lucky enough to have it, they would cherish it more than their own life. It was also an existence that gave the rest of the Qi cultivators a headache. However, there were two problems with any natal flying sword. First, it was not easy to get. Countless treasures of heaven and earth were needed to refine the sword. Second, it was known for its amazing killing power. It had a kind of indescribable deterrence without leaving the residence of Qi. However, once it left the residence of Qi to kill the enemy, as long as there was a little bit of damage such as a chip on the blade or a crack on the body of the sword, it would be a huge expense to repair a damaged natal flying sword. Therefore, there was a saying on the mountain. The rich were also swordsmen, the poor were also swordsmen. Even if they lost everything overnight, they were still swordsmen. This was the reason why Qin Pingon asked Chu Yi to fight first. He was worried that 15 would fight for the first time officially and then it would end quickly. Both sides had their own insistence. Since they could not come to an agreement, they could only meet for real. The scholar surnamed Chu, who was really an ancient tree spirit, stretched out a finger and knocked on the shining heart-protecting mirror in front of his chest. "Aren't your fists very hard? Come hit me." This set of rare armor pills that cost 3,000 snow coins is from the ancient Yu Kingdom's royal family's earthly treasury. "Qin, if you can break it, I'll admit that you're capable." Qin Pingon would not stand on ceremony with him. With a tap of his toes, the tiles on the ground shattered instantly. It was enough to show how fast he was charging forward. There was an old saying that it was not unreasonable to say that trees die when they move and people live when they move. Although the scholar tree spirit was a 5th realm Qi cultivator and had a strong physique, he was indeed not proficient in twisting and turning in close combat. Therefore he paid a huge price to obtain the armor pills as a life-saving talisman at a critical moment. The scholar surnamed Chu had an innately strong physique. Coupled with the precious armor covering his body, he gathered his qi and focused his mind and calmly received the youth's punch. After the punch, the force was so strong that the heart-protecting mirror caved in by an inch. The scholar surnamed Chu flew out and crashed into the outermost courtyard wall of the old house. However, this time he did not look embarrassed at all. Instead, the wall behind him shattered with a loud bang, revealing a shocking and terrifying scene. Inside the wall were not bricks but entangled tree roots that were slowly wriggling. The scholar surnamed Chu patted the dust off his shoulders and laughed mockingly. "Is that all you've got? If you don't have a 6th realm hero's guts, even if I stood still from the start and allowed you to punch me hundreds and thousands of times, it would still be very difficult for Mr. Qin to shatter the armor pills in one go." The 4th, 5th, and 6th realms of martial artists weren't limited to body tempering but to qi refinement. Hence they were called Master Realm. Each realm dealt with the soul, spirit, and guts. Once one reached large success, one's combat strength would increase layer by layer. Not only would it nourish the body but one would also have more confidence when facing qi refinement warriors. Especially when dealing with spirits and ghosts, one would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Each time one attacked, the fist energy would be like the blazing sun, repelling all evil. The reason why Qin Pingon did not pursue an attack was not because he was an arrow at the end of its flight. On the contrary, this punch was just a side dish that went with wine. Qin Pingon was mainly shocked by the strange wall behind the scholar. Could it be that the walls of the entire old house were like this and were deeply rooted? In the backyard there would be light flashing from time to time, illuminating the night sky. During this time there would be the shouts of the bearded swordsman. The 3 yellow paper demons suppressing pagoda talismans had been used up. However, there were still 2 golden demons suppressing talismans hidden in Qin Pingon's sleeves, as well as 2 distance shrinking talismans. Qin Pingon muttered in his heart, "It's done." The previous few punches were all based on his body's agility. Actually, they were all direct attacks. However, Qin Pingon was different this time. He took a very ancient stance and stepped out. His arms stretched out and he slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, Qin Pingon's fist intent poured out like a flood. It could really pierce one's eyes. In the eyes of the scholar surnamed Chu, it was like a huge sun rising from the East Sea. It was extremely terrifying. God drum beating stance. The scholar surnamed Chu swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, "Should we sit down and have a chat? Why do I feel that even the armor might not be able to protect me?" The young man in front of him clearly had not reached the 3 realms of qi refinement. Why would he have such an unreasonable and vigorous fist intent? The scholar surnamed Chu wanted to retreat. At the very least he should avoid the brunt of the attack. He should not stupidly allow the fist to smash into his body. Just as he was about to shift his position, the young man suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye he was in front of the scholar. A fist smashed into his ribs that were covered by the armor pill. His momentum was fierce and his strength was great. The scholar surnamed Chu staggered to the side, but at the same time he let out a sigh of relief. After taking a proper stance, the young man's fist intent was frightening, but his strength did not seem to have increased by much. The barefoot old man had once joked in the bamboo house of Luapa Mountain. This old man's god drum beating stance focused on the first punch. Once the first punch arrived, it would be guided by the spirit's will. After that, 10 or even 100 punches would naturally arrive. Therefore, the first punch had to hit the opponent. After that, the number of punches one could send out would depend on how long one could hold on. Therefore, in order to not miss with his first punch, Qin Pingon did not hesitate to use a length contraction talisman. After that, Qin Pingon's punches became faster and faster. His strength was only slightly stronger than before. He hammered into various parts of the scholar surnamed Chu's Qi realm. The armor pill shone brightly. Wherever Qin Pingon's fist landed, the light would suddenly light up. It was indeed one of the best treasured treasures of the ancient Yu kingdom. Every time he tried to dodge, it seemed as if he was only half a step away, but he just couldn't dodge the punch. The scholar surnamed Chu, who had no power to fight back, took the 10th punch and his face suddenly became deathly pale. Shoulders, chest, ribs, abdomen, back, head, temples, eyebrows, elbows, knees. There was no place that the young man's fist did not have a foothold. Qin Pinggan's punches were as fast as lightning. Most importantly, in the scholar surnamed Chu's eyes, the young man's gaze was calm and his breathing was steady. His heart was too calm. Every step and every punch was matched perfectly. It was as if he was an old monster that had lived for hundreds of years. After 15 punches, Qin Pinggan's fist was already a bloody mess. Some white bones could be seen. However, why would Qin Pinggan care about this pain that was neither painful nor itchy? Compared to the pain of having his 10 fingers smashed by a hammer bit by bit, the pain of having his bones crushed inch by inch, compared to the pain of having to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons, Qin Pinggan felt that this pain could be considered a comfortable enjoyment. The scholar surnamed Chu had already revealed half of his true form. He was 10 feet tall. His eyes were green and his face was covered with green veins. Under the armor one could see signs of his bulging muscles. He was like an old tree. He used his arms to block in front of his face. He was sent flying again and again. He shouted with all his might, "Daoist white deer mountain god Qin, there's a change in the situation. Come and help me." On the hillside outside the old residence, the lewd mountain god's expression changed slightly. The flame from the torch that the scholar surnamed Chu had inserted into the corridor pillar was quickly stripped of its sparks. The sparks of flame floated in all directions. Although most of them dissipated quickly, there were still some small balls of fire that floated through the corridor towards the courtyard. They allowed the mountain god to observe the situation inside the old residence through the flames that were like his own eyes. Therefore, the mountain god could clearly see the entire process of the scholar surnamed Chu and the young man's fight. This made him a little troubled. He was not troubled about whether to help, but when to enter the scene so that he could reap the most benefits. He could not be bothered to help the scholar in his hour of need before his armor was broken. If he killed the young man and helped the scholar keep his armor, he would be looking for trouble. The middle-aged Daoist holding the horsetail whisk suddenly said, "The sharpness of the saber of the bearded swordsman is beyond imagination. If I don't help now, I'm afraid the female ghost's true body will be hurt. So, will mountain god Qin follow me or continue to watch from the sidelines?" The lewd mountain god laughed and said, "Since we're allies, we should advance and retreat together. There's no such thing as retreating at the last minute." The Daoist laughed and threw the snow-white horsetail whisk forward. When it was about to hit the ground, a tall white deer appeared. The Daoist rode on the white deer and sped forward quickly. His Daoist robe fluttered in the wind. Fortunately, there were no woodcutters or commoners nearby. Otherwise, they would probably kowtow and call him an immortal. The lewd mountain god did not use any spells. He simply took a step forward and walked to the side of the white deer and the Daoist. The white deer ran like the wind and soon arrived outside the old house. The middle-aged Daoist rushed up and the white deer instantly turned back into the horsetail whisk and flew back to its owner's hand. The Daoist laughed and said, "Brother Chu, I'll help you kill the enemy." Qin Pinggan had already reached his limit after throwing out 20 punches. Unfortunately, he still could not break the armor. Although the scholar with the surname Chu was beaten until he was bleeding from his 7 orifices and his soul was shaken. His true body was completely exposed and almost the entire corridor was destroyed by the two of them. The scholar with the surname Chu had only lost the ability to fight. He still had the strength to protect himself with his talent and radiant armor. He would not be shaken to death by the young man's punch. Then the Daoist with the horsetail whisk descended from the sky. Qin Pinggan had just retracted his fist and lightly patted the blade's strengthening gourd at his waist. A ray of white light flew out of the small red gourd and pierced the armor's heart-protecting mirror that had just caved in. Almost all the colorful fireflies of the armor pill gathered on the heart-protecting mirror. The armor let out a soft sound of porcelain shattering. The ray of white light bounced back and flashed away, disappearing without a trace. The dying scholar with the surname Chu panicked, but soon his face was filled with ecstasy. The armor was not pierced and he was not dead. But in the next moment he felt the space between his brows go cold, and then his robust figure collapsed and fell backwards. At the moment of his death he spoke fiercely in exasperation. You've successively destroyed the foundation of my grand Tao. Just you wait. After saying this, the scholar with the surname Chu who had fallen to the ground turned into a large piece of green withered wood and decayed into ashes. The armor that had lost its owner also returned to its round shape. Qin Pingon frowned. It turned out that after Chu Yi, a wisp of dark green light swept out from the gourd. It was much faster than the white sword light from before. One after the other, it took advantage of the gap between the treasured armor's spiritual energy to defend the heart-protecting mirror. The second flying sword easily penetrated between Scholar Chu's eyebrows. Standing on the high wall of the old house, the mountain god of lust exclaimed, "Natal flying sword." He turned his head and took a big step out. His figure quickly appeared more than 10 miles away. The cold wind blew and he was sweating profusely. Damn it, sword immortal. Daoist white deer who had just touched the ground and landed in the middle of the veranda, jumped up from the ground and ran away without saying a word. He threw out his horsetail whisk in the air and the white deer landed on the ground. Daoist white deer rode on its back and fled in panic. Qin Pingon was a little stunned. He stood in the same place confused. He thought to himself, I'm just a layman who has practiced boxing for less than 2 years. How did I become a sword immortal? I'm not even a sword cultivator. (218) In the backyard of the old house outside the embroidery building, a fierce battle was going on. Pin Book Net, the big bearded swordsman who had traveled all the way here just to kill demons, did not have a high martial arts realm, but the saber in his hand was a very high-quality weapon. After injecting his genuine qi, the saber in his hand shone with red light and the faint sound of wind and thunder. It was unstoppable. The old woman who had been guarding the third courtyard turned out to be a qi cultivator of the third realm who had been hiding her strength. However, she was old and weak, so she was still no match for the big bearded swordsman and the saber. After more than 10 rounds she was knocked unconscious by the back of the saber. With a kick she crashed into the side room and fainted. Originally the old woman was not so weak. However, she had been in the confinement for a long time and had been contaminated by the evil spirit gathered by the formation for a long time. Although she was not an otherworldly ghost cultivator, she was naturally afraid of the masculine qi of the saber. Moreover, the big bearded swordsman had traveled all over the world and was very experienced in fighting. The old woman's rapid defeat was indeed reasonable. The last person to enter the courtyard was the owner of the old house. At first, the owner of the old house chose to fight the enemy alone. He landed in the courtyard where the beauty was leaning and picked a dusty long sword. The body of the sword was as cool as water. When fighting with the swordsman, the sword was light and agile. He did not fight with the saber head-on. Every time he attacked, he directly stabbed the vital qi residence of the big bearded swordsman. The tip of the sword emitted green light, which brought a trace of sad but beautiful fireflies in the rain. When the big bearded swordsman attacked, he had the demeanor of a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Every time he attacked he was fast and fierce. His moves were not complicated, nor were they exquisite. Every attack was clean and neat and he could draw back and release his saber freely. If he did not attack he would be seriously injured. The big bearded swordsman still had some strength to fight against the man in black's riding sword technique. When he saw some clues, the man attacked more fiercely because he was a little angry. He scolded, "You bastard, you are obviously from a righteous immortal family. Why don't you fight for the great Tao and immortality? Why do you degrade yourself? In the end you become a half-human and half-ghost helper. You favor this female ghost and make the area hundreds of miles desolate. Don't you think you deserve to die?" The bearded man shouted angrily. He held the saber with both hands and chopped down heavily. The saber hit the man's sword and the man and the sword were pushed back a few feet. The young but white-haired man slid all the way back, and the raindrops under his feet splashed everywhere. When he finally stood up he swallowed a mouthful of blood that rushed up to his throat. The haggard man twisted his wrist and flicked his sword. Instantly, countless raindrops near the tip of the sword were shattered. The shattering sound was like firecrackers in spring. The bearded man took a heavy step forward with a saber in one hand. His entire arm was shrouded in a radiant light. The bearded man pointed at the man and glared at him. "Buddhists say that repent before you're saved. You bastard who deceives your master and destroys your ancestors. Why aren't you retreating? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you as well? It was the first time that the man spoke tonight. Although his voice was hoarse like a stone grinding a blunt knife, his temperament was elegant and his expression was calm. Not only did he not speak ill of him, he even joked. Buddhists also say that if you put down the butcher's knife, you'll become a Buddha immediately. The bearded man looked around and raised his head to glance at the closed door of the beauty lounge on the second floor. After retracting his gaze, he sneered, "Oh, you still have the mood to talk nonsense with me. It seems that you have something to rely on. That's right. With your background and the cultivation of a chi cultivator at the bottom of the 5 states, you might have already run a large and dirty family business in the past 100 years. Otherwise, the gods of the mountains and rivers nearby would not have turned a blind eye to what you've done. If I'm not wrong, although you definitely don't have the face to acknowledge your ancestors, you've done a lot of shady business outside. That's why you're able to intimidate others and make them not dare to touch you at all." Speaking of this, the bearded man was extremely angry. His face was like the angry eyes of a heavenly king in a temple statue. He said with a thunderous voice, "Yes or no?" The man holding the long sword smiled but did not speak. Deep in his eyes there was some disappointment. The bearded man said sternly, "I've given you a chance to be a human again. If you don't want it, then don't blame me for being ruthless in killing demons." Before the bearded man took out his knife, the man sighed and felt a little guilty. Then he bit his finger and wrote a rune on the sword with his own blood. He wrote a Xianxia Dan script. Xianxia Dan script was one of the instruments of Taoism. It was said that in ancient times, it could be used to write to gods and spirits. It could reach the heavens and connect heaven and earth. Once the sincerity was accepted by the gods, all kinds of supernatural powers would descend on the body. For example, the Xianxia written to the gods of the Thunder sect. Once the gods showed up, they could even hold thunder and lightning in their hands and protect themselves with a golden body. For a short period of time they would be like the gods of the Thunder sect. No wonder there's a remnant of the Xianxia Dan script on the screen wall. You're actually an official disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect. You can't redeem yourself even if you die 100 times. The bearded man was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. He swung his knife with all his strength. Under the bright light, the whole yard was as bright as day. For him, demons and ghosts haunted the human world. No matter how outrageous their tyrannical behavior was, the bearded man, who was used to seeing strange and tragic things, would not be too shocked. That was because it was the nature of demons and ghosts. It would be strange if they were kind to people. Therefore, the bearded man had always tried his best to kill them. He would not be so angry like today. However, a chi cultivator changed his evil ways and bullied others. That was what the bearded man hated the most. The bearded man was so angry that his momentum was shocking. His knife was strong when he was angry. Moreover, that precious knife was a divine weapon that even grandmasters in Jianghu coveted. For a moment, the yard was filled with dazzling knife light and surging gang qi. Unfortunately, the rainwater that fell on the small yard was turned into powder in the air before it touched the green bricks. Although he had used the unique skill of his sect, the man in the old house was too dispirited and his skin was rotten. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His realm barely maintained at the threshold of the 5 states, but his qi was already very weak. Like a wide stream without much water, it was almost dried up. This also made the Xianxia Dan script on the sword body to increase the attack power of the long sword very little. On the second floor of the embroidery building, the female ghost in a green dress finally showed up. She covered her face with one hand and held the corridor pillar with the other. Following her appearance, on the other side of the yard wall, the ground of the yard and the corridor pillar, tree roots as thick as an arm shot towards them like crossbow arrows. The bearded man, who had already gained the upper hand, was suddenly surrounded by danger. However, he was still not afraid. His body twisted and turned in the yard, dodging the tree roots and arrows. At the same time, he cut the hidden weapons that brushed past him with his knife. The man was bold and heroic. Although he was in danger, he laughed loudly and said, "Old witch, you are indeed a tree spirit and a ghost. You came at the right time. I will cut off all your roots. When the time comes, I will leave you with one breath and let you die under the scorching sun." A young Taoist rushed over from the corridor. There was a pair of yellow paper talisman pasted on his calves, which made him run like a gust of wind. It was dazzling. The young Taoist with a peachwood sword on his back ran and shouted, "Hero Su, I am here to help you kill the demon." The bearded man's shoulder was hit by a tree root. His tall figure used the huge momentum to spin in the air and cut off the tree root with one knife. The tree root that fell to the ground was still flapping non-stop. As for the tree root that retracted back to the wall, black blood seeped out from the cut, emitting a fishy smell. Together with the gloomy rain, it made the yard full of miasma. Fortunately, the man's martial arts' true meaning was flowing non-stop. It was quite vigorous, like a layer of golden light protecting his body. Seeing the young Taoist coming over to join in the fun, the bearded man spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed angrily. "Little Taoist, I appreciate your kindness. However, don't be a hindrance. Quickly take your friend and leave the house. Just go to that small town and prepare some good wine to reward this Su. This is a great help." The young Taoist was unwilling to leave. It was his duty to kill the demon and get rid of evil for the people. As a disciple of the Celestial Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain, even if they were estranged, even if they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, he, Zhou Xian, was still one of the 10 million candidates for the Celestial Master's position in the Zhang family. The talisman pasted on the young Taoist's calves was the godly travel talisman that he bought at a high price. It could last for about half an hour. The godly travel talisman, also known as the armored horse talisman, could help the user move like a galloping horse, like an ancient deity patrolling the wind. The godly travel talisman was thus listed as the 7th grade of the 9-rank talisman alchemy book. No matter how expensive it was worth it for the young Taoist who lacked combat strength and a weak physique. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The Taoist Zhou Xian pinched the sword with 2 fingers and ran along the corridor. He looked up at the 2nd floor of the embroidered building and said, "Go." With a whoosh, the peachwood sword on his back flew out from the young Taoist's back. With the slight movement of his 2 fingers, the sword did not directly attack the female tree spirit on the pillar of the embroidered building. Instead, it made a big circle and drew a delicate arc. Finally, it went around the pillar and stabbed the female ghost's face from the side. Not only did the female ghost have to help her husband suppress the saber of the bearded swordsman downstairs, but she also had to deal with the peachwood sword whistling through the air. She did not have time to cover her ugly face with one hand. It turned out that half of her face was rotten with maggots crawling on it and the bones were miserable. The only half of her face that was slightly intact was also cracked like porcelain. Such a disgusting appearance would frighten a timid mortal teacher to death on the spot. Several thumb-sized cyan branches broke out from the pillar and tightly wrapped around the peachwood sword that was only an inch away from nailing into her face. In an instant, the peachwood sword lit up with a soybean-sized silver talisman light, which rolled and flowed under the sword. A little spiritual light was the talisman's gall, which made the branches burn as if they were in a raging fire. The female ghost felt as if she was struck by lightning. She screamed heartbreakingly and quickly turned her neck, not daring to look at the spiritual light. She waved her sleeves, and the almost burnt branches wrapped the peachwood sword and threw it into the embroidered building's boudoir together. After the female ghost turned her head, because of her big movement, the blood clots and maggots on her face fell on the beauty's arm. The female ghost whimpered softly, not knowing whether it was because of pain or embarrassment. "Ying." After seeing this scene, the man holding the sword softly cried out. He could not help but call out the female ghost's name. The man was heartbroken and said sadly, "You've gone too far. Why do you collude with the mountain god of lust and force us like this? Although my wife is a ghost, she has never harmed anyone. For more than 100 years, in addition to using my own qi and blood to maintain my wife's vitality, I have only used the old house as the formation eye to absorb the yin qi and evil qi within a radius of 300 miles. On the contrary, it is the mountain god of lust who takes the qi and qi of mountains and rivers for his own cultivation. One of you calls yourself a hero and the other a Taoist. Why don't you go to trouble him but come here aggressively?" Speaking of this, the man holding the sword laughed with grief and indignation. He said, "Because we are not human, and the one surnamed Qin is a mountain god. You think there is a clear distinction between good and evil?" The man holding the sword with rotten skin and little qi and blood left, lowered his head and stared at the snow-white sword light. Once upon a time, the sect was majestic with green mountains and clear waters, and red-crowned cranes were singing. It was a paradise. He used to practice swordsmanship there, and he was familiar with the Qing dynasty's treasured books. He was also a young talent who had the potential to reach the 5 states. But suddenly, a letter from home came to the mountain gate, saying that the girl who was his childhood sweetheart and matchmaker was seriously ill. Even the most famous doctor in the county city could not save her. The letter from home told him to focus on cultivation because even if he went down the mountain he would not be able to see the girl for the last time. At the end of the letter, his father also hinted that this marriage would not be an obstacle for him in the future. He burned the letter and went down the mountain with his sword. When he returned to his hometown, the girl was already dead. Stubbornly, he used a secret technique of the Xianxia sect and wrote a soul-summoning talisman with his own blood. He took the girl's corpse and her remaining soul and rushed to the deep mountains and forests overnight. At sunrise he hid in a cave, and at sunset he hurried on his way, trying to find a place with strong yin qi, hoping to help her return her soul to Yang. In the next 100 years he spent all his money, thought hard, and exhausted his cultivation to build an old house. He stole the wood core of an ancestral female elm in the ancient Yu kingdom, and used the evil secret technique of grafting flowers on wood to fuse the girl's soul with the wood core. Under her clothes she had no feet, only the roots. The old house was not only to help her extend her life, but also to imprison her. In the embroidery house, they bowed to heaven and earth and to their parents and elders. Finally, the couple bowed to each other, and from then on they depended on each other. Only the girl's personal maid did not abandon them. She changed from a young girl with black hair to a white-haired old woman. The past was unbearable to recall. The man with the sword murmured, "If the world is like this, there is no meaning for us to live." The big-bearded swordsman stopped his saber and raised his hand high, making a gesture of truce. He asked in a low voice, "Is there any secret during this period?" The man smiled bitterly. "The deities of the lustful ancestral mountain have coveted the old house for a long time. At the beginning of spring this year, I knew that with my remaining cultivation, it would be difficult to resist the sinister probing of those sneaky people. I had to violate my conscience and oath, and wrote a secret letter to the sect, hoping that the sect could send a 5th state immortal to help intimidate the mountain deity temple. However, it was like a clay ox in the sea, and there was no news back until now. This is normal. The sect is already benevolent enough not to kill me. Who would want to get involved in such a filthy matter? If I were on the mountain, I would probably want to go down the mountain and clean up the sect after hearing about such a scandal." Daoist Zhou Xian came to the big-bearded swordsman and explained in a low voice, "I don't have much time left with the divine travel talisman. If they are playing tricks, I will have to take my friends and retreat." However, Daoist Zhou Xian suddenly smiled, "But I think that man is right." The big-bearded swordsman was in a dilemma. People's hearts were full of evil and their smiling faces were full of evil. If there was really a disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect who was willing to come here, even if it was only a 2nd or 3rd state outer sect cultivator, it could prove the innocence of the old house ghost man and the woman tree ghost. The Divine Grandeur sect was the leader of the Daoists in the Aquarius continent, and they had a Lord of Heaven as their pillar of strength. To put it bluntly, even a servant disciple who cleaned the stairs of the mountain gate would have more influence than the leader of a small sect outside. Although the battle had come to an end, the 4 of them still did not dare to be distracted. This was especially true for the woman from the embroidered tower who had stolen the core of the ancient elm tree. Before this, she had always been well protected by the master of the ancient house. However, in this battle, the bearded swordsman had cut off countless of her roots. She was also greatly frightened by the peachwood sword. Although she knew that this day would come sooner or later, when it really came she still panicked. She only felt that she would always be a burden to her husband. The guilt in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Her heart was in a mess. It had been like this for 100 years. At this moment 2 powerful auras appeared in the courtyard. One of them was wearing a Daoist robe and he descended from the sky. For some reason he did not go straight for the embroidered house but chose to land there. Although the man and woman in the old house had heard the sounds of fighting, they were too busy dealing with the bearded swordsman to pay attention to what was going on. They only thought that the old woman had regained her consciousness and was trying to stop the scoundrel who had sneaked into the old house. Soon, the mountain god of lust and Daoist white deer came and left in a hurry. They also said strange things like, natal flying sword, and sword immortal, as if they had met a real mountain immortal. They did not dare to attack and hurriedly retreated. The big bearded swordsman said softly, "Little Daoist, go and take a look." Daoist Zhou Xian was stunned. Although the big bearded swordsman said it casually, the meaning in his eyes was that he should leave this place as soon as possible. The young Daoist could not say a word. He was agitated and sad. He was glad that he had finally met a fellow Daoist who was willing to sacrifice his life to get rid of evil and defend Taoism. This was the person he wanted to be the most in his life. The sad thing was that he was always so useless and mediocre. The young Daoist did not speak. He silently rode the peachwood sword back to the embroidered house. He held it in his hand and with the help of the teleport talisman on his leg, he turned around and left quickly. The swordsman in the courtyard frowned and pondered. He did not know whether the change was good or bad. Did the God Grandeur sect really send their disciples here? The woman was worried about his health. She was already at the end of her rope, and this battle was like a drum that urged her to die. She could no longer care about her manners and walked forward slowly. Her huge body, which was covered by the green dress and the tall embroidered house, was revealed for the first time. The beauty lounge on the second floor was broken, and the woman who was standing on a huge tree stump fell down in the courtyard. Behind her was a large section of the old tree root. She reached out her trembling hands and held the man's face. She only hated that she could not speak. The man comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid. Maybe the sect really sent someone to help." Seeing this, the bearded swordsman sighed and leaned his long knife on the ground. He thought that even if the husband and wife in front of him were really evil ghosts, their love could not be faked. After scaring away the mountain god of lascivious temple and the white deer Taoist, Qin Pingon picked up the armor pill and put it into the Zongzuan item. Then he quietly rushed to the corridor of the third and fourth courtyard, ready to use the two flying swords to kill the enemy. 15 was responsible for killing the swordsman, and Chu Yi was responsible for delaying and exhausting the female ghost. However, when Qin Pingon was about to let the two flying swords fly out of the blade's strengthening gourd, he found that the battle had stopped and the two sides did not intend to fight desperately. Qin Pingon listened to the man's heartfelt words and was not sure if he was telling the truth. So he began to hold his breath and stood silently behind a pillar that covered his body. When the bearded swordsman asked the Daoist Zhou Xian to leave, Qin Pingon pondered for a moment. Then with a tap of his foot his body shot up into the air. He then stepped on the pillars of the corridor and shot out towards the third courtyard. His body flashed and disappeared from the top of the corridor. His hands lightly patted the beam in front of him. His body was like a fish swimming in water, smoothly passing through it. Very quickly he returned to the second courtyard from the third courtyard. He floated down and stood in front of the door of his original residence. The moment Qin Pingon sat down, the young Daoist rushed over. "Qin Pingon." The Taoist Zhou Xian said anxiously, "Let's take the things and leave quickly. Master Su wants us to go to the town quickly. Things are complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a short time." Qin Pingon stood up and suddenly pointed to the door of the old house. Someone broke in. After a group of people entered the door, they put away their oil paper umbrellas and went around the screen wall. They turned into the corridor and strode toward the courtyard. This group of people all wore elegant and exquisite Taoist robes. On their heads one of the three Taoists was a fishtail crown. There were 5 Taoists, old and young, male and female. They had an extraordinary aura. The old Taoist in the lead should be the leader. In the night, his eyes were still bright and radiant. At first glance one could tell that he was a successful immortal. As for the other 4 people, there was a young Taoist in his 20s. He held a bronze bell in his hand and carried a long sword in a black scabbard. The sword tassel was a long string of golden silk knots. It was very eye-catching. There was a young boy and a young girl who looked very similar. They looked arrogant. One of them had a long black rope coiled around his waist. The other had a beautiful green and yellow bamboo whip. There was also a smiling toddler. Because he was the smallest and had the shortest legs, he seemed to walk with a swagger. In his hand was an inconspicuous long piece of wood, but it was engraved with the ancient words, 10,000 ghosts bow. The young Taoist chuckled and said, "Master, he is a human, not a demon." The old Daoist nodded and ignored Qin Pingon and Zhou Xian, who were standing at the door of the room. He walked straight ahead. When the men and women brushed past them, they were not interested in Qin Pingon, who carried the wooden box and 2 swords on his back. They only looked at Zhou Xian's Daoist hat and Daoist robes, as if they found them somewhat novel. The 5 Taoists left the 2 behind. After the old Taoist stepped into the courtyard, he suddenly shouted angrily, "Bastard Yang Huang! Come out and admit your guilt." When the man holding a sword under the embroidery building heard the familiar voice, he was both happy and worried. He was glad that the old Taoist was undoubtedly an inner core disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect, which meant that his letter asking for help had worked. Although the sect had already removed his Taoist credentials, they still didn't intend to ignore it. Instead, they really sent someone down the mountain to investigate this matter. This meant that Qin Haodong, the mountain god of the Divine Grandeur sect, was doomed to face serious consequences. However, the man was also more worried. The old Taoist was of the same generation as him. They were both God's favored disciples who entered the Divine Grandeur sect in the same year. Their masters were also the same. However, the relationship between the two was extremely bad. When they were cultivating in the Divine Grandeur sect, they were like fire and water. Now one was an unattainable immortal master and the other was a lowly ghost who was neither human nor ghost. What could he do if the old Taoist took revenge? Behind the old Taoist, not behind Yang Huang, was the Divine Grandeur sect, which had a Taoist master of a continent. The man holding a sword asked the woman to hide behind him. He gently stabbed the long sword into the ground and no longer held it. He faced the corridor and bowed deeply. "I, Yang Huang, am willing to accept the sect's punishment." The old Taoist stepped into the square of the embroidery building in high spirits and twitched the corner of his mouth. "Yang Huang, I haven't seen you for 100 years. You've been doing well." The bearded swordsman turned his head and looked. After seeing the attire of the 5 Taoists, he did not go up to the immortal masters of the Divine Grandeur sect. Instead, he cupped his hands and bowed to the man who bowed. "Tonight I offended you and your wife. I sincerely apologize. If there's a need, I'll definitely step forward bravely." The bearded swordsman had been in Jianghu for 20 years. His eyes were sharp and experienced. He saw through the conflict between Yang Huang and the old Taoist of the Divine Grandeur sect. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Those old and young Taoists were just short of pasting the words, "decent people," on their foreheads. The Taoist priest Zhou Xian sighed and said, as expected of a Taoist priest from the Aquarius continent. Looking at his own attire, the young Taoist priest from the Julu continent felt a little ashamed. However, he was still worried about the bearded swordsman. He pulled Qin Pingon along and followed them from afar. The old Taoist of the Divine Grandeur sect had already brought 4 juniors who had gone down the mountain to gain experience. They walked into the dilapidated square. He quietly made a gesture unique to the sect with his hands behind his back. The other 4 immediately flew out and took their positions, surrounding the man and woman of the old house. The man with the sword was still standing on the high wall. Looking at this posture, it did not seem like the extravagance of the arrival of a backer. The man named Yang Huang reached out and held the ugly female ghost's hand. He said softly, "I'm willing to be husband and wife for generations to come." The female ghost still could not speak. She whimpered, but everyone present knew that she was saying, "I'm willing to be husband and wife for generations to come." Just like that. The straw sandals youth, who had planned to watch coldly from the sidelines, burst into tears. Even he was a little dazed. His childhood memories had long been blurred. He could not remember many things clearly. However, there was a scene that Qin Pingon still remembered clearly. His father was a wooden person who was not good with words. He might have only said one word of love in his life. "Can we still be together in the next life?" The demure woman who was mending clothes smiled and asked, "How can we not be together?" At that time, Qin Pingon was nestled in the woman's arms. He was too young to feel these words that involved life and death. However, the appearance and expression of his parents at that moment was etched in the child's mind. As time passed after his parents left, Qin Pingon felt that if he really liked someone, it seemed that a lifetime was not enough. Hence such a scene occurred. Taoist Zhou Xian inadvertently noticed Qin Pingan's strange behavior. He wiped his cheeks and was a little confused. No matter how heavy the rain was, his face shouldn't be full of rain, right? What's more, this torrential rain had turned into a drizzle now. It would be fine even if he did not hold an umbrella. Zhang Shan was a little worried and asked, Qin Pingan, are you okay? Qin Pingan hurriedly wiped his face and squeezed out a smile. He shook his head and said, I'm fine. There are so many strange things tonight. It's too scary. I'm a slow person. I didn't care about the fright before. Now that I'm fine, I dare to cry freely. Taoist Zhang Shan's face was full of admiration. He reached out and patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. He turned his head and held back his laughter. Just pretend that I didn't see it. The old Taoist of the Xianxia sect looked around and finally smiled at the man standing upright in the old house. He clicked his tongue and said, things remain the same but people change. What a pair of unfortunate lovers. Yang Huang, how do you think I'll deal with you? Do you think I'll deal with you according to the golden rules of the sect? Or do I act according to the personal relationship between you and me and not according to the rules? The man clenched his teeth and remained silent. But in the end he had to kneel down and beg for mercy. He only hoped that this immortal master of the Xianxia sect would be lenient. The big-bearded swordsman was about to speak. He had to speak up for justice. The old Taoist turned his head. His eyes were gloomy and he shouted, outsiders, shut up. The Xianxia sect is cleaning up its own sect. It's not up to others to tell us what to do. The big-bearded swordsman was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to raise his sword and cut down. But in the end he could only sigh dejectedly. This was a family affair of a big sect. If outsiders dared to meddle in it, they would die in vain. Jianghu was like this and so was the mountain. It was the same no matter where one went. Everywhere one went one would feel suffocated. At this moment, Qin Pingan turned his head and quietly handed a round ball to Taoist Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan, from now on we don't know each other. You can keep this thing. Taoist Zhang Shan pushed it back and whispered, Qin Pingan, don't mess around. If you make the first move you won't be in the right. I know how to deal with these immortal masters. It'll definitely work. Remember, when I get beaten up later, don't help. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Qin Pingan asked, is that okay? The young Taoist smiled brightly and said, try it. If it doesn't work, you can help. After saying this, Taoist Zhang Shan was a little happy. Qin Pingan was at most a martial artist of the third realm. He would only be beaten up if he went. Luckily, the ancestors of the three sects were here to protect their disciples. Zhang Shanfeng must succeed this time. (219) The young Daoist stood up, tidied his clothes and strode into the square of the embroidery building. He looked like he was going to sacrifice himself for a cause. He said loudly, everyone, please listen to what I have to say. Everyone present looked at this foreign Daoist with different expressions. The young Daoist from the Divine Grandeur sect had a black rope tied around his waist. When the young Daoist saw Zhang Shan, he looked unhappy. He took off the rope and threw it out. The rope was like a spiritual snake. It stretched itself in the air and tied up the young Daoist in an instant. Zhang Shan was like a dumpling, he swayed and almost fell. Took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. The young Daoist from the Divine Grandeur sect sneered, why should we listen to your nonsense? You're just a fake Daoist from an unknown background. If you dare to make noise again, I'll throw you out of the courtyard. Daoist Zhang Shan said angrily, my name is Zhang Shan and I'm from the Jiulu continent. My master is the fire dragon Immortal from the Soaring Cloud sect. I'm also the descendant of the Zhang family from the Dragon Tiger Mountain. I've traveled far and wide to the Aquarius continent to train my Daoist heart in order to complete the test of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. As long as I return to my hometown, I'll be able to become a registered Daoist in the Celestial Master Mansion's Golden Jade Register. Your Divine Grandeur sect is so arrogant, how dare you humiliate the Zhang family from the Dragon Tiger Mountain? The young Daoist from the Divine Grandeur sect, who lacked experience in the Jianghu, was a little confused. Obviously he was intimidated by the Celestial Master Mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He really didn't have the confidence to wrestle with the Divine Grandeur sect. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Any sect whose reputation could spread to the Aquarius continent was not to be trifled with. The Dragon Tiger Mountain of the Central Divine Continent was even more famous. It didn't belong to any of the three Daoist sects and was an independent Daoist orthodoxy. The young Daoist from the Divine Grandeur sect had heard of it long ago, but it was only limited to some supernatural legends. Most of them were false rumors spread by the unknowledgeable commoners. The Qi cultivators on the mountain didn't take it seriously and only treated it as a joke. However, the Divine Grandeur sect was an immortal family that started with the word sect. They knew the real power of the Celestial Master Mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain much better than others. The Celestial Master Zhang of the Zhang family had a palm print in one hand and an immortal sword in the other. His Daoist techniques were boundless and his killing power was boundless. He was an immortal in the upper 5 realms who could rank among the top 10 in the Central Divine Continent, which was similar to the Divine Grandeur sect master and the Heavenly Lord Zhou Xian's transcendent status in the Eastern Aquarius continent. Therefore, the Divine Grandeur sect could easily understand the immortal aura of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Daoist Zhou Xian pressed on, looking righteous as he stared at the leading old Daoist whose eyes were flickering. Yang Huang, as a former disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect, has fallen to such a state because of love. Even I, an outsider, feel that it's tragic and should shed a tear of sympathy for the couple. As the leading orthodoxy in the Aquarius continent, the Divine Grandeur sect should have the same bearing, right? The youngest Daoist of the Divine Grandeur sect, who held an ancient wooden stick, gently tugged at the young Daoist's sleeve and whispered, "Senior sister, I think that Celestial Master Zhang is right. Lass, what do you think?" The young girl with a yellow bamboo whip at her waist shook her head and said, "It's just empty pleasantries. Don't take it seriously." Qin Pingan's eyes were opened. However, at the same time he glanced at the edge of the embroidered tower from the corner of his eyes and felt a little confused. The Daoist Zhang Xian wanted to point his finger at the old Daoist's nose to boost his momentum. However, he realized that he was tightly tied up. Instead, he hopped forward and sneered, "Elder Immortal, you're Yang Huang's senior brother of the same generation. We've cultivated in the same sect for many years. Today we're meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Why are we meeting with weapons instead of holding hands? Why? Our Zhang clan's celestial masters, no matter if they're on the register or on the record, as long as they travel the world and meet each other, they'll feel like old friends at first sight. Why is it that your Divine Grandeur sect doesn't have such an atmosphere? Besides, although I'm a disciple of the Zhang clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain, I'm also a mountaineer and a cultivator. I know the simple truth that the law is nothing more than human feelings." The young Daoist changed his tone and said with a smile, "Elder Immortal, could it be that you have an old grudge with Yang Huang so you don't care about your sect's magnanimity and force this couple to their deaths? However, I don't think that's possible. Elder Immortal looks like an open-minded person. After this, I, Zhang Xian, will definitely spread the name of Elder Immortal and the Divine Grandeur sect. Even if we go to the Ancestral Court's Dragon Tiger Mountain in the future, as long as the Divine Grandeur sect is mentioned, they'll give us a thumbs up." The old Daoist with his hands behind his back narrowed his eyes and smiled without saying a word. The young Daoist standing on the wall suddenly spoke in a language that no one could understand. Daoist Zhang Xian was confused. Unexpectedly, the young Daoist with the sword and the bell turned back to the Aquarius continent and looked down at him. He pointed at Daoist Zhang Xian and said angrily, "You liar. This poor Daoist is asking you in the official language of Julu continent, why can't you answer a single question? In the Aquarius continent, you dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Zhang clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain. You're going against the orthodoxy of the continent. Do you know that the Divine Grandeur sect has the right to take you down? Kneel down and admit your mistake." Zhang Xian didn't expect to meet a bastard who was even better at bragging than him. He was furious and began to scold the young Daoist in the official language of the Julu continent. Then he turned back to the Aquarius continent's language and said, "What nonsense! What a Divine Grandeur sect! What a Daoist master of the Aquarius continent!" Unexpectedly, the young Daoist on the wall ignored Zhang Xian and turned to look at the old Daoist. He suggested with a smile, "Master, we've already determined that this person isn't from the Julu continent. As for whether he's a disciple of the Zhang clan of Dragon Tiger Mountain, We still need to confirm it slowly. Why don't we take him down first and throw him aside? We'll clean up the sect first and deal with the Gui and the tree spirit before we talk about anything else? The old Daoist seemed to be moved. Just as he was about to speak, the bearded swordsman, Xianxia, finally couldn't hold back the resentment in his chest. As he said earlier, he stepped forward with his treasured saber in hand and laughed. I'm just a nobody. I can't ask the immortal masters of the Divine Grandeur sect to give me any face. However, if the immortal masters want to punish Yang Huang and do things according to the law, I'm all ears. I'll see if the immortal masters of the Divine Grandeur sect can be followed. However, if you don't give me an explanation and want to kill Yang Huang and his wife, I'm willing to give up 100 kilograms of meat and just use the saber in my hand to experience the immortal master's heavenly Tao. The young Divine Grandeur sect who used the demon binding rope suddenly asked, since you claim to be from a small sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain located in the Julu continent, do you have a customs clearance document? Can you prove that you're from the Julu continent and are a disciple of the Zhang clan? If you can't prove it, you'll have to bear the consequences of impersonating Celestial Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Daoist Zhou Xian's expression was troubled and showed a hint of hesitation. The bearded swordsman had a headache. If this young Daoist was really impulsive and pretended to be a distant relative of the yellow-purple noble of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the crime was not small. If he fell into the hands of the Divine Grandeur sect, which had the power to supervise the orthodoxy of a continent, he would suffer greatly. The responsibility of a continent's Daoist master could be summed up in 4 words. However, it carried a lot of weight. It was called, clean from the beginning. Daoist Zhou Xian took a deep breath and turned to say, Qin Pingon, help me take out the customs clearance document from the bag. The servant of the old house, Yang Huang, smiled bitterly and turned to look at her. She seemed to have seen through her husband's thoughts and nodded. Only then did Yang Huang turn back and say loudly, Swordsman Su Daoist Zhang, I appreciate your kindness. If there's an afterlife, I'll definitely repay you. Today, whether the Divine Grandeur sect will punish me according to public law or take revenge for my personal grudge, I'll take full responsibility with my wife. However, Swordsman Su Daoist Zhang, and that little brother surnamed Qin, don't think that all cultivators of the Divine Grandeur sect are like this person. Absolutely not. At the end of his words, Yang Huang laughed wantonly as if he had lived for 100 years. He had never felt so relaxed and happy. He pointed at himself with his thumb and said, I Divine Grandeur sect. After a short pause, Yang Huang pointed at the old Daoist and said, idiots like you who don't cultivate the mind are the minority. No wonder 100 years have passed and you Xiaolu are still at the 5th realm. Haha, 100 years ago I was already a 5th realm Qi cultivator. If I remember correctly, you Xiaolu were only at the 3rd realm Willow Tendon realm. What a good retention realm. The ones who are retained the most are bastards with evil intentions like you. The man of the old house said these words without restraint and to his heart's content. However, the juniors of the sect under the old Daoist's command looked at each other in dismay. They were quite embarrassed. Especially the young Daoist who called the old Daoist master. His murderous intent was revealed, and the long sword on his back was restless in the sheath. He was actually a sword cultivator. However, Yang Huang's words happened to poke at this person's heart. His master Zhao Lu had been stuck at the 3rd realm for dozens of years. The young sword cultivator had also been stuck at this realm for a long time. Step by step he went from being a brilliant sword cultivator to being a fine jade with a hope of reaching the 5th realm. Slowly he became an embroidered pillow with a bleak future. He was almost hopeless in refining a natal flying sword. His status in the Divine Grandeur sect had also plummeted within a short 10 years. Thinking back to those years, he was even able to chat with the famous Golden Boy and Jade Girl occasionally. What kind of honor was that? Especially the nun who was often accompanied by a mystical white deer. When they were chatting, she even revealed a trace of a smile. What kind of rare and beautiful scene was that? Even if it was a polite smile, so what? After all, she was a woman that even a sword immortal on the land couldn't get. Moreover, the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple was the youngest sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms in the history of the Aquarius continent. In the end, he could only follow a master who had no hope of reaching the Great Tao. He led this group of brats to the muddy pond at the foot of the mountain. They climbed and rolled in the mud in the name of training their minds. Along the way, they killed some otherworldly items that didn't have spiritual intelligence and subdued some mountain spirits and water monsters that hadn't transformed into human forms. Then they entangled with all kinds of evil disciples of the sect, tree demons and female ghosts. What was this? In anger, he was about to draw his sword. Anyway, the one he killed was a ghost tree spirit, so it wasn't a pity that it died. No matter how bad he was still a third realm sword cultivator who was in charge of the external affairs of the Divine Grandeur sect along with several elders. After all, he had some friendship with the Golden Boy in charge of the Divine Grandeur sect's external affairs. Even if he was punished, it would be something like meditating on the wall and copying books. What was there to be afraid of? A mischievous voice sounded without warning. You can't draw your sword out of its sheath casually. Everyone followed the voice and looked up at the same time. There were ripples in the night sky. The uninvited guest seemed to have used a superior invisible talisman. In fact, she had been watching the fire on the other side of the roof. At this moment, she slowly showed herself. It was a girl who was not so slim and graceful. She was not fat either. She had a rosy round face and was wearing red satin clothes. She looked very lucky. The old Taoist was a little panicked. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. Zhao Lu greets Martial Aunt Fu. The round-faced girl who was standing on a long sword asked in confusion, "You know me?" The old Taoist was full of smiles. Every disciple of the Divine Grandeur sect, no matter in the inner or outer sect, knows Martial Aunt Fu. That's too ignorant. The round-faced girl's face suddenly darkened. She sneered and said, "What? The whole sect already knows that I failed to confess my love to the Golden Boy? Which gossipy woman or idler told you? Tell me. When I return to the sect, I must thank them properly." The old Daoist was not the only one who was confused. In fact, everyone else was at a loss. The reason why they recognized this martial Grandmaster Fu was not because of the confession, but because she was a very senior female sword cultivator. She had a powerful backer in the Divine Grandeur sect, and she liked to ride her sword at high speed, dashing between the mountains. Moreover, she was a little fat girl. She flew here and there all year round, and one of her favorite things to do was to ride her sword straight into the clouds. Then she would crash down from 1,000 feet to 1,000 feet high, and when she was about 20 to 30 feet above the ground, she would immediately pull up her sword and fly close to the ground, dashing into the distance. Which ordinary sword cultivator would dare to do this? Who wouldn't remember this little ancestor? Moreover, 2 years ago the young girl had attempted to change her direction when she was 10 feet above the ground. In the end, she had crashed headfirst into the ground. She and her sword had simply fallen upside down, standing there all alone. The spectating disciples who had originally clapped their hands and cheered were all speechless. In the end, it was Xiaoyang, the jade girl who was very close to her, who scolded her and made her behave herself. Not long after that, the girl broke through the bottleneck of the fifth realm and successfully entered the cave realm. Then she began to ride her sword in the Divine Grandeur sect. Every day she would wander in front of the cave residences of the old immortals on the mountains. The elders of the sect who were used to peaceful cultivation were all annoyed by her. However, the girl's great-grandfather was the teacher of Zhou Xian, the current leader of the Divine Grandeur sect. Therefore, the Divine Lord Zhou Xian, who had always been cold, only treated this descendant of his teacher more favorably than the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl. When the girl saw the expressions of the crowd, she immediately knew that she had misunderstood and let slip. She wished she could ride her sword thousands of miles away. However, when she thought of Sister He and the *T Golden Boy's instructions, she had to suppress her anger and shame. She stood on the roof ridge with a straight face and began to think of the wording to send away the insignificant man and woman in the old mansion. Like many other sects, the Divine Grandeur sect was divided into inner and outer sections. Before Xiaoyang left the Divine Grandeur sect, it was an extremely rare event for the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl to come out of the same sect. In order to train the two gods' favored children, Zhou Xian specially allowed the two juniors to intervene in the affairs of the outer sect. Of course, he didn't directly throw them into such a big mess and let them have the power to make decisions. Instead, he gave them the power to supervise hundreds of officials, similar to the imperial censors of the secular dynasties. Sometimes Xiaoyang and the Jade Girl would be given full authority to deal with some of the affairs of the outer sect. They would have the power to write down specific suggestions on how to deal with the affairs of the outer sect and then hand it to the disciples of the sect who were in charge of the affairs of the outer sect. Therefore Xiaoyang, the jade girl of the orthodoxy of the Aquarius continent, was indeed deeply cultivated by the sect. However, she resolutely chose to leave the divine grandeur sect. Not to mention outsiders, even the elders and ancestors of the divine grandeur sect found it unbelievable. That was why they angrily scolded Xiaoyang for being an ungrateful wretch. Indeed, the entire divine grandeur sect valued Xiaoyang too much. As the saying goes, love deeply and hate deeply. The divine grandeur sect had already received the secret letter Yang Huang sent to the mountain gate at the beginning of the new year. At that time Xiaoyang hadn't left the sect yet and had a conflict with Jin Tong over this letter. Jin Tong first raised his brush and wrote down the letter. The content was generally about how to deal with it appropriately and not to be too harsh on Yang Huang. However, Xiaoyang directly gave the opposite opinion. The wording of the letter was extremely harsh. It said that Yang Huang, as a disciple of the divine grandeur sect, should be severely punished as a warning to others. However, Xiaoyang and Jin Tong's punishment of the female ghost was similar. They chose to ignore it. Because of the conflict between the two sides, Yang Huang's secret letter was temporarily shelved. Regarding this matter, the outer gate of the divine grandeur sect was more inclined to support Xiaoyang. However, no one expected that Xiaoyang suddenly stopped being a disciple of the divine grandeur sect and even abandoned her identity as the jade girl of the continent. Jin Tong, who had admired Xiaoyang for many years, seemed to think that the secret letter was too unlucky and didn't want to pay any attention to it. Moreover, he had countless things to deal with at hand. He casually threw the letter to an outer gate law enforcement elder and said that it was for a disciple to go down the mountain to gain experience. He just needed to do it and didn't need to consider the contradictory content of the letter. The subsequent events were very clear. Zhao Lu grabbed this opportunity and personally went down the mountain to take revenge. However, the round-faced girl surnamed Fu secretly followed them all the way after hearing about this matter from somewhere. It was a good opportunity for her to relax and not think about that dog shit Jin Tong all the time. She flew over thousands of mountains and rivers on her sword and was very happy. Along the way there were occasional disturbances. When they heard that she was a disciple of the divine grandeur sect's inner gate, each and every one of the unruly martial masters and cultivators wanted to worship her like a bodhisattva. The words of the girl surnamed Fu could be faked. However, the rare lotus crown that no one dared to overstep and the eye-catching golden jade pendant on her waist couldn't be faked. After the round-faced girl appeared, the big-bearded swordsman and Daoist priest Zhou Xian both understood that the fate of Yang Huang and his wife was no longer within their control. It was meaningless to say anything more. A single sentence from an elder of the divine grandeur sect was enough. Yang Huang held the female ghost's hand and raised his head to look at the girl. He smiled calmly and said, "Evil creature Yang Huang and my wife are at Martial Ant Fu's disposal. Regardless of life or death, we will follow Martial Ant's orders." The round-faced girl glanced at the couple. One was haggard and the other was ugly. Their appearances were really unlikable. Of course, she didn't hate them either. When she thought of the two red comments in the secret letter, the girl sighed. Since sister he was no longer a member of the divine grandeur sect, then she should just follow that dog shit Jin Tong's wishes. She cleared her throat and ordered, "Zhao Lu, lead the team and deal with that obscene temple. As for whether you want to do it personally or contact the local government, it's up to you. Yang Huang and his wife, that's all. In the future, as long as you don't use the name of the divine grandeur sect to do bad things, from today onwards, everything you do will have nothing to do with the divine grandeur sect." Since she was done watching the show, the round-faced girl didn't want to stay in this desolate place any longer. She quickly rode on her sword and left at an extremely fast speed. When others rode on their swords, they would slowly climb up a slope in an arc before finally entering the sky. However, the girl with the surname Fu wished she could fly in a straight line and soar into the sky. It was a hair-raising sight and felt that she would fall back to the ground if she wasn't careful. Yang Huang remembered something and said loudly, "Thank you for repelling the enemy, Martial Ant Fu." The old Daoist Zhao Lu cupped his hands and respectfully sent the girl off. After that, he snorted and left without saying a word. Yang Huang didn't get carried away. Instead he cupped his hands and apologized to the other immortals of the Divine Grandeur sect. Yang Huang's body is filthy. I don't dare to send you off. The young Daoist who retrieved the demon binding rope and the sister with the ghost striking bamboo whip on her waist hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads. The little Daoist who held the demon subduing wood swaggered away. Suddenly he turned his head and made a funny face. He smiled at the female ghost and said, "Ugly freak, ugly freak." The female ghost who was originally smiling suddenly had a distressed expression. She slowly turned her head and covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at anyone else. In an instant, the little Daoist suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood there in a daze, not moving an inch. It wasn't that he didn't want to move but that he didn't dare to. Among the group of people, the disciple who was truly valued the most by the sect was him, who was born with outstanding intuition and not the twin siblings. He was not even the idiotic sword cultivator who had been basking in the sun for many years on the third realm. He quickly turned his head and looked over. The little Daoist gripped the demon subduing wood that was inscribed with the words, 10,000 ghosts bow. His palms were sweaty as he slowly shifted his gaze. Ignoring the ugly female ghost, there was the sickly ghost Yang Huang, the bearded swordsman who only relied on a divine weapon to flaunt his might. It was very likely that it was Mount Longhu's celestial master Zhang's Zhu Luzhou Daoist. Finally, it was that expressionless youth with a case on his back. In the eyes of others, the actions of the young and tender Daoist would only be seen as the playfulness of a child. Only Qin Pingon extended 2 fingers and quietly made a strange gesture of poking forward. The little Daoist quickly blinked and swallowed his saliva. In the end he forced a smile and politely waved goodbye to the fellow whose intuition made him feel extremely dangerous. The little Daoist complained as he ran. Oh my god, why did this fellow's fierce aura seem so much like an old monster from the middle 5 realms? Moreover, he was the kind of cultivator who often went down the mountain to fight and had experienced hundreds of battles. The little Daoist didn't want to go overboard and instigate Zhao Lu and his disciple to come back and attack because it was meaningless. On the path of cultivation, other than seeking the Tao, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. This wasn't nonsense. As the little Daoist ran, a smile appeared on his face again. His mood suddenly changed from gloomy to amorous. Wow, it was exactly like what his master said. There was also an otherworldly expert at the foot of the mountain. Didn't he just run into one? When he returned, he definitely had to tell his master that the person he met was at least an old monster at the Aurus Core realm. He might even be a 10th realm Earth immortal. He was so damn shameless and pretended to be a young man. He was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. The little Daoist ran cheerfully and even jumped up and down. He said happily, "Oh my, this trip down the mountain wasn't a loss." The brother and sister in front of the handwriting veranda turned their heads at the same time with tacit understanding. The little Daoist immediately held his breath and concentrated. After he landed, he continued to move forward steadily like an old man. On the other side of the embroidery tower, although the man and woman of the old residence were frightened from beginning to end, they had finally survived a disaster. The husband and wife shook hands and smiled at each other. Everything was understood without words. They only felt that they had fulfilled their wishes. The burden had been lifted and the bitterness was over. The Daoist priest Zhou Xian smiled at Qin Pingon and said, "Sword immortal, sword immortal. Did you see that? Such a young sword immortal. He's amazing, right?" Qin Pingon was somewhat helpless. The rain had stopped. The young Daoist priest looked at the night sky and sighed, "I really want to recite a poem." The big-bearded swordsman laughed heartily and happily. No matter what, the matter finally had a happy ending. This made the big-bearded swordsman feel even more joyful than when he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, successfully slaying demons and drinking good wine. The old woman who couldn't get up from the ground finally woke up in the courtyard. She immediately flew over. In the end, she was slightly relieved when she saw her master and mistress living together in peace. Yang Huang smiled softly at the old woman and said, "It's all in the past. You don't have to worry about those sneaky people anymore." The old woman was stunned at first. Then she burst into tears of joy and choked with sobs. The female ghost named Ying slowly moved her body and wandered over. She gently held the old woman's shoulder and comforted her gently, "It's okay, it's okay. She was relieved and no longer looked haggard and dispirited. The ghost Yang Huang laughed and said, "Hero Su, Immortal Master Zhang and Mr. Qin. If you don't mind, let us be the hosts. Prepare a table of good wine and dishes. Drink to our heart's content." The big-bearded swordsman Xianxia smiled and nodded. He asked the Daoist priest Zhou Xian and Qin Pingon, "What do you think?" The Daoist priest Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Why not?" Qin Pingon also smiled and nodded. He patted the wine gourd at his waist and said, "If it's possible, I'd like to buy some wine from you." Yang Huang waved his hand, as if he had recovered the high-spirited spirit of the divine grandeur sect's disciple. He said straightforwardly, "What wine?" "It's our home-brewed cellar wine. It's not really good wine, but it tastes really good. After supper we'll eat and drink to our heart's content. Mr. Qin, you can take it away." Everyone laughed loudly. The old house no longer had any eerie qi. There was only the Jianghu heroic spirit that intoxicated people before drinking. After that, the old woman was beaming with joy. She kept lowering her head and wiping her tears. She quickly walked to the kitchen to cook. The couple received guests in the main room of the courtyard and chatted with the big-bearded swordsman about Jianghu matters. The Daoist priest Zhou Xian hesitated for a moment, but still called Qin Pingon. They came to the courtyard's veranda and said apologetically, "Qin Pingon, my real name is Zhang Shanfeng, not Zhang Shan. I'm sorry. As a friend I hid it from you for so long. It's not very kind of me." Qin Pingon sat on the railing and said softly, "In Jianghu it's better to be safe than sorry. There's nothing wrong with that." The young Daoist priest's eyes lit up. He laughed and said softly, "You're not using your real name in Jianghu? Am I right? Like I said, although the name Qin Pingon has a good meaning, it's still a bit tacky." Qin Pingon rolled his eyes and said, "It's my real name." The young Daoist priest was a bit embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he remembered something and asked softly, "Why did you give me a round ball earlier?" Qin Pingon said sorry in his heart. He then smiled and said, "Actually, there was a big fight in the opposite room. I went out to watch a fierce battle. The scholar surnamed Chu was a tree demon. After he was killed by a sword immortal, he left behind a magic weapon called armor pill. The sword immortal didn't like it and left directly. I went to pick it up secretly." Qin Pingon reached out and handed over the round ball. The sword immortal should be the young girl from the divine grandeur sect. The young Daoist priest was enlightened. He took it and weighed it in his hand. It was not heavy. He lowered his head and looked at it carefully. He turned it gently in his palm and saw a small crack. The Daoist priest from the Juluzhou called Zhang Shanfeng had a serious expression. He returned it to Qin Pingon and said, "It's indeed very similar to the legendary armor pill of the military school. However, this armor pill should have been severely damaged, causing a flaw to appear on it. Even so, the armor pill is an extremely rare and expensive treasure. Although I don't know how expensive it is, it's definitely worth a city. Keep it well and don't let anyone see it. As long as you find an expert to repair it, you can wear it without worry. It's equivalent to a first-class amulet." According to the scholar with the surname Chu, this armor pill of the military school was an earth-ranked magic treasure from the royal treasury of the Guyu kingdom. It was worth 3,000 snowflakes. Qin Pingon did not hide it in his sleeves and took the opportunity to put it away. Instead he said tentatively, "You also know that I am a martial artist and the boxing that I learn is particular about moving forward. I can't rely too much on external objects. Otherwise it will make my boxing style not smooth enough. Therefore I don't have much use for this armor pill. I'll sell it to you for 300 snowflakes. How about that?" The young Daoist priest shook his head vigorously and said self-mockingly, "Let's not talk about 300 snowflakes. Even if it was 1,000 or 2,000 snowflakes, such a treasure that can only be found by chance. As long as I have the wealth, I will buy it even if I have to sell everything I have. I won't even blink an eye. However, I am now so poor that I can't even afford a full meal on the Kun boat." Qin Pingon gently tossed the round ball to the Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng. He smiled and said, "Then take it that you owe me 300 snowflakes. Don't be in a hurry to reject it. Think about it. With your body that faints when you get drenched in the rain, if we meet any demons or ghosts in the future, how are we going to fight them? If you wear the armor pill, perhaps our chances of winning will be much higher. Once we gain something, it will all belong to me. Take it as you paying me back. Is that okay? The young Daoist priest sighed and carefully accepted the armor pill that he did not even dare to dream of. He sat side by side with Qin Pingon on the railing of the veranda. They looked at the sky together and softly called out, "Qin Pingon." Then he did not say anything else. It was as if there were many things that he could not say. Qin Pingon put his hands on the railing and said, "You see, from the beginning to the end, I did not help much this time. You also did not dislike me for being a hindrance." The young Daoist scratched his head. When he said that, he seemed to be a little more relaxed. Qin Pingon treated him as a friend, and he also treated him as a friend. Between friends, there was no need to be so formal and particular about everything. He suddenly laughed and said, brushing his beard like a halberd, "A hero with a treasured sword." Qin Pingon smiled. While he was praising the bearded man Xianxia, the young Daoist said again, "Abandoning literature to travel the sea and mountains, hard to find Xuanzhen." Well, he should be talking about himself. The Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng turned his head and said, "Qin Pingon, I did not think of a poem about you. When I feel inspired in the future, I will definitely have one. Don't worry, I promise that it will be very heroic." Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not want to dampen his mood, so he nodded and said, Okay. Qin Pingon jumped down from the railing and ran to the kitchen. He turned his head and shouted, "I'll go help cook." The Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng nodded and sat in the same place with mixed feelings. From the main room, the bearded man's hearty laughter could be heard from time to time. The young Daoist priest changed his sitting position and leaned against the pillar. He crossed his arms and thought of the mountain in his hometown. He closed his eyes and hummed a self-made song. He shook his head and leisurely. Finally, the young Daoist opened his eyes and murmured, "Who wrote this song?" "Zhang Shanfeng of Wudong Mountain." Qin Pingon was actually thinking about something. In the previous battle with the scholar surnamed Chu, Qin Pingon had a rough idea of his strength in the 3 realms of martial arts. Among the many fist techniques that the barefoot old man had imparted to him, the deity drum beating style was the most powerful one. Qin Pingon had used the length withdrawal talisman to hit him with one punch and then followed up with another punch. Even so, although the scholar from the ancient Yu kingdom had the armor of light transformed from the armor pill to protect him, the limit of Qin Pingon's fist technique was actually the 20 punches of the deity drum beating style. He could not even use one more punch. Therefore, if the flying sword in the sword-nurturing gourd had not killed the enemy, he was afraid that the scholar would have exhausted his strength. Once the deity drum beating style was used up, he would be able to free up his hands. If he had used 1 or 2 offensive magic treasures, what would Qin Pingon do? It would not be difficult to escape, but it would be difficult to win and kill the enemy. However, to be able to combine his fist technique with the attack of Chu Yi and Chu Wu's flying swords, and even a little bit seamlessly, was also a gain. However, deep in Qin Pingon's heart, he still felt that it was not satisfying enough. It was still lacking a little meaning. It seemed that the real answer was very simple. Qin Pingon's fist was still not fast enough. Not fierce enough. Qin Pingon collected his thoughts. Whether it was to practice his fist technique or sword technique in the future, he could not rush it. He just had to take one step at a time and move forward steadily. He patted the sword-nurturing gourd at his waist and laughed softly, "Thanks for this time." The gourd sensed something and Chu Wu began to fly around excitedly. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "But when the 2 of you appear in the future, can you not be so dazzling? The 3 of us are not sparring with others in martial arts. Before we fight, we need to announce our names and show our weapons. Let's not pay attention to these when we fight the enemy, right? Sneaking out of the sword-nurturing gourd is fine. Don't you think this makes sense?" Chu Wu instantly stopped and remained motionless. He seemed to be sulking. Chu Yi even flew out of the sword-nurturing gourd and charged into Qin Pingon's Qi residence to stir up trouble. Fortunately, Qin Pingon was now very indifferent to this pain. He jogged forward with a smile and went to the kitchen to help. Controlling the natal flying sword only consumed the mind and did not require the use of genuine qi. However, there was a distance limit when using the flying sword to kill the enemy. It was directly related to the realm of the swordsman, or the degree of concentration of the soul. There was no shortcut to breaking the distance limit of the flying sword. For a swordsman, it was to increase the realm. For Qin Pingon, who had just won the title of Sword Immortal. It was to use the genuine qi of 18 halts of sword qi to break through more qi residences along the way. The bottleneck of Chu Yi's journey was a radius of 100 feet. Chu Wu's was 80 feet. Not far away was the kitchen, which was faintly lit. How is the name Zhang Shanfeng better than Qin Pingon? Qin Pingon slowed down his steps. Thinking of this, he was somewhat unconvinced. He suddenly grinned and laughed to himself. Hey, Sword Immortal. "220. The old woman was busy in the kitchen. When she saw Qin Pingon, she was a little surprised. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. This was the teachings of the saints. Although there was also a saying that one should not be tired of eating and not be tired of eating, it did not mean that a gentleman would cook by himself. However, the old woman soon felt relieved. The young man in front of her had traveled far and wide, and he did not look like a child of a scholarly family. However, the old woman did not think that Qin Pingon could be of much help. So she asked him to help with some chores and watch the temperature of the stew. Qin Pingon did not insist and helped with the chores. Finally, in the warm kitchen, the sound of the old woman skillfully cutting vegetables on the chopping board could be heard. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Pingon sat on a small stool and peeled the bamboo shoots. There was a fresh smell of grass and wood. The old woman asked casually, "Young Master Qin, what happened to your left hand?" Qin Pingon glanced at his bandaged left hand and smiled. "I accidentally fell down. It's nothing serious." The old woman rarely had someone to chat with, so she smiled and said, "The rain is slippery and caused you to be injured. Our house is already quite old. Previously it was in a difficult situation where tigers and wolves were watching us, so we did not dare to show off. At most we would just sew the courtyard walls and rarely hang lanterns at night. For so many years, we were afraid of scaring the people, so we did not dare to ask the bricklayers to help us. I was the one who messed around. Of course, my workmanship is bad. There are a lot of bluestone tiles that are bumpy and can't even be considered flat. If this was in the house of a big family in a big city, not only would it be an eyesore to their own family, but if other families saw it, they would laugh at us. They would definitely gossip behind our backs and say all kinds of unpleasant things. Fortunately, Master and Madam have never cared about this. This is my fortune." The old woman's tone was calm like the still water. 100 years, happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, and separation had all settled in her heart. This is my fortune. This should be the conclusion of the old woman's life. Qin Pingon said softly, "It's the couple's fortune to have an old lady like you running the house." The old woman was stunned for a moment. With a smile, she turned her head and teased, "Child, you look simple and honest. How can you be so good at talking?" Qin Pingon had already put all the peeled bamboo shoots in a clean bamboo basket. He looked up and said, "Old woman, I'm telling the truth." The old woman looked at the young man's clear and spirited eyes and nodded. She turned around and the smile on her face widened. She casually said, "Young Master Qin, do you have a girl you like? The women in our beautiful robes country's Yanji County are famous for their beauty. If you are not in a hurry, you can go there and stroll around the temple fair or something. Maybe you will have a beautiful marriage. Besides, although your martial arts realm isn't high in a small place like Yanji County, where there are no righteous gods or earth immortals, it really isn't bad. If you're willing to take root here, you're more than qualified to be a general or commandant. When the time comes, you can marry a well-bred girl from a scholarly family." Qin Pingon was a little shy. He mumbled and did not dare to talk about this topic. The old woman turned her head and glanced at the young man. She smiled and said softly, "I know. Young Master Qin must have a girl he loves." Qin Pingon held back for a long time. He asked with a red face, "Old woman, if the girl I like once asked me if I liked her and I said no, then went to find her and told her that I like her, do you think she would think I am a liar?" "Young Master Qin, your words are really confusing." The old woman could not help but laugh. She sat on a stool next to the stove and asked with a smile, "Then why didn't you say you liked her? Was it because you were timid and embarrassed? Or did you feel that you would lose face in front of the girl if you nodded and said yes, so you deliberately played the hero?" Qin Pingon thought seriously and confidently. He gave a sincere answer, "I am stupid." The old woman was really amused this time. She laughed so hard that her old face softened. I think the girl you like won't be angry. If a girl is liked by someone and that person likes her completely, it is a beautiful thing. Qin Pingon was a little distressed. He brought a bamboo basket of spring bamboo shoots to the stove. But that girl told me that she only likes the great sword Immortal. The old woman held back her laughter. Oh, then it must be hard for you. The great sword Immortal should at least be a 6th realm immortal. My young master is so talented. He used to cultivate in the high and mighty blessed enclave of the Divine Grandeur sect, but he never entered the middle 5 realms and reached the legendary Immortal Cave realm. Young Master Chen, let me give you a suggestion. You can discuss with that girl and see if you can change the requirement of Great Sword Immortal to Little Sword Immortal. For example, the Immortal Cave realm is too high. What about the 4th and 5th realms? You must know that sword cultivators in the world are still very popular no matter how low their realms are. The 4th and 5th realms are already very impressive. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Miss Ning's so-called Great Sword Immortal must be at least the 12th realm. Even if Ning Yaozhen was easy to discuss and agreed to lower it, it should be at least the Great Sword Immortal realm of the Wind Snow Temple's Wei and Jin dynasties, right? Qin Pingon sighed and suddenly reminded, Granny, the dishes are ready. The old woman hurriedly got up and opened the lid of the pot. Soon, a delicious delicacy was placed on the plate. She asked Qin Pingon to bring the dish to the main hall of the 3-section courtyard. She also asked him not to come back after delivering the dish and to eat and drink there. After that she would serve the dishes and wine. Qin Pingon ran out and back. Seeing the old woman pretending to be angry, Qin Pingon asked with a smile, Granny, I'm here to get the wine. Also, I've talked to Master Yang and he promised to give me wine to drink. At this point, Qin Pingon took off the wine gourd and shook it. He smiled brightly and said, until it's full. The old woman took out a wine ladle from an old red cupboard. Then she smiled and pointed to a few large wine jars by the wall. Bring an unopened jar over. There's an open jar on the side. There's still half a jar of homemade soju left. You can put it in the wine gourd. It'll be enough no matter what. Then the old woman ignored the youth squatting in the corner and poured wine into the gourd. She continued to cook. Finally, Qin Pingon bid farewell and left the kitchen with a jar of wine. The old woman smiled and turned to look at the vermilion wine gourd at the youth's waist. It was old and ordinary and unremarkable. This child was so young, but he was already an alcoholic. She didn't know if it would turn into a gourd of wedding wine or a heart-wrenching wine when he met the girl he liked. However, the old woman still hoped that the youth could fulfill his wish and become a master and madam like the young master and young lady. In the main hall of the 3-section courtyard, the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. The master and mistress of the old house, the ghost Yang Huang and the female ghost named Yingying, sat on the left. The big-bearded swordsman was invited to the seat of honor. Su Yuanxia was forthright and didn't bother to refuse. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng sat on the right. After Qin Pingon served the dishes and wine, they began to drink. The female ghost was a little funny. Her extremely long tree roots extended from the embroidery building like green vines and circled into the main hall from the door. In order not to spoil the fun, she even deliberately wore a thick veil to cover her face. The big-bearded swordsman had previously asked if there was any magic that could help the pitiful woman recover her face. Yang Huang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't hide the truth and explained the reason in detail. It was related to the Xianxia treasure advice of the God Grandeur sect, a heterodox formation secret technique, and the wood core of the ancient Yu Kingdom's ancestral elm tree. It was extremely messy because the formation of the old house and the wood core of the ancient elm tree were integrated into one and couldn't be moved. Moreover, the chi of the mountains and rivers within a radius of hundreds of miles was originally a mass grave. 200 years ago, the colorful clothes kingdom encountered a terrible plague and hundreds of thousands of people were infected and died suddenly. Most of them were randomly buried here in Yanji County. The successive emperors of the colorful clothes kingdom all hoped to change the feng shui of this place. However, even a Taoist immortal of the viewing sea state was summoned by the emperor when he was wandering through the colorful clothes kingdom. He personally came here and made many arrangements. Just 2 heavenly grand ritual alone cost nearly 1,000,000 taels of silver. Unfortunately, it only recovered for a few years before it returned to the mournful scene of rampant miasma and wandering ghosts. Even the immortals were helpless. The The root was still in the feng shui of this land. It was not only a life-saving medicine for the female ghost, but it was also tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. One day she would fall into an evil spirit. Yang Huang was blunt about this point, and the female ghost was also calm. It turned out that the husband and wife had already agreed that when that day came, they would both commit suicide to avoid harming the people. In fact, the core of the ancient elm was naturally clean. It was just that at that time he was anxious to keep the female ghost Yingying's soul. In addition, he was desperate to find a cure, so her soul could only deteriorate step by step. If she could continue to absorb the pure aura of heaven and earth, she could actually recover her spirituality and even nourish the fate of the land, becoming an existence similar to the mountain god of lust. However, her nature as a god was definitely different from that of the Qin god because of the ancient elm. In the end, Yang Huang was open-minded and laughed. At most, in another 30 years, there would be no people, no wine, and no food in this house. Therefore he hoped that Su Yuanxia and the other two would come here more often before then. In any case, they could still have a clean room and bed as a place to rest. They could also chat happily like tonight. When it came to the enormous fate of hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers, the big-bearded machete man and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng were speechless. They really could not come up with an effective solution because only the 10th realm Qi cultivators were qualified to give advice. It was an unwritten rule that the 10th realm Qi cultivators could be called saints. At first, it was a compliment of the secular dynasties because immortals of the upper 5 realms were too rare. The 10th realm Qi cultivators had to firmly occupy a blessed place with abundant aura. They needed a long time to accumulate their cultivation and break through the realm. Occasionally, they would also have to fight with the emperors and generals at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, common names such as the scholarly sage, the land immortal of Taoism, and the golden arhat of Buddhism were all included in this list. It was true that Qin Pingon liked to drink nowadays, but he did not drink too much each time. The big-bearded machete man, on the other hand, had the personality of drinking big bowls and eating big chunks of meat. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng's alcohol tolerance was even worse than Qin Pingon's, but he was thin-skinned. After Yang Huang and Su Yuanxia's persuasion, he drank half a bowl in one gulp. In the end, Qin Pingon only dared to pour him a little wine each time. Even so, the young Taoist priest with the peachwood sword on his back was still swaying. His face was flushed and his voice was much louder. He chatted with the big-bearded machete man about his Jianghu experiences and poems with the landowning ghost Yang Huang. He was very happy. The old woman would bring a dish every few days. Seeing that a jar of wine was empty, she would bring another jar over. The host and guest were all very happy. Just as the second jar of wine was about to be emptied, a wail suddenly sounded. Brother Chu, where did you go? Don't leave me here alone." Soon another sobbing voice sounded. "Little Taoist surnamed Chen, how come you've disappeared too? Could it be that you were caught and eaten by evil spirits? Don't, the monsters in the house, if you want to eat people then eat them together. Don't eat me alone in the end." The old woman had just brought a dish over and was about to appease the official's son surnamed Lu and explain the reason. Qin Pingon hurriedly got up and said that he would go. The old woman thought that he was right. If she went, the poor scholar would probably faint from fright. When the scholar surnamed Lu was pulled into the courtyard by Qin Pingon, his legs were trembling and his lips were ashen. After seeing the big-bearded machete man, his condition improved slightly. However, when he saw the terrifying tree roots from the back door into the main hall, his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Qin Pingon tightened his grip on his arm, immediately waking him up from the pain. The scholar sullenly complained, "Just let me faint." Qin Pingon said unhappily, "If you really can't do it, then go drink to boost your courage. You should at least have the courage to do that, right?" The scholar surnamed Lu said bitterly, "Can I not?" Qin Pingon was so angry that he laughed. He said resolutely, "No." Carefully looking at the young man's face, the scholar surnamed Lu didn't seem to be an accomplice to a villain. He sighed and encouraged himself, "Fine, I'll drink. Even if I die, it's still wine." At the table, the scholar surnamed Lu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at anyone. He only focused on drinking. The big-bearded machete man laughed and asked, "You scholar, how can your luck be so bad? You made such a bad monster friend?" He even went on a scenic tour and tricked you into coming here. However, you're lucky to be able to live until now and drink with us. Looking at your clothes, are you a rich son from the colorful clothes country? The scholar surnamed Lu said with a trembling voice, My father is the governor of Yanji County, but my family really doesn't have any money. I can't be considered a rich son. The big-bearded machete man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why? Do I look like a bandit? The scholar raised his head and glanced at the big-bearded machete man, thinking that they couldn't be more alike. The big-bearded machete man stopped scaring the weak scholar. He suddenly became worried. Brother Yang, will that old Taoist really get rid of the lewd ancestral mountain god? Will he deliberately let it go and leave it to disgust you? The man shook his head and laughed. Since Martial Uncle Fu is watching over this matter, the outer circle of the Divine Grandeur sect will definitely investigate to the end. Moreover, every batch of outer circle disciples go down the mountain to train and the final evaluation is extremely meticulous. Xiao Lu won't be able to act on his own. Yang Huang's expression suddenly changed. I'm only worried that the lewd ancestral mountain god has a backer in the government. If Xiao Lu is bent and uses the pretense of not wanting to bully others to discuss this matter with the provincial governor, saying that it's a discussion, but in fact it's a private teaching, then it'll be difficult. Once Xiao Lu convinces the imperial court and the Ministry of Rights of the Colorful Robes Kingdom to take the initiative to ask to keep the lewd ancestral mountain god, or even to become a legitimate mountain god, it'll be very troublesome. Although the 5 mountain gods of the Colorful Robes Kingdom can't be compared to their counterparts in big countries and dynasties, they're only 6th realm qi cultivators. They can only exert the strength of a sea-viewing realm in their own territory. The one surnamed Qin is after all a mountain god with a golden body. As long as Xiao Lu interferes and helps him obtain the emperor's order, he may have the strength of a cave-dwelling realm. The immortal master from the Divine Grandeur sect can casually say a few words and the emperor of the Colorful Robes Kingdom will consider carefully. After saying this, the big-bearded machete man Taoist Zhang Shanfeng and Qin Pingon all looked at the trembling scholar at almost the same time. The scholar was at a loss. What 5 mountain gods, lewd ancestral mountain god, cave-dwelling realm, sea-viewing realm? He didn't understand a single word. He said timidly, My father is only a 4th-rank county governor. What mountain god? My father probably hasn't even heard of it. He can't help. The big-bearded machete man smiled and said, Don't worry, we're not asking for your father's help. We're just preventing him from making things worse. Early tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you back to Yanji County City and quickly go to pay a visit to the county governor. We can't let Xiao Lu beat us to it. I believe that as long as Xiao Lu sees me in the county governor's mansion, he'll know that his plan won't work. Even if it does, he'll have to be careful of us going to the Divine Grandeur sect to make a scene. We'll learn from the commoners who beat the drum in front of the government office and call for justice for the people. At the end, the big-bearded machete man laughed out loud. Ghost Yang Huang stood up and cupped his hands, saying, Then I'll thank Brother Su in advance. The big-bearded machete man suddenly had a strange expression on his face. He drank a mouthful of wine and said in a muffled voice, Brother Su something, I'm already too old to be your grandson. Yang Huang laughed and said, A hero's background doesn't matter and a friend's age doesn't matter. Even the female ghost's soft laughter seeped out from behind her veil. The weak scholar, who had gathered a little courage with great difficulty, was scared pale by the melancholy and lingering laughter. That night the young Taoist priest drank too much. The scholar named Lu Gaohua didn't dare to drink to his heart's content. He was afraid that if he got drunk he wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. In the end, the 4 of them stayed in the courtyard with Qin Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng in the wing next to each other. The scholar and the big-bearded machete man became neighbors. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng got up and opened the door. He saw that Qin Pingon was already practicing his walking stance in the courtyard. Compared to the first time they met, he felt that Qin Pingon was getting slower. After eating the breakfast prepared by the old woman, the 4 of them left together. Because the sun was high in the sky, and because the master and mistress of the old house didn't like sunlight, they didn't go out to see them off. They stood by the embroidery building and waved from afar. The big-bearded man yawned and squinted at the increasingly dazzling sun. Languid, he said, It's a new day. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was talking to the scholar Lu Gaohua about the local customs of Yinji County. After Lu Gaohua walked out of the old house, his entire spirit changed. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He talked non-stop and chatted happily with the young Taoist priest. Qin Pingon suddenly turned around and walked to the threshold. He whispered to the old woman, "Granny, and I'm saying if something troublesome happens, you can send a letter to the northernmost Dali Longquan County. Send it to a person called Wei Pai in the cloud-splitting mountain. Just say that Brother Yang Huang is my friend and that Qin Pingon owes you a lot of wine." The old woman smiled and nodded. Although she didn't take it seriously, she still didn't reject this kindness. Some kindness was like the cold spring sunshine. Although there wasn't a big difference whether it was there or not, why should she reject it? Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and handed over 7 to 8 pieces of snow. Dali Longquan and Rainbow Clothes Country are far away. This is the money for you to send the letter. This house had already exhausted all of Yang Huang's wealth. It was hard to make ends meet everywhere. Therefore, even the wine was brewed by himself and the dishes were picked by the old woman from afar. The old woman hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the few pieces of snow. Of course, sending a letter to the northernmost Dali dynasty in the Aquarius continent would cost a lot. However, it definitely wouldn't cost 7 pieces of snow. However, when the young man handed over a handful of coins, they were just like the copper coins in the marketplace. It was just a small handful, no more no less. It was as if she rejected it or purposely accepted a few pieces. It was as if she was unreasonable or pretentious. Even if she accepted it generously, she wouldn't owe him such a big favor. The old woman sighed. He was so young, yet he knew how to take care of other people's feelings. She didn't know how much hardship he had suffered when he was young to have such a sense of propriety. Daoist Zhang Shanfeng smiled and called out, "Qin Pingon, let's go." Qin Pingon sighed and said goodbye to the old woman. After running for a distance, he suddenly turned around and looked at the embroidery house. He shouted, "The book said if there is a Qing in the house, let's get married." The female ghost at the embroidery house looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Although the husband and wife were no longer human, but it didn't matter. The young man with the sword sheath on his back and the gourd on his waist ran backwards and waved goodbye to the old woman again. "Grandma, the stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots is delicious. I will come again next time." The old woman stood at the door with a warm smile. Looking at the young man bathed in the sunlight, she sighed softly. The group arrived at the governor's mansion in Yinji County. The governor was dealing with government affairs in the official hall. The bearded swordsman and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng sat in the simple living room, drinking tea brought by the maidservants. Lu Gaohua took Qin Pingon all the way to his father's study like a thief because Qin Pingon had asked him for a geomancy map of Yinji County, and it had to be the kind that had the seal of the imperial court. Although Lu Gaohua didn't know the inside story, he thought that he could leave the old house this time, and that he had seen demons and ghosts with his own eyes. He even sat at the same table with her and drank wine. When he thought of this, Lu Gaohua's heroic spirit soared. He patted his chest and promised to help Qin Pingon steal a geomancy map of Yinji County from Tsai Kingdom. As a result, Qin Pingon gave him 50 taels of silver without saying anything. Lu Gaohua originally wanted to say that they were friends in adversity and that talking about money would hurt their relationship. However, when he saw those heavy silver ingots, he suddenly felt that it was okay to hurt their relationship. Anyway, the chances of them meeting again in the future were not big. Lu Gaohua tiptoed and led Qin Pingon to the study. After closing the door, he rummaged through the chests and cupboards. With great difficulty, he finally pulled out an old scroll. It was an antique geomancy map of Yinji County. It was a backup map. This was normal. Of the 2 official maps drawn by the imperial court's imperial astronomer, one would be hung in the main hall of the yamen, and the other would be handed over to the local military general for safekeeping. Only this backup map would be left to collect dust. After Qin Pingon confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and said, "This is it." He had to spend 50 taels of silver to buy a very small possibility. Mr. Qi once said that if he saw a geomancy map that he liked, he could take out the pair of seal of landscape and stamp it on it. There was no need for ink paste. After Qin Pingon asked the scholar about the location of the old house on the map, He found an excuse and asked Lu Gaohua to go to the bookshelf and pick out a few books about landscape travel. When the scholar turned around, Qin Pingon took out a pair of seals that looked like mountains and rivers meet. They were carved by Qi Jingchun. The quality of the seals was the best Liju Dongtian snake gall stone. Qin Pingon looked at the two seals and exhaled heavily. Then he aimed at the location of the old house and gently pressed it down. After that he did not see anything strange. Qin Pingon rolled up the geomancy map and tucked it under his arm. He said to Lu Gaohua, "Okay, let's go quickly. I don't want your father to find out. If he finds out, I won't care. I've given you the money, but I won't pay you back. You were beaten half to death by the county governor. The most I can do is pay for the medicine." Lu Gaohua casually took 2 books and threw them to Qin Pingon. Then they left the study together. Qin Pingon sighed quietly. He felt that the plan he had in mind was probably not going to work. But this was normal. How could he change the geomancy of hundreds of miles by simply stamping a seal? He was not an immortal. However, Qin Pingon miscalculated one thing. Of course he was not an immortal. But the teacher who carved the seals. He was an immortal among immortals. As a result, the mountains and rivers within hundreds of miles around the old house were turned upside down. The filth receded and became clear. The mountain god temple where the mountain god of lust resided collapsed instantly. The golden body of the mountain god Qin shattered. Even though the old Daoist of the Divine Grandeur sect had let him go and had a private meeting with him to teach him the plan, the mountain god was overjoyed. He felt that he was finally going to have a great fortune. He was no longer the mountain god of lust temple who was struggling at death's door. Soon he would become a righteous god supported by the immortals of the Divine Grandeur sect. Therefore, when his golden body shattered, he still did not understand the reason. He just sat on the altar in a daze and then disappeared. Zhao Lu of the Divine Grandeur sect was leaving the town with a group of young masters. He instantly sensed the change in the world. The old Taoist Zhao Lu was dumbfounded. Did the golden boy of the sect come out in person? Perhaps even the golden boy did not have this kind of supernatural power. The rest of the juniors of the Divine Grandeur sect were even more frightened. Only the young Taoist who seemed to be frightened lowered his head. His eyes were full of smiles. The child was secretly delighted. Damn it, I knew it. That guy is an old bastard who has lived for hundreds of years. He must have done this. When I go back to the sect and see my master, I must boast to him that I met an immortal of the upper 5 states this time. In the embroidered house, the ghost Yang Huang did not care about the sunlight that was burning his divine soul. He quickly flew to the roof of the embroidered house and looked around. The surroundings were full of vitality. Wisps of spiritual qi gathered from all directions. The man's face was full of shock and ecstasy. The female ghost broke the roof directly, exposing the ugly body under her dress to the sunlight. She took a deep breath. For the first time in 100 years she felt refreshed and breathed smoothly. Yang Huang's eyes were red. He said excitedly, "There must be a saint who helped." Maybe it was because of martial Uncle Fu's appearance that the scene here fell into the eyes of an old immortal of the Divine Grandeur sect. No matter what, this is great news. It's something that I didn't even dare to dream of. The man choked with sobs and suddenly woke up. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the 4 directions. The female ghost could not kneel down, so she bowed piously to the 4 directions. The old woman standing in the courtyard also bowed to the 4 directions. The old woman who had almost never drunk wine in her life suddenly thought of pouring a bowl of wine for herself. So what if it tasted bad? She had lived long enough in this life. It was the second life of others. The old woman went to the corner of the kitchen. She held a bowl of wine in one hand and a ladle in the other. She put the ladle into a wine jar that had already been opened. Why was there so little wine left? It did not make sense. The old woman was stunned and puzzled. Then she frowned and felt her scalp tingle. The old woman threw away the bowl and ladle. She stood up abruptly and murmured, "How is it possible? How is it possible?" She wiped the sweat from her forehead and suddenly smiled. She scooped up half a bowl of wine and then walked out of the kitchen. She sat on the bench in the veranda and looked at the sunlight that quietly scattered on the ground of the courtyard. The old woman drank the wine in small sips. It was rare for the white-haired old woman to be so leisurely. She had nothing on her hands and nothing on her mind. Previously on such a warm and sunny day, there was a northern youth named Chin Pingon. He carried a wooden box on his back and jogged backwards. He smiled and waved goodbye to the old woman. There was a small red gourd hanging on his waist. There was wine, sword, and jianghu inside. It turned out that he was a drunken sword immortal. The old woman drank the wine and thought with a smile, such a good boy. How good would the girl he likes be? Pap. 221. In the governor's mansion in Yanji County. After stealing his father's geomancy candidate map, the family thief Lu Gaohua felt a little guilty. He felt that the 50 taels of silver were a little hot, so he wanted to make up for it. He left the bearded swordsman and the other 2 people in the living room and ran to the official hall where his father dealt with government affairs. He said that he had met the immortals in books during his travels. Among them, the bearded man who used a saber was a Jianghu hero who was famous in Jianghu. Even the best master in the county might not be his match. There was also a celestial master Zhang from Dragon Tiger Mountain. He carried a peachwood sword on his back and had a profound family history. It was easy for him to kill demons and subdue demons. The last one with the surname Chen was even more extraordinary. Although he looked like a teenager, he was actually 80 or 90 years old. It was just that he had achieved success in cultivation and looked like a young boy. His son Lu Gaohua's extravagant flattery made the prefectural governor skeptical. Feeling a little uneasy, he brought an experienced and knowledgeable aide to the living room to entertain the guests. As a result, prefectural governor Lu was greatly disappointed. It was true that his son had not seen many supernatural beings, but he had a good eye for people. After greeting them, he sat down and drank a cup of tea. He was not in the mood and asked Lu Gaohua to entertain the 3 guests well. Then he found an excuse to return to the official hall. Along the way, Governor Lu shook his head and said, "What celestial master of chivalry? He doesn't live up to his name. He swindled his way to my mansion. He is really bold. If he dares to make an unreasonable request in the future, I will make sure he stays in prison until he is full." The old aide laughed softly and said, "He won't go that far. It's hard to say about the young Daoist priest and the young man with the box. That swordsman does have some real skills. The guards in the mansion are definitely not his match. Lord Lu, before I entered the mansion, I traveled in Jianghu for more than 20 years and met several famous Jianghu grandmasters. In the south of our colorful robes country, they are all top masters. In terms of bearing, the bearded man is not inferior. His eyes are bright and his bearing is strict." Governor Lu nodded and said, "If that's the case, it does make some sense." The old aide reminded him in a low voice, "Lord Lu, think about it. The general stationed in our province is a recognized great Grand Master of the 4 states. We once watched him from a distance at a banquet. At that time, even though he was drinking and laughing, he still had a dignified spirit. It was very scary. Think carefully. Isn't it similar to that Jianghu man with the surname Su?" Governor Lu frowned and said, "From what I heard, you mean to. Is not polite. I have always been an honest official. I have always been an honest official. I. When scholars looked at Jianghu people, especially those who were court officials, they didn't think highly of them. The old aide sighed in his heart. This county chief Lu couldn't even accept the Jianghu connections that he had delivered to his doorstep. He couldn't blame County Chief Lu for only being a 4th-rank official despite his good writing skills. Moreover, County Chief Lu's teacher, Master Fong, was now a high-ranking official in the colorful robes country. If he was the governor, not to mention borrowing money from rich people, he wouldn't hesitate to sell everything he had. If that big bearded swordsman was a great grandmaster of the Jianghu, as long as he had a connection, then there were many things he could do under the table. Furthermore, people. You are the one giving face to that family. However, Governor Lu didn't like to hear such things. He felt that it was a disgrace. After the old aide mentioned it a few times, he understood. Thinking about this, the old aide felt a little disheartened. The official world was so complicated. Wasn't the Jianghu the same? Before he had concealed his identity, he had actually been a trusted advisor to a southern Jianghu alliance master of the beautiful clothes nation. Although there were grudges and gratitude, There were even more trivial matters in the world. Even if you were an unrivaled hero and full of spirit, you would still be worn out in a few years. Back then, how heroic was the old Alliance Master? In the end, didn't he still end up with a broken family? After Governor Lu left indifferently, Lu Gaohua felt a little embarrassed. Plus, the governor's mansion was so shabby that it couldn't even spare a few guest rooms. The big-bearded swordsman asked Lu Gaohua to take him to the nearest inn to stay. As long as the old Daoist from the Divine Grandeur sect entered the mansion in the county city, he should immediately inform the three of them. Lu Gaohua agreed repeatedly. Because of the good location and the old reputation, the inn's business was booming. Fortunately, the face of the governor's legitimate son was worth some money. He took out 3 guest rooms and didn't dare to raise the price. Lu Gaohua accepted this favor from the beginning to the end. He didn't realize that the inn's manager was feeling sorry for him. This made the big-bearded swordsman laugh. Even the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng shook his head. The ways of the world were also knowledge. This knowledge wasn't taught in the books of the sages, but there were many in the Jianghu. Qin Pingan saw it and remembered it in his heart. In fact, there were also such things in the streets like Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. The three of them chatted in the room of the big-bearded swordsman. Naturally, they talked about this trip to the old mansion and Zhang Shanfeng's divine travel talisman. After Xianxia asked about the price and found out that it was so expensive, she felt a little sorry for this Taoist priest from the Juluzhou. She smiled and said that she must have some gains in the next trip to slay demons. Although Zhang Shanfeng was scared of being poor, he didn't complain at all. This made Xianxia see him in a new light. The man knew how important it was for a qi cultivator to accumulate wealth on the path of cultivation. Xianxia, who had traveled the north and south, knew the rules of some of the immortals on the mountain very well. Qi cultivators cultivated for a long time. They cultivated their mind and strength. What they cultivated was real gold and silver. If the young Taoist priest couldn't make ends meet, it would be difficult for him to go higher. No matter how good his mind was, he couldn't withstand such a blunt knife cutting his flesh. After chatting for a while, Qin Pingan understood the glory of the lower 5 realms for the first time. Previously, when he returned from the Great Sui Kingdom with his disciple Cui Dong, Lin Shuyi was already half an immortal on the mountain. Qin Pingan was a little curious about this. It was a rare occasion when the two of them chatted. For the first time, Qin Pingan took the initiative to ask about qi cultivation. In the end, the young Cui Dong rolled his eyes and said, "The lower 5 realms? They're all rubbish. How boring is it to talk about that? It's simply damaging to your reputation. Sir, why don't we talk about the upper 5 realms? Back then I was at least at the 12th realm." At that time Qin Pingan had a deep prejudice against him. He didn't want to listen to the white-clothed youth's boastful talk. He got up and went far away to practice the upright sword furnace. Now that Qin Pingan thought about it, did it hurt Cui Dong's self-esteem? In any case, he was once an immortal at the 12th realm. He even played chess with the city lord of White Emperor City in the colored clouds. Qin Pingan scratched his head and lowered his head to drink his tea. But what he was thinking was that he regretted sending the 2,000 taels of silver along with the letter to Cui Dong Shan. To be so polite to the former immortal's disciple, he didn't pay attention. Wasn't this insulting? The lower 5 realms of qi cultivators were the ascending 5 realms, the copper skin realm, the grassroot realm, the willow tendon realm, the bone qi realm, and the hut building realm. The first 4 realms respectively cultivated the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. Although they were called qi cultivators, in fact, cultivating a tough body was also very important. The logic was simple. If the human body was a water bowl, it could cultivate 1 gene of qi. If the water bowl could only hold 8 taels, the remaining 2 taels would be empty talk. The last realm was to master through a comprehensive study, smelting and casting. It was the realm of great success for the qi cultivator. The general meaning was that one could officially ascend the mountain. Because the ghost Yang Huang had mentioned the willow tendon realm many times, saying that it was the leaving man behind realm, the bearded man explained it to Qin Pingan, a layman. He spoke with great relish, full of the ridicule of a martial artist towards the immortals on the mountain. This made the young Daoist who was stuck at the 3rd realm feel very helpless. There was once a peerlessly talented cultivator surnamed Lu. Just by cultivating his tendons he directly ascended to the upper 5 realms. achieving a supreme immortal body. Could be said that no one before and no one since. Therefore this realm was named after the willow tendon realm. There is also the saying of the leaving man behind realm. This is because many cultivators who have extravagant hopes of taking shortcuts have gone astray. In this realm they spend too much time on the incomplete secret manual left behind by the cultivator surnamed Lu. If they delay for too long it will affect their whole life. The bearded man drank his tea in a heroic manner as if he was drinking wine. His words were full of ridicule. We martial artists are always looked down upon by the cultivators on the mountain. However, there is one thing that we are stronger than chi cultivators. That is, every step we take is solid. There are no messy shortcuts to take. We are the most down-to-earth. Therefore, this willow tendon realm has attracted who knows how many young cultivators in the world who are hoping for a fluke. Moreover, for chi cultivators of the lower 5 realms, as long as they are not military or sword cultivators, when they meet us third realm martial artists, they will not have the slightest advantage. The young Daoist was the only chi cultivator present. He said sullenly, "You martial artists have ascended to the third realm of chi cultivators. We chi cultivators have ascended to the middle 5 realms. We chi cultivators will definitely have a higher chance of winning." The bearded man laughed mischievously. "We only compete in the same realm. A 9th realm golden core chi cultivator, isn't he immortal enough? Why don't you try meeting us peak realm martial artists? That vassal Song Zhangqiang of Dali, you few 10th realm chi cultivators dare to be arrogant in front of him? This Song Zhangqiang is the one among our Aquarius continent's pure martial artists." The bearded man gave a thumbs up. He was still unwilling to retract his thumbs up. He praised, "This kind of martial artist is the true hero of the world. Although he is at the foot of the mountain he can look down on the mountain. It's a pity that I, Xianxia, can't meet him. Otherwise I will shamelessly toast him with a bowl of wine." Qin Pingon had a strange expression on his face. Wasn't vassal Song Zhangqiang Song Jisun's biological uncle? Previously when they passed by Mud Bottle Alley, Qin Pingon had even met Song Zhangqiang face to face. Besides, he was a pure martial artist who was similar to Song Zhangqiang. Just in his hometown town there was Li Huai's father, not to mention Cui Dong's grandfather. Qin Pingon could only drink his tea silently. After that, the 3 of them went to the first floor of the inn to eat. There was a lot of discussion at the dining table in the hall. It turned out that there was an old immortal who was about to arrive at Yinji County. His magical power was unpredictable. The immortals in books could cast beans to become soldiers, but he could cast paper to become beauties. Those graceful women, after the yellow paper fell to the ground one by one, they were no different from living people. They could sing and dance and spoke fluently. The old immortal's journey to the south had already made the high officials and dignitaries of colorful clothes nation gasp in amazement. Therefore, before the old immortal arrived at Yinji County, this county city of colorful clothes nation, which was famous for its beauties, was already looking forward to it. The men were looking forward to those magical beauties that were transformed from paper. Did they have any special charm? The slightly beautiful women were all competitive. How could a thin piece of paper win against them? Qin Pingon was not very interested. The bearded man and the Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng were eager to give it a try. They said that they must go and take a look. One of them vowed that the old immortal might be a demon in human skin, while the other nodded vigorously in agreement, saying that they would not allow demons to bewitch people's hearts. Qin Pingon looked at the 2 guys who were full of righteousness and thought, "Can you 2 wipe your saliva before you speak? Don't you just want to see beautiful women? Just say it. I won't laugh at you." Alas, in the end they had never seen a truly beautiful woman. Qin Pingon was very confident about this point, because he felt that he had already seen the most beautiful woman in the world. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. (222) On Luapa Mountain, there was a newly opened small pond behind the bamboo building. The water was clear and there were no fish in it. No one knew what the empty pond was for. However, Wei Ba often squatted here and looked at it for an hour. He also asked the little boy in green and the little girl in pink to keep an eye on the pond for the next half a year and not let any outsiders come close. probably because he was worried about the two of them. Wei Ba even had the black snake with the golden thread under its belly move out of the cave and wait near the bamboo building. After Qin Pingon left, the green-robed child had no comparison. Moreover, the cold of spring was gradually fading and the sun was warm every day. Thus he slacked off in his cultivation. The pink-dressed girl reminded him twice, but the green-robed child insisted that this was called relaxing in moderation and accumulating strength. It was not called being lazy for 3 days and 2 days. Today Wei Ba came to the bamboo house again and the green-clothed child followed behind him. Previously, no matter how he asked, Wei Ba only told him to wait and see. He was unwilling to reveal the truth, which made the green-clothed child feel very anxious all day long. He wished he could reveal his true body and jump into the pond to turn it upside down. However, he was afraid of Wei Ba's identity and cultivation base, as well as the mountain god's feminine temperament that hid a knife behind a smile. That was why the royal river water snake forcibly suppressed his curiosity. He didn't want to live under someone else's roof and be made to suffer. Wei Pai still squatted by the pond today and carefully stared at the tiny water flow in the pond. It looked like a stagnant pond, but it was not. The foundation of Luopa mountain under his feet was not in the mountain god temple at the top of the mountain. The root of the mountain was in the bamboo building and the water was in the pond in front of him. Mountain deity Song Yuzhong was already on bad terms with this North Mountain deity, and on top of that he was a loyal minister who worked for the Song clan of Great Li wholeheartedly. Therefore, when he reported this secret to the Ministry of Rites and the imperial astronomer, the reply he received was that he should keep his mouth shut and not reveal anything. Since it was the order of the Dali imperial court, Song Yuzhong no longer entangled with it. As for his cultivation being restricted and unable to completely govern Luopa Mountain, Song Yuzhong was indifferent to it. However, the relationship between Song Yuzhong and his boss, Wei Pai, was getting further and further apart. The little boy in green was also squatting by the pond. He didn't even know where this pond of water came from. However, with Wei Pai's identity, as long as it was within the jurisdiction of Dali's North Mountain, it was easy for him to move mountains and water. The little boy in green stared at the pond of water eagerly. He hated that he couldn't find any clues. He didn't notice that Wei Pai, who was squatting beside him, had a tense face in his own territory. His forehead was sweating and his shoulders were as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't get up even if he wanted to. Time passed like water. The bored little boy in green yawned. Only then did he notice that there was a stranger standing beside Wei Pai. The stranger was bending over with his hands behind his back, staring at the pond with a smile. He was wearing a Daoist robe and had a lotus crown on his head. He was young and quite handsome. However, his smile was not serious. At first glance, it seemed that he would take the opportunity to secretly touch the little hands of the girls under the guise of reading palms. If it was in the vicinity of Yujiang in the past with the little boy in green's hot temper, he would have long told this young Taoist to get lost. Now that he had seen so many storms in Longquan County, the little boy in green was much more restrained. However, when he thought of the North Mountain God with a golden body beside him and the extremely terrifying Martial Dao Peak Great Grandmaster in the bamboo building, what was there to be afraid of? The little boy in green hurriedly stood up and moistened his throat. Hey Taoist, why are you so unethical? Why did you break in without saying hello? Don't you know that my master Qin Pingon is the master of this entire mountain? Moreover, there's a vicious black snake near the bamboo building that likes to eat people the most. The reason why you were able to survive is all thanks to my painstaking advice every day, persuading that black snake to abstain from meat. Otherwise, right now, The little boy in green crossed his arms over his chest and raised his nose to the sky. He laughed loudly in his heart. Ah, after being sullen for so long, I finally encountered a mortal that I can reprimand. It really wasn't easy. When he thought of this, the little boy in green found the young Taoist more and more pleasing to the eye. He wished for nothing more than to call him brother. I see. In that case, this poor Taoist has escaped calamity thanks to you. The young Taoist's smile was brilliant as he hurriedly expressed his thanks. In the eyes of the little boy in green, the unfamiliar Taoist's actions were much more sincere compared to Wei Pai's sinister smile that hid needles and cotton. However, the little boy in green was once bitten by a snake in this shitty Longquan County, and he was afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake. He had been muddled up to the point where he was slightly paranoid. He carefully sized up the Taoist again, and after confirming that he didn't have the slightest air of a Qi refinement warrior, he was so excited that he almost teared up. He swayed all the way over before jumping up and patting the young Taoist's shoulder. "What are you thanking me for? Before my master Qin Pingon left the mountain, he said that when he wasn't at home, I would have to shoulder heavy responsibilities and be the master. As a guest, how could I let you be frightened?" At the back window of the bamboo building, after the barefoot old man saw this scene, he chuckled and said, "If you have the ability, pat this Taoist's shoulder again." The little boy in green became vigilant and raised his head to look at the young Taoist. He then glanced at the crazy old man at the second floor's window, and then looked at the lotus crown on the Taoist's head. He asked tentatively, "Let's talk nicely. Are you a Taoist 10th realm spiritual master or a 11th realm or 12th realm heavenly monarch?" The young Taoist smiled and shook his head. "Neither." The little boy in green was half convinced and half doubtful. He whispered, "Brother, when we roam the pugilistic world, regardless of seniority or cultivation, we all pay attention to treating people with sincerity. You can't lie to people, right?" The young Taoist nodded and said, "I'm really not lying to you. If he was below the 10th realm, even if he couldn't defeat him in Luapa Mountain, there was still Wei Pai and the crazy old man. If he still cowered, it would really be inexcusable." The little boy in green quickly weighed it and felt that he was already in an invincible position. He immediately beamed and jumped up to pat the Taoist's shoulder again. "I can tell that you have a good foundation. Don't be discouraged. You're just a Daoist earth immortal in the nascent soul realm. If you work hard for a few hundred years, there's still some hope. If you really can't do it, if you're bullied in the future, just say my name and say that you know. Little White Stripe in the Imperial River Waves or Little Dragon King in Luapa Mountain. How about these two nicknames? One is romantic, the other is awe-inspiring." The old man on the second floor laughed wantonly and gave the little boy in green a thumbs up. "Little water snake, you're capable. If you don't die today, you'll have enough to brag about for the rest of your life." The little boy in green swallowed his saliva, rolled his eyes and coughed. He lowered his head and was about to retreat. He muttered, go cultivate, go cultivate. Today's cultivation can't be delayed." The young Taoist smiled and nodded. He said warmly, "You can't slack off on cultivation. Sco. I have some knowledge about cultivation. You can ask and I'll answer. I can give you some advice." Then the little boy in green's vision blurred. He suddenly realized that someone was walking beside him. This wasn't strange. What was strange was that there was also someone squatting beside Wei Pai. What was even stranger was that at the window on the second floor, there was someone standing opposite the barefoot crazy old man. And behind the silly girl who was sticking her head out of the bamboo building, there was another person who was sneakily looking over with her. All of them were the young Taoist with the lotus crown. The little boy in green closed his eyes and pretended to be blind as he moved forward. "I can't see anything. I can't see anything. I'm sleepwalking. I'm sleepwalking again." At the bamboo building, the girl in pink blinked her big watery eyes. Compared to the little boy in green's disrespect, she was more curious than fearful. The young Taoist standing beside her folded his sleeves and looked at the talisman characters that appeared on the wall. He said in amazement, "The characters are still so interesting. As expected of a helper. But heaven's secrets can't be revealed." On the second floor, the young Taoist leaned against the windowsill and asked with a smile, "I heard that you want to fight?" The barefoot old man bowed respectfully as a scholar of the Cui family. Then he straightened up and took 2 steps back. He cupped his fists and bowed as a martial artist. There was no longer any respect. He said with a burning gaze, "I hope that Chief Lu can teach me a thing or two." The young Taoist pretended to be enlightened and relieved. He laughed and said, Sure. Just a thing or two is enough. If you want to teach me a thing or two, it's really difficult for me. After all, I'm in your vast world now. My 2 legs are like wading in mud. I can't walk fast and I can't jump high." Beside the pond, the young Taoist squatted side by side with Wei Pai and asked, "Mountain God Wei, can you tell me the origin of the water in the pond and the golden lotus seed planted in it?" Wei Pai still couldn't get up. He could only smile bitterly and said, "Reporting to Chief Ancestor, the water came from the 30,000 caddies of spring water that I secretly asked people to take out on the eve of the destruction of the holy water country. The golden lotus seed was an antique in the Holy Water Country's royal treasury. Back then, even the royal family and the old man Xianxia couldn't explain it clearly. They just passed it down as a treasure from generation to generation. After the Holy Water Country was destroyed, they fled through the Chiduan mountain and I met them. Finally, this seed was born. Therefore, I wondered if I could use the spiritual spring water to nurture a purple gold lotus that only exists in the small lotus paradise. This was because Wei Ba was the righteous god of the northern mountain, the master of all the mountain ranges. Their fates were one. Even though this was the right time, the right place, and the right people, sometimes natural disasters would become the burden of the righteous god of mountains and rivers. When the Daoist with the lotus crown appeared, Wei Ba was immobilized by the Daoist's foot. Even though the Daoist was only stepping on Luopa Mountain, it was no different than stepping on Wei Ba's head. If the Taoist stepped on Luopa Mountain and made it collapse, then Wei Pai's golden body on the peak of the cloud-covering mountain would lose half of its arm. The young Taoist shook his head and retorted, "It's not only in the small lotus paradise. The Taoist master mansion in the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the central divine continent also has 3 purple golden lotuses in excellent condition. They grow well and are more than 10 feet tall." Wei Pai was speechless. The Taoist was the 3rd disciple of the Daoist master Zhou Xian. The Daoist master in the Green Netherworld was divided into 3 sections. The 3 sect masters had a high status and were equivalent to the ritual sage, secondary sage, and literature sage. Zhou Xian patted the head of the little boy in green and smiled. "All right, stop pretending. If I really wanted to do something to you, do you think it would work?" Until now, the little boy still did not know Zhou Xian's identity. But judging from the Lotus Crown Daoist's remarkable ability, and the fact that it was displayed in front of Wei Ba and Crazy Ol, the little boy knew that he had hit a wall again. And it was very likely that this time, it would be tougher than any of the previous times. "Hey," Zhou Xian accompanied the little boy to the edge of the cliff and asked with a smile, "have you heard of the story of deceiving oneself?" The little boy in green raised the back of his hand and wiped his forehead. He choked, "I've heard of it." Zhou Xian asked again, "What do you think? Tell me the truth." The little boy in green sobbed, "I just think it's fun." Zhou Xian sighed, "You're worth teaching." The little boy in green suddenly squatted down and held his head with both hands. He looked into the distance in a daze with a pitiful look. He missed Chen Pingon a little. If he was by his side, even if this master's realm was not enough, the little boy in green would feel more at ease. Zhou Xian revealed an unprecedentedly kind look. He turned to the side and looked at the little boy in a daze. He asked softly, "Little water snake, do you want to follow me to the green netherworld?" The little boy in green raised his head. His face was filled with tears and his face was wrinkled. The corner of his mouth curled down as he said bitterly, "If I refuse, will you raise your foot and crush my head?" Zhou Xian smiled and shook his head, "Of course not. I'll only take away the pond. Because whether it's the spring water or the golden lotus seed, they're all things that I've left behind in this world. Then Chen Pingon will lose a great opportunity. Don't you always call yourself a hero? You've been eating and drinking for free. Don't you have any loyalty? You should at least do something for Chen Pingon." The little boy in green shook his head slowly. His eyes were hazy with tears. "If I'm not loyal once or twice, Chen Pingon won't blame me." Zhou Xian held his forehead. He was at his wits' end when he met such an ignorant fool. "Forget it, the opportunity hasn't come yet. Let's leave it at that." He sighed and said to the little boy in green, "Go back and tell Chen Pingon that he owes me a favor for the pond. I'll have to return it in the future. As for you, when you're crossing the river, you can go to the Great Blasphemy River that runs through the east and west of the Julu continent. If you can make it halfway, you'll have succeeded. When the time comes, you can ask Chen Pingon to escort you. Yes, this is the favor that he needs to return to me." The little boy in green asked tentatively, "Why are you so nice to me, Immortal?" Zhou Xian saw through the little boy's thoughts and said angrily, "Firstly, I'm not your long-lost father or ancestor. Secondly, I'm not interested in your dragon skin after you've turned into a dragon. Thirdly, the reason why I'm enlightening you this time is because your background is special. Furthermore, I might have to ask you again in the future if you want to go to the green netherworld." This Zhou Xian disappeared in a flash. The little boy in green stood up and looked over. The lotus flower-crowned Daoist was no longer beside the silly girl and Wei Pai. His tears instantly turned into laughter. He swaggered over to the little girl in pink at the bamboo house and said arrogantly, "Silly girl, do you know? The old immortal praised me for my great talent and almost knelt down to take me as his disciple. He even said that he'll bring me to the world to eat and drink well. Who do you think I am? Since I've taken Qin Pingon as my master, I have to follow the rules of the pugilistic world, right?" I rejected him without hesitation. You didn't see the sparkling tears in the old immortal's eyes at that time. Sigh, I pity the old immortal's sincere heart. If there's anything to blame, it's Qin Pingon's luck that he took in a little boy like me. It's also my fault for being too loyal. Alright, silly girl. What did the old immortal say to you? The little girl in pink raised a small hand that was glowing with a golden light. She said awkwardly, "The old immortal talked to me about the rules of calligraphy. In the end he said that you'll definitely spout nonsense and asked me to do it for you. He'll give you a slap. A crisp and pleasant slap." The little boy in green was slapped hard on the face by the golden palm. He spun a few rounds in the air before landing on the ground. The little boy in green lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Wei Pai stood by the pond and looked at the quiet second floor of the bamboo house worriedly. In a private residence called Damao Residence in the ancient Yu Kingdom, a tall and handsome scholar with a sickly pale face was eating a steamed peach blossom mandarin fish. He had a special silver hook in his left hand and a pair of green bamboo chopsticks in his right. He was leisurely eating this seasonal delicacy. Beside him was a pot of fine wine from the ancient Yu Kingdom. From time to time he would put down his chopsticks and take a sip. In front of the elegant scholar's dining table stood 4 of the ancient Yu Kingdom's top martial Dao grandmasters and Qi refinement warriors. One of them was a sword Dao grandmaster who was at the peak of the 4th realm of the martial Dao. He was self-taught and had a strong desire to kill. In the pugilistic world of the ancient Yu Kingdom and the surrounding countries he had mixed reviews. It was widely acknowledged that this person was meritorious but not virtuous. His admirers firmly believed that this grandmaster could win against any sword cultivator from the lower 5 realms who were not from a sect. There was a 4th realm assassin who did not wear a mask. He was an inconspicuous and boorish man. However, it was obvious that he was wearing a fake mask. He was the owner of the Mai Liang brothel in the ancient Yu Kingdom. The Mai Liang brothel was an assassin organization that was famous in several countries. It meant that the price was fair. The client only needed to pay the price of the flower and wood box to receive a pearl in return. He had once personally accepted a mission to assassinate a middle 5 realms Qi refinement warrior. He had almost succeeded. If not for the fact that the other party had a secret treasure from his sect, he would have succeeded. After that, the Mai Liang brothel suffered a round of thunderous revenge and almost disappeared. However, during this period the Mai Liang brothel had displayed enough pugilistic world bloodthirstiness. They spared no expense in assassinating the disciples of the Immortal family who had left the mountains to travel. After more than 20 years of entanglement, one was almost destroyed while the other was severely injured. Finally, the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu Kingdom personally mediated and both parties stopped fighting. In that case, not only were the pugilistic world sects struggling at death's door and relying on others, they were also willing to sacrifice themselves to drag immortals down from the mountains. As for the other 2 Qi refinement warriors, the enchanting woman was an itinerant cultivator. She was good at using poison and had many tricks up her sleeves. It was impossible to guard against her and she could corrupt one's soul. Regardless of whether it was the pugilistic world martial artists or the immortals on the mountains, no one was willing to provoke this lady snake and scorpion. However, the other Qi refinement warrior was an unfamiliar face that had never appeared in the ancient Yu Kingdom. The reason why these 4 important people were gathered together was very simple. The young man who looked like a scholar who had come to the capital to take the imperial examinations was the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu Kingdom. After eating the plump and delicious peach blossom mandarin fish, he took out 3 pieces of paper from his sleeve. Each of them had a portrait of a person. He bent his finger and tapped the young man in the middle who was carrying a wooden box on his back. He smiled and said, "There is a Xian-class magic treasure in the national treasury. Whoever successfully intercepts and kills this person can take it away. Let me say this first. This young man is very likely to be a sixth realm swordsman. A pure third realm martial artist is just an illusion. Don't be fooled by him. I only care about collecting the head. As for how I kill him, I don't care. As for the other two, if I kill them, there will be some rewards. Everyone, please don't worry. The three of them left one after another, leaving only the Qi refinement warrior who was not well known. He sneered and said, Imperial tutor of Chu, it's not very good to be generous with other people's money, right? The scholar smiled and asked, Is it your idea or His Majesty's idea? That person was silent. The scholar smiled and said, As long as you take back the head, isn't it fine? The item will still belong to the Chu's national treasury. It's just a transfer from my side. That person snorted coldly and turned to leave. After stopping for a while in the southern stream kingdom, the Kuan ship from the Daidan mountain continued to rise into the sky and headed south. The Kuan ship sailed in the sky above the southern central part of the Aquarius continent. It was still a good season with light clouds and light winds. At dusk on this day, the old scholar with a mink hat who had knocked out a tooth walked out of his luxurious courtyard and came to the bow of the ship. As far as his eyes could see, the sun had set in the west. It was a magnificent scene. The old Confucian scholar continued to watch. Unknowingly, a woman who was also out for a walk was standing beside him. She had used the small and exquisite flying sword Lightning Flash, which was famous throughout the continent of Julazu as a hairpin. She really had a strange idea. Of course, it was an incomparably extravagant gift. There was a pearl pendant at the end of the lightning flash. The reason was even stranger. The lady's father was afraid that the speed of the lightning flash was too fast for his daughter to control. Therefore, he found a dragon pearl he obtained from a secret realm of the Dragon Palace. For this reason, he did not hesitate to refine the sword so that he could pierce the pearl and use it to slow down the flying speed. The old scholar did not turn his head to look at the young lady who he had made enemies with not long ago. The old man smiled and his lips did not move. He only secretly transmitted his thoughts. Little girl, you shouldn't have come to see me. Be careful not to expose yourself. At that time, no matter how much your father dotes on you, he will not forgive you. The young lady's face was cold. She replied with her thoughts, Mr. Jian Tun, why do you do this? You have no relatives, no children, and no disciples. The old scholar raised his hand and rubbed his mink hat. This time he did not hide anything and spoke directly. He smiled and said, Little girl, if you really don't like that Mr. Hulu, just say it. You don't have to think that just because a man is good you have to like him. In the future, if you meet a man you like, he doesn't have to be a bad man. You don't have to like him. The young lady's face turned slightly red. The old man said emotionally, After a bumpy life, the world is my home. In the end, I feel that this small courtyard on the Kuan ship can calm my heart. Fortunately, I brought a box of books before I boarded the ship. Every day when I open the door, there is this sea of clouds, mountains, rivers, sun and moon. When I go back and close the door, there is a table full of books and moral essays that can cultivate the heart. The young lady sighed softly. This trip to the south was arranged by her father. He said it was for her to go out and relax. At first she thought that her father wanted to matchmake her with that Mr. Hulu. However, the difference was limited. Otherwise, Li Tuanjing would not have agreed to the last two challenges. Previously, the two dynasties to the north of the Lakeview Academy had fought to the death. Both sides had suffered great losses. The Zhuing dynasty, which was not far from the south, was watching the fire from the other side. Everyone in the court was gloating. There were many countries in the Aquarius continent. It was a true dynasty, and could be counted with two hands. The Lu dynasty in the north was already a thing of the past. It was said that the descendants of the royal family had either hung themselves or jumped into a well. Those who survived had all become convicts and were forced to work for the Song clan of Great Li. The Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom was alone. Further south were the two rival dynasties that were fighting fiercely. Even the last bit of resources left by their ancestors had been used in the battle. Both sides suffered great losses. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed for thousands of miles. The place where the two countries fought was destined to be a battlefield that would go down in history. The north of the Aquarius continent, which was north of the Southern Stream Kingdom and the Lakeview Academy, was very lively. The south was still full of singing and dancing. But today at dusk, on top of an unknown mountain in the Zhuang kingdom, thousands of strands of sword qi suddenly burst out, illuminating an area of dozens of miles as if it was daytime. The sword qi soared into the sky like a waterfall from the bottom to the top, and it just happened to rain down on a floating Kun ship. In an instant, the huge Kun ship that was traveling across continents was riddled with holes. Hundreds of people died on the spot. The heavily injured Kun fish wailed and writhed violently. The many formations that were used to stabilize the buildings on the Kun fish's back were already destroyed by the sword qi. The Kun fish's wobbling made things worse. In addition to the strong wind in the sky, hundreds of people were directly thrown off the Kun ship's back. They fell to their deaths on the land of the Zhuang dynasty. The destruction of the Kun ship had already settled down. The qi cultivators of Mount Diao, including the owner of the ship, were helpless. They could only watch as the dying Kun fish continuously rushed to the ground. During this period, there were constantly great cultivators who flew into the sky in a panic. Madame Qinggu and the others were among them. The slender and thin Madame Qinggu's face was ashen. Her eyes were long and narrow. When she narrowed them, they were sharp. She held her son in one hand and her husband's neck in the other. She stared at the rapidly falling Kun ship. Then her gaze swept to the origin of the sword qi as if she wanted to find the culprit. The cultivators, who were as small as grains of rice, flew into the sky and quickly left the Kun ship. However, those qi cultivators who could not fly were destined to resign themselves to fate. Moreover, if the Kun fish turned over and crashed into the ground, all of them would die. There was no possibility of survival. At this moment, an extremely long golden rainbow hung in the sky from the north. The golden rainbow came under the Kun fish's head. It was a middle-aged monk with a resolute face. He held the Kun fish with both hands and shouted angrily. He bent his knees slightly and a large patch of golden lotus flowers appeared under his feet. However, the Kun ship's falling momentum was extremely powerful. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The monk's body sank continuously under the pressure. The golden lotus flowers under his feet shattered one after another. Although his appearance slowed down the Kun fish's falling speed slightly, at this rate, the monk would probably still be smashed into the ground by the Kun fish's head. The middle-aged monk was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, it was not bright red but golden. He was actually a Buddhist golden arhat. The monk did not have the slightest intention of giving up. He roared and suddenly turned around. He arched his back and ran forward as if he was carrying something. His freed hands began to form seals in front of his chest. This Buddhist monk raised his right forearm. His fingers were extended upwards like mountain ranges. His palm was facing outwards. It was the Buddhist seal of fearlessness. The middle-aged monk's body was covered in golden blood. However, his expression was still calm. He seemed to be indifferent to the immense pain he was suffering and the loss of his cultivation that he had painstakingly accumulated. When the monk's feet touched the ground, the Kun ship's sinking momentum had stabilized. However, the monk was still pressed into the ground. When the Kun ship rumbled and stopped, the monk was nowhere to be seen. After a long time, the soil loosened. The monk, who was covered in dust and golden blood, walked out from the bottom of the Kun fish. The middle-aged monk's face was filled with compassion. He turned around and put his palms together. He lowered his head and chanted Amitabha. In the night, the monk walked on the back of the dead Kun fish. Collapsed buildings, rubble, ruins, and corpses were everywhere. The monk did his best to take care of them. Finally, he came to the front of a young girl whose face was covered in blood. The monk sighed. Seeing that she was fine, he put his palms together and left silently. The young girl's eyes were lifeless. She carried a young girl of the same age in her arms. The corpse, whose face could not be seen clearly, had a beautiful embroidered bag hanging from its waist. The young girl, who was still alive, gently patted the corpse's back and muttered repeatedly, "Don't be afraid." Colorful Robes Country, Yanji County. The sun was shining brightly. The streets of the county were bustling with activity. The official road outside the city was filled with merchants and travelers. The old Immortal stayed in a mansion not far from the county governor's office. The owner was very rich. He sent out invitations to all the influential people in the city to be his guests. For this purpose, a high platform was built in the middle of the lake. Before the sky turned dark, colorful lanterns were hung high. Guests filed in one after another. They brought their families with them. There were at least 300 people. Thanks to the county governor's son, Su Gaohua, Qin Pingon and company were able to enter. However, their location was not ideal. There were 2 long benches arranged in a corridor by the lake. However, at the very least there was a small table for desserts and fruits. Compared to the nearby guests who only had a seat but did not receive any hospitality, it was much more impressive. The table was added at the last minute because Su Gaohua did not accompany the county governor and wanted to spend time with his friends. Qin Pingon originally wanted to practice his sword furnace. However, he was worried that it would be too eye-catching. He could only take off his wine gourd and drink slowly. Su Gaohua sat between the bearded man and the Daoist priest Zhou Xian. He whispered to the two about the family's wealth and the secret relationship they had with a general of the colorful robes country. The old immortal and his yellow paper beauty arrived as promised. First, they flew from a tall building in the distance and slowly landed on the high platform in the middle of the lake. When they landed, they were like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. They waved their sleeves, showing the charm of an immortal. This move won earth-shattering cheers. The clapping and cheering rose and fell one after another by the lake. The old immortal's face was flushed. He was thin and elegant, dressed in the attire of a famous scholar. After landing, he did not talk nonsense. He even skipped the formalities with the county governor and the general of the garrison. With a shake of his wrist, a yellow talisman appeared between his 2 fingers. If a Jianghu grandmaster had good eyesight, he would be able to see the lines of a woman drawn on it. It was far from being lifelike. The old immortal gently flicked his fingers. The yellow paper between his fingers shot out. When it touched the ground, it exploded into a cloud of green smoke that slowly spread out. A graceful woman dressed in colorful clothes slowly walked out of the green smoke. She curtsied toward a waterside pavilion where the main guests were. The bearded man and the young Taoist priest were amazed. Lu Gaohua clapped his hands and cheered desperately. Qin Pingon suddenly looked up. Someone happened to look over at the same time. That person was half squatting on the wall of the courtyard in the distance. He was grinning at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon calmly stood up and told Zhang Shanfeng that he was going to find the latrine. The young Taoist priest asked him to come back quickly so that he would not miss the wonderful scene. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. When Qin Pingon walked out of the corridor and down the steps, the young man in black who was about the same age as Qin Pingon also walked on the wall. The distance between them was constantly closing. Qin Pingon took a deep breath as if he was facing a great enemy. There were some parting that people did not want to meet again, but often they would inadvertently meet. For example, Qin Pingon and the guy called Ma Kushuan. There were some parting that people clearly wanted to meet again but they would not meet again. For example, Qin Pingon and the girl called Xianxia. 223. When Qin Pingon walked down from the tall building and returned to his seat, he had missed 2 big battles. When Taoist Zhang Shan, who was sitting in the chair next to Qin Pingon, saw him, he quickly got up and cupped his hands to thank him. Qin Pingon had to return the salute and take the jade plate. For the sake of fairness, the battlefield of this public fight between mortal enemies was not set in the Wind Thunder Garden or the Xingyang Mountain, but in the Immortal Platform, one of the 6 branches of the Wind Snow Temple. As the holy land of the military, the Wind Snow Temple had more friends than the Martial Mountain. In addition, the style of doing things was far more low-key than the Martial Mountain. When the disciples went down the mountain, most of them were wanderers rather than generals on the battlefield. Therefore, the Wind Snow Temple had a good relationship with both sides and would not take sides. As for why the Wind Snow Temple chose the Immortal Platform, firstly, it was because the Immortal Platform was located at the top of the mountain with a wide view and pleasant scenery. In terms of appearance, it was the best place for feng shui in the Wind Snow Temple. Secondly, there were few disciples on the Immortal Platform and the incense was dying. It was almost supported by Wei Jin alone. However, Wei Jin was not close to the sect because of his master. Presumably, the Wind Snow Temple also wanted to take this opportunity to increase the incense for the Immortal Platform. When Qin Pingon got the result from Xianxia, he was shocked. The Wind Thunder Garden had lost the previous 2 big battles. A patriarch and a famous sword practitioner of different generations died one after another under the sword of the opponent of the Xinjiang mountain. In the second battle between the patriarchs, the two sides actually died together. However, because the patriarch of the Xinjiang mountain fought with his last breath and died later than the sword practitioners of the Wind Thunder Garden, the Wind Snow Temple judged the Xinjiang mountain as the winner according to the rules. On the vast Immortal platform there was no crowded scene. A few buildings were densely clustered in the northeast corner. Only the Qi trainers of the Aquarius continent with high status and cultivation strength were qualified to climb the tower to watch the battle. The rest of the practitioners could only watch from the other peaks of the Wind Snow Temple. Such a huge immortal stage seemed to be reserved only for the two combatants. After the conversation, Qin Pingan realized that Daoist Zhang Xian had never even heard of Xinjiang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden before this. This was not strange. The Qi refinement warriors of the Zhou had always thought highly of themselves. They had always looked down on the Aquarius continent, which was the smallest of the 9 continents. Perhaps only the Cliff Academy, Lakeview Academy, Dali Cui Dong Wufu Song Zhangqiang, and Sword Immortal Wei Jin could enter the eyes of the Zhou cultivators. Moreover, with Daoist Zhang Xian's cultivation and vision, it would be strange if he was familiar with the local customs of the Aquarius continent. The Wind Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain had a feud. The feud originated from the deepest part of the Wind Thunder Garden. On the sword testing field, there was the corpse of a female ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain. After her death, it had been exposed to the sun until now. Not only was the Wind Thunder Garden unwilling to return the corpse, but they also asked the disciples of Xinjiang Mountain to help bury her. They did not even pull out the Wind Thunder Garden's standard long sword that was pierced into her head. It had been 300 years since they let the inner disciples and guests of the Wind Thunder Garden freely look at it. What was a great humiliation? This was it. As the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the continent, Xinjiang Mountain had been thriving for the past 300 years. In terms of the excellence of the youngest disciples of the third generation, it had actually surpassed the Wind Thunder Garden. After Xinjiang Mountain's incident, someone would challenge the Wind Thunder Garden almost every 60 years. They would attempt to invite the ancestor's corpse back so that she could die in peace. However, the Wind Thunder Garden's master who killed the female sword cultivator of Xinjiang Mountain had lived for another 300 years. Even though Xinjiang Mountain had produced many geniuses in the past 300 years, they were still unable to defeat him. He was not as ruthless to those who challenged him later, but he was not merciful either. He would either break the longevity bridge or destroy the natal sword. Perhaps to the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain, death was worse than death. They would rather die a heroic death in battle. This was the origin of the allusion to the Wind Thunder Garden's master suppressing a mountain in the eastern Aquarius continent. Now the master of the Wind Thunder Garden had finally died. In the spring of the new year, it was rumored that he had secretly reincarnated. It also happened to coincide with the generational battle. Although the Wind Thunder Garden had kept a tight lid on it, hoping that this secret would not be leaked, Xinjiang Mountain somehow found out about it. The entire mountain was shaken and everyone was agitated. Some people brought their families to the grave to offer incense and toast, while some decaying old men who were struggling at death's door drank themselves to death. The young sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain were even more eager to fight. They finally had the chance to vent their 300 years of humiliation and resentment. In fact, after the two battles, Xinjiang Mountain had indeed won, and it was a beautiful victory. They had earned a lot of face, so much so that the final battle between the youngest disciples was unnecessary. The maidservant, Qiu Shi, was a little worried. She felt that they would most likely not be able to fight the last battle. The sect called the Wind Thunder Garden had already lost 2 battles. In any case, the ancestor of the Wind Thunder Garden was only a little short of victory in the second battle. At least they had saved some face. If they lost the third battle, they would have lost 3 battles in a row. If word got out, the reputation of the Wind Thunder Garden would be completely ruined. If the Wind Thunder Garden stopped now, they could still get the consolation of being willing to accept their loss. Qin Pingan thought of Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator who had entered the mountain to search for Jiaxu with him. He suddenly said, "The Wind Thunder Garden will definitely fight the third battle." To Qin Pingan, Lu Baqiao was neither a friend nor an enemy. Among the group of foreign immortals he had left a deep impression on Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan simply felt that the sect that could teach Wuxia would not back down so easily. As expected, after a secret negotiation between the Wind Snow Temple Xingyang Mountain and the Wind Snow Temple, the childlike and short sect master of the Wind Snow Temple walked to the center of the Immortal platform with a man and a woman and announced that the third battle was about to begin. The representative of Xingyang Mountain was Zhou Xian. The woman wore a long sword and a blade-strengthening gourd on her waist. She was valiant and could be said to be beautiful. The representative of the Wind Thunder Garden was the last disciple of the Garden Master. His name was Huang He. He carried a huge sword case on his back. It was unknown whether he was hiding a huge sword or had many long swords. When almost everyone was paying attention to the two young sword cultivators, Qin Pingan was quietly circulating the true qi in his body. He focused on looking for a certain figure in those attics. Although the scroll was only so big, the reason why it was popular in the world was that the eyesight of qi refinement warriors and pure martial artists was far beyond that of ordinary people. When people saw a mustard seed, it was a mustard seed. When a Dao ancestor saw a world, it was a world. When a mortal saw a flower or a leaf, it was a flower or a leaf. Qin Pingan's eyes suddenly darkened. He grabbed a few pieces of sparrow tongue tea and put them into his mouth, chewing gently. In the corridor on the top floor of a tall building, a burly old man in white was overlooking the square of the Immortal platform with his arms crossed. There was a delicate girl riding on the old man's head. The old man was on the right side of the center. On the floor behind the railing, there were many ancestors of Xingyang Mountain. There were both men and women. All of them were extraordinary. Sword qi gathered like rivers flowing into the sea. Qin Pingan stared at the old man in white. After a while he looked away. Another tall building was the viewing point of the Immortal platform for the Wind Thunder Garden. From top to bottom there were only a few sword cultivators. Compared to the sword cultivators of the 5 states of Xingyang Mountain, there were only a few people accompanying the Wind Thunder Garden. Most of them were young juniors such as Lu Baqiao, who was sitting on the railing casually. But after losing 2 battles, Lu Baqiao looked solemn. The shabby Daoist watched attentively and murmured, "It's starting." Qiu Shi smiled and said, "The previous 2 battles were all about killing the opponent. There's no need to determine the winner in this battle, and it has nothing to do with the overall situation. I think they'll fight back and forth. It won't be as bloody as before." Qin Pingan did not comment. His attention was mainly on the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain. Qin Pingan silently remembered the faces of the people in the loft of Xingyang Mountain. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one have a target. Compared to beating around the bush and hearsay in the future, the scene in front of his eyes was the most direct and realistic. In the future, these people might be potential opponents who would stop him from ascending the mountain. Of course, that day was still far away. Qin Pingan was only a martial artist of the 3rd states. After all, no matter how strong a martial artist of the 3rd states was, he was still only a martial artist of the 3rd states. The old man in a Confucian robe wearing a mink hat clicked his tongue and said, "This little girl named Su Jia is a little dangerous." He hit the nail on the head. The young sword cultivator on the far right patted his scabbard habitually. She lost. It's a pity that the blade-strengthening gourd met a bad person. I'm afraid there won't be a 3rd blade-strengthening gourd in the entire Lu continent. His words came true. In just 3 moves, Su Jia had drawn her sword and the natal flying sword in the blade-strengthening gourd. However, she was still beaten to the ground by the young sword cultivator named Huang He. It turned out that the big box on the man's back was filled with small swords. It was similar to carrying a hornet's nest. It was not a natal flying sword, but he was good at controlling the flying swords. Su Jia could not fight back at all. Once her arm was pierced by a flying sword. Another time the red string of the blade-strengthening gourd was cut off. The last time her wrists were pierced by 2 flying swords. She fell into a pool of blood and fainted. There were not many fairies in the Aquarius continent who were truly convincing. He Xiaoyang, the fairy maiden of the Divine Grandeur sect, was undoubtedly the number 1. After her was Su Jia and 3 or 4 other fairies in the Aquarius continent. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless young qi refinement warriors. Some people even joked that after Su Jia became famous, the number of disciples accepted by Xingyang Mountain every 10 years increased by as much as 30%. Huang He, the sword cultivator, stood beside Zhou Xian. He lifted one foot and stepped on the blade's strengthening gourd that was in excellent condition. The sole of his foot twisted gently. The young sword cultivator of the Wind Thunder Garden curled his lips. He looked around and finally turned his head to look at the tall building where the Grand Master of Xingyang Mountain stood. From between his eyebrows, a life-bound flying sword as black as ink flew out. It buzzed, and when this flying sword buzzed, the sea of clouds and mountain winds around the Immortal stage turned from calm to chaotic. After the public provocation, the young sword cultivator withdrew his natal flying sword and said loudly to the tall building, 60 years later I, Huang He, will ascend to the top of Xingyang Mountain to test my sword. I will pluck a head and place it in the Wind Thunder Garden. The white-haired Grand Master of Xingyang Mountain on the top floor glared at the young sword cultivator. He could not help but want to go down and beat the arrogant little bastard to death. The door to the top floor of the tall building where the sword cultivators of the Wind Thunder Garden resided suddenly opened. A handsome sword cultivator in black walked out. He smiled at the restless Grand Master of Xingyang Mountain. Zhou He, it's not good to take advantage of your seniority. Why don't I play with you? After the sword cultivator walked out of the door, not only the white-haired Grand Master, but everyone in the tall building of Xingyang Mountain was stunned. Apart from shock, there was also a hint of despair that they did not want to admit. This person was the master of the Wind Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing. He was extremely talented. He had reached the 10th level when he was 40 years old. However, he had not broken through in the hundreds of years that followed. It was inconceivable. However, even if he did not reach the upper 5 levels, he was still publicly acknowledged as the strongest 10th level sword cultivator in the Eastern Aquarius continent. Before Wei Jin broke through to the 11th level as a terrestrial sword immortal, he also admitted that he was no match for this person. Didn't they say that Li Tuanjing had died? Li Tuanjing no longer paid attention to the bewildered Grand Master of Xingyang Mountain. He raised his head as if he was smiling at the people who were watching the battle behind the scenes. He put one hand behind his back and closed 2 fingers of the other hand. He twirled them gently. A wisp of breeze lingered. With a shake of his wrist, Li Tuanjing said one word with a smile, slash. After the wisp of breeze left the sword cultivator in black, it instantly turned into a huge and majestic sword chi. It circled above the divine Immortal platform and cut off the connection between the divine Immortal platform of the Wind Snow Temple and the outside world. The people in the painting were dumbfounded. Outside the painting they looked at each other. In the painting on the divine Immortal platform, Li Tuanjing did not find trouble with anyone on the tall building. He just stood there in a daze, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance that had resumed its unfolded state. This made the Wind Snow Temple feel relieved. As the strongest 10th level sword cultivator, Li Tuanjing's killing power was obvious to all. When a Qi refinement warrior was praised as the strongest, especially in a continent, he would definitely be a terrifying existence. For example, the youngest pure 9th level martial artist, the vassal of Dali Song Zhangqiang, had already displayed the legendary strength of a 10th level martial artist in the siege of the capital city. He broke Li Tuanjing's record and became the youngest 10th level sword cultivator. Wei Jin was now an immortal of the upper 5th level, high and mighty. Carrying the sword case on his back, the Wind Snow Temple slowly returned to the tall building. Xingyang Mountain began to send people to rescue Zhou Xian. Li Tuanjing put his hands behind his back and smiled. Even if I only have one last breath left, I will still strangle your Xingyang Mountain. Even if your corpse will be taken away from the Wind Thunder Garden by your disciples and grand disciples, I won't be happy at all. Look, 300 years ago, you betrayed my sincerity, so I taught the entire Xingyang Mountain a lesson and made you unable to raise your heads for 300 years. Because of you, those juniors who were lucky enough to become sword immortals did not have the face to hold a celebration. They could only hide in the sea of clouds on the mountain top and sigh. Even if I'm going to die now, so what? Are you satisfied now? Li Tuanjing collected his thoughts and turned to walk down the stairs. He patted the railing lightly. Li Tuanjing walked to the first floor and came to the side of a young man. Lu Baqiao, who had waited for the battle to end, had his lips trembling. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, Baqiao, you saw your beloved being humiliated and watched her sword heart crumble. Because of the enemy camp, you couldn't help but feel the same way. You couldn't control your emotions, right? Lu Baqiao snapped out of his daze and was about to jump down the railing when Li Tuanjing reached out and stopped him. Just sit. Lu Baqiao said guiltily. Yard master. Li Tuanjing smiled and said, it's all right, it's all right. You fell in love with a girl you shouldn't have. It's nothing. The sky won't fall and you don't have to feel guilty. Lu Baqiao didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to say something that went against his conscience, but he also felt guilty toward the sect and the yard master. Li Tuanjing asked, since Su Jia has fallen into depravity, the blade's strengthening gourd will probably be taken away by Xinjiang Mountain. Once her sword heart is destroyed, this fairy who made you kids feel ashamed of your inferiority will have her spirit and chi destroyed. She won't be a fairy in the future. She might even be worse than a female cultivator in name on Xinjiang Mountain. Baqiao, I just want to know, will you still like her? Lu Baqiao sobbed, I'll like her for the rest of my life. Yard master, am I a good for nothing? Li Tuanjing sighed. Silly boy, very good. Then continue to like her. But don't delay your sword practice. You must know that I've always thought highly of you. You're not worse than Huang He. I didn't tell you this before because it was useless. I can tell you now because there won't be a chance in the future. Lu Baqiao turned his head. Yard master? Li Tuanjing suddenly asked, practice your swordsmanship well. In the future try to bury my bones together with that corpse. Baqiao, if every dog has its day and Xinjiang Mountain is at its peak, suppressing all of us in the Wind Thunder Garden, what will you do? Lu Baqiao no longer had the face and courage to sit on the railing. He stood in the corridor and said solemnly, a swordsman will naturally use the sword to reason. Li Tuanjing teased, oh, you're just like me when I was young. Li Tuanjing then looked into the distance and chuckled. Remember, this won't work between a man and a woman. Don't think that your swordsmanship is good and everything is like this. When talking to the woman you love, you have to be gentle. You still have to say some words of love. Li Tuanjing turned his head and looked at the disciple in seclusion, Huang He, who was slowly walking over from the staircase. Looking at the two young people, the strongest 10th realm chi refinement warrior in the Aquarius continent smiled. After I die, the Wind Thunder Garden will be under the two of you. Huang He's expression was cold. Master, I alone am enough. Lu Baqiao smiled mischievously. It's good. Capable people do more work. I don't need to carry the burden. Li Tuanjing laughed heartily and pointed at Huang He. A swordsman's killing power is boundless. Famous throughout the world. It's yours. Then he pointed at Lu Baqiao. A swordsman's elegance, wine and beauty are yours. Li Tuanjing finally said leisurely, in short, it's all ours. On the Kuan ship to the Southern Stream Kingdom, the burly man beside the woman said sarcastically, except for the swordsman in black who appeared at the end who had some real skills, the other three battles were ordinary. If they were in the Julu continent, they wouldn't have the face to make such a big scene. The woman nodded and smiled. That blade strengthening gourd is really good. I wonder if there's a chance to buy it. The old granny who was standing solemnly with cupped hands smiled. Madam, you only need to tell us your house number. It shouldn't be difficult to get the blade's strengthening gourd. On the leftmost seat, the old man wearing a Confucian robe and a mink hat could not stand the clamor next door and the endless criticism. Since the first battle, the people nearby had been nitpicking. It was so annoying. The old man tilted his head and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. The swordsmanship of these three people can't be compared to the sword immortals of the Julu continent. But after 3 battles they were full of pride and satisfaction. What else do you want? The burly man said sternly, Old man, do you have a death wish? The old man sneered. So what if I have a death wish? Why don't we sign a life and death contract? After watching the excitement of the Wind Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain, we'll let the others watch the show too. If I lose, I admit defeat. If I win, I'll *CK your lover for 3 days and 3 nights. How about that? He did not nag and did as he said. The gentle, refined, and timid man beside the woman became the peacemaker. Let's talk things out. We're all from the Julu continent. Why should we harm the harmony? The shriveled woman was not angry. Instead, she turned her head with interest and said with a smile, It's a pity that you're a little old. I reckon that old waist of yours won't be able to withstand more than a few blows from me. Fighting under the bed is very different from fighting on the bed. Isn't that right, old bacon? Bah. The old man spat again. Not to mention a skinny woman like you, I'll *ck that pretty boy of yours as well. Qin Pingon was dumbfounded. Why did it feel like he had returned to Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley? Of course he could not understand the words, but Qin Pingon was no stranger to the way they acted. The young sword cultivator on the rightmost side turned his head and said impatiently, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting our time. Don't dirty our ears." Great, another bad-tempered one. Not only did he not mediate the fight, he even added fuel to the fire. Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. They wouldn't really fight, would they? The female sword cultivator with a small sword in her hair was indifferent to this. She only raised her head to look at the picture scroll, as if she was recalling the essence, energy, and spirit contained in the 3 deadly battles. Fortunately, the ship owner who had dealt with Wei Pai before walked over with a smile. His gaze swept across the crowd, starting from the old man in a scholarly robe. Every time he saw someone, he cupped his fists and called out, "Mr. Jian Ern, Madam Qinggu, Mr. Hulu, can you give me some face and let this go?" The 3 parties could choose not to give face to the ship's owner, or even give face to Zhou Xian. However, when the ship's owner announced 3 simple names, the matter became simple. The old man in a scholarly robe, nicknamed Jian Ern, was an extremely famous and strange sword cultivator in the south of the Julu continent. His realm wasn't too high, only at the Jindan realm. He didn't belong to any sect, but he was good at nurturing swords and ancient urns. He often helped sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms to nurture their flying swords for free, so he had friends all over the world. Madame Qinggu wasn't a sword cultivator, but she had a 10th realm sword cultivator as her godfather. She was extremely protective of her son and had an extremely unreasonable divine weapon. In addition, she was a 7th realm martial arts master who was proficient in close combat. She was infamous for her ferocity. As for the young sword cultivator with the surname Hulu, he was even more famous in the Julu continent. He was the only one with no other branches. There was a land sword immortal ancestor in the family who was at the unpolished Jade realm. He was one of the sword immortals who had led the team to Inverted Hanging Mountain. He had a straightforward personality and was close friends with the continent's Daoist master, Xianxia. The current head of the Hulu family was the governor of one of the largest dynasties in the east of the Julu continent. As he was born unsuitable for cultivation, he was a weak scholar who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. But in the end he had 300,000 soldiers and gathered nearly 1,000 sword cultivators under his command. He had the reputation of being the 1,000-sword commander. Daoist wasn't afraid of the 3 parties. It wasn't that they were strong enough to wrestle with the Hulu family, but that they were too far away to reach. As for Madame Qinggu, who liked to keep male companions, and Mr. Jian Ern, who was a rogue cultivator, Daoist wasn't afraid of them. But they were guests. How could they make enemies out of doing business? The old man exclaimed and leaned forward. He turned his head to look at the young sword cultivator and asked loudly, "Young man with the surname Hulu, who is Hulu Inzi to you?" The young sword cultivator said unhappily, "He's my uncle. He's been in seclusion for many years. You know him?" The old man slapped his leg. When Hulu Inzi was young he was a boring block of wood. The first time he went to a brothel I was the one who took him there. After that, tsk he followed me everywhere. I've only heard of freeloaders in the world. I've lived for so many years, but I've only met one freeloader like your uncle." The young sword cultivator's face flushed red. He hurriedly and carefully glanced at the female sword cultivator beside him. Seeing that there was nothing strange, he let out a sigh of relief. He said sternly to the old man, "My uncle isn't that kind of person." The Confucian-robed old man rolled his eyes. "Your uncle and I have a true friendship where we help each other push the butts. What the hell do you know?" The young sword cultivator seemed to have been struck by lightning. The female sword cultivator finally couldn't take it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Shut up." The old man chuckled. "Wow, what a fierce woman. All right, you're going to have a hard time." The young sword cultivator knew he was in trouble, but he didn't have time to warn her. The female sword cultivator's face was as cold as frost. "Speaking rudely and speaking without thinking, I'll break your dog teeth." The hairpin flying sword, which was already very small to begin with, had no sharp edges and was exquisite and slender, used to tie up her fine black hair. But when it left the black hair above its master's head, the tail of the sword blossomed with a snow-white light. The flying sword's trajectory stretched out an extremely long, dazzling white line in the air. The flying swords of the world were known for their ferocity, speed, and difficulty to defend against. But this woman's small sword was even faster to an unimaginable realm. Too fast. It was an eye-opener. Qin Pinggan's thoughts moved slightly. Ouch, mother, it hurts. The Confucian-robed old man covered his mouth. Blood flowed and his words were unclear. As it turned out, the flying sword had pierced the skin of his mouth and broken one of his front teeth. The old man didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed happily. He slapped his thigh with both hands and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He shouted with all his might, "What a good lightning flash!" As expected of one of the fastest flying swords of my Julu continent. It lives up to its name, lives up to its name. Even Madame Chingu was somewhat frightened. This was another ancestor, the descendant of an otherworldly sword immortal. Moreover, compared to the powerful Hulu clan, the previous owner of the lightning flash was not weak. His battle prowess was extremely tyrannical. He had once walked alone in the Central Plains, where there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. His sword was called Tiger Roar, and his flying sword was called Lightning Flash. Although Qin Pinggan didn't know the secrets of the mountaintops of the Julu continent, and they were all speaking in the language of the Julu continent, Qin Pinggan couldn't understand them at all. But there was no doubt that this was a fight between immortals that was brewing before a storm. So he obediently sat where he was, prepared to flee at any time if the situation turned bad. Fortunately, after chatting for a while and listening to Chunshui Qiushir's explanation, he understood that it wasn't too strange to encounter any immortals on this Kun boat that crossed 3 continents. As for the underbelly of the Kun boat, in the marketplace of the Aquarius continent, there weren't so many shocking existences. It wasn't just the small Aquarius continent that was like this. Even the vast Julu continent, where there were as many swordsmen as there were hairs on a cow, was the same. After the female sword cultivator returned her flying sword to its sheath, she smiled apologetically at the owner of the boat. The latter's heart calmed down. Actually, with her help, things wouldn't be complicated. It would only end early. As expected, the 3 sides quieted down. There was no longer the tense atmosphere from before. At this moment, Qin Pinggan didn't feel that the Jianghu was dangerous when he was in the small town or Luopa mountain. He was far from the despairing state of mind of the green-clothed child. But after seeing the battle between the sword cultivators in the Flower and Bird banner and the immortals close by, Qin Pinggan told himself in his heart, "Qin Pinggan, don't just focus on drinking. You have to practice your fist more diligently and practice your sword earlier." Qin Pinggan subconsciously turned his head to look at the sky outside the Kun boat. Flying on a sword, passing through the clouds and rain, accompanied by birds, made him yearn for it. "224. On the platform in the middle of the lake, the old immortal made another strange move. He used 4 pieces of yellow paper talisman to create 4 beauties, each with their own merits. Their looks and bearing did not lose out to the woman in colorful clothes from before. Then he had the well-prepared odd job workers bring in a guqin table, a chess set, a large desk, and a dazzling lineup of the 4 treasures of the study. Ordinary people focused on firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Famous scholars focused on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The old immortal pointed at the woman sitting quietly in front of the chessboard and cupped his fists. "Are there any chess masters in Yanji County? As long as you beat her, you can take away the chess set and 2 boxes worth thousands of gold pieces." None of the items in this house were cheap. Anything that dared to be taken out in front of a county's rich was definitely not ordinary. The culture of Yanji County in colorful clothes country was flourishing. There was no lack of chess masters. Soon, a green-robed old man stood up and walked towards the platform in the middle of the lake. When the old man appeared, some chess masters who thought highly of themselves could only sit down obediently. It was obvious that the green-robed old man was recognized as the #1 chess master in Xianxia County. The old immortal and the green-robed old man nodded at each other. The latter walked straight to the chess set and sat down. Before the game, both sides had to guess who would go first. It was unknown whether the old man was conceded because of his 7th rank or because he was an elder of the same rank. He grabbed a handful of white chess pieces without hesitation. The woman in yellow paper who was playing chess smiled faintly and bent down to pick up 2 black chess pieces. In the end, the old man went first. Cheers immediately resounded through the lakeside. As one of the few chess masters in colorful clothes country, the green-robed old man was the pride of Xianxia County. It was reasonable for the spectators to cheer for him. Of course, they would help each other. Then the old immortal pointed to the 2 women sitting in front of the desk. He pointed to the one on the left. I heard that the county governor has been worried about something recently. The newly built temple is still lacking a couplet. After she finishes writing whether to use it or not, the county governor's brilliant writing is renowned throughout the country. You have a unique insight. You can make a decision after reading the content. The county governor stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was reserved and gratified. The old immortal then looked at the general sitting next to County Chief Lu in the waterside pavilion and laughed. General Ma, you are a fierce general who has made outstanding contributions on the battlefield. You were once one of the cornerstones of the colorful clothes country at the border. Although I am an outsider, I admire you very much. I specially asked her to draw a picture of a bow full of snow for you. The general gulped down the wine in his cup and laughed wantonly. If it's drawn well, it can really draw out the boundless atmosphere of the battlefield. On the day Old Immortal leaves the city, I, Ma, will personally send Old Immortal off for 30 miles. The Old Immortal cupped his fists and thanked the general first. Finally, he walked to the front of the zither and took out an incense stick from his sleeve. He inserted it into the empty brass incense burner and lit it with his own hands. The incense smoke rose in spirals and purple gas lingered. He nodded at the woman playing the zither. The latter smiled sweetly and lowered her head to prepare her emotions. When the melodious and ethereal sound of the zither rang out, the hundreds of people in the audience felt their minds relax. In the ancient times, the saints created zither to correct the sound of the world. As the saying went, the zither was used to restrain lust and evil. In the veranda, the bearded man was eating melon seeds. He clicked his tongue and said, "You have a lot of tricks. It's just a little boring." He did not pay much attention to the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. He was not interested in them. He was more willing to watch women dance with swords. The swaying waists of the beauties in colorful clothes and the girls in white clothes were the beautiful scenery he liked to see. The scholar Lu Gaohua was also a chess fanatic. He was very curious about the situation between the old man in green and the woman. He only hated that he was a useless eunuch's son and did not have the chance to see the high platform in the middle of the lake. The Taoist priest Zhang Xian was really anxious. He waited and waited, but Qin Pingon did not appear. He could not have fallen into the latrine pit. He did not have time to roll his eyes. After notifying the other 2, he got up and went to find Qin Pingon. The old immortal stood with his hands in his sleeves. His smile was tranquil and unfathomable. He took in the scene by the lake and knew that his plan had mostly succeeded. On the small street, Ma Kuxuan took out a porcelain bottle and poured out 2 silver pills. He tossed them into his mouth and said helplessly, "Master, you're really haunting me." It seemed that his master had been secretly watching him during this trip. Ma Kuxuan felt helpless. He knew the temperament of the man beside him. He was like a stone in a smelly latrine pit. He was smelly and stubborn. Once he decided on something, he would follow it to the end. Ma Kuxuan did not feel guilty. An ancestor of Martial Mountain who taught him the secret of the military and gave him treasures had explained the rules of the sect to Ma Kuxuan. Other than the Mountain Master's order, the rules of Martial Mountain were not real. However, the sect master of Martial Mountain had been in seclusion for 100 years, so the rules were lax. The man did not say a word. The purpose of this trip was to escort Ma Kuxuan to find trouble with the commander of the Tide Iron Cavalry. It was related to the death of Ma Kuxuan's grandmother. The Tide Iron Cavalry's dynasty was in a fierce battle with their mortal enemy. The 2 sides fought fiercely. One side even sent out the god of Golden Body, while the other side sent out a nation-guarding Earth Bull. It turned out that the nation-guarding Earth Bull was used by the Immortals in ancient times to suppress water. The Ocean Wave Iron Cavalry had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Ma Kuxuan had snuck in and assassinated 3 mid-level generals in a single night before leaving. After that, Ma Kuxuan said that he wanted to explore the Jianghu and sharpen his body. The man did not refuse, but he still secretly followed him. Ma Kuxuan wiped away his tears and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He held the back of his head with both hands and asked, if Qin Pingan had the chance to kill me, would you kill him? The man finally spoke. I don't dare to kill him and I don't want to kill him. The reason why he did not dare to kill Ma Kuxuan was that someone had gone to the Imperial Palace of Dali and caused great damage to the Flying Sword White Jade Tower. Apparently that person had a close relationship with Qin Pingan. If that was the case, as time passed, some people would be tempted to kill Ma Kuxuan. However, he did not expect that a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms would return to the mortal world so soon. Although it was said that Ma Kuxuan was the second disciple of the Daoist ancestor, who was the invincible cultivator, there were only a few people in the world who were qualified to take a punch from the second disciple of the Daoist ancestor. The man did not want to kill Ma Kuxuan because he had a good impression of Qin Pingan. If it were not for the rules of the sect, he would think that the young man from the Mud Bottle Alley who had comprehended the true essence of the fist art early was more suitable to be his disciple. However, accepting Ma Kuxuan as a direct disciple was a strict decree issued by the sect master when he was in seclusion. He wanted the entire Martial Mountain to treat Ma Kuxuan seriously and not make any mistakes. Otherwise, he would be held accountable when he came out of seclusion. Therefore, Martial Mountain sent him to the Pearl Grotto Heaven. In the process of fighting with the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Divine Grandeur sect for Ma Kuxuan, the man did not back down at all. He was even aggressive and arrogant. However, the man was regarded as Ma Kuxuan's master in name. In Buddhism there were preachers, ascetic monks, Dharma preachers, Dharma protectors and so on. However, the man's real identity was a Dharma protector. He was the guardian of Martial Mountain's disciple Ma Kuxuan. As for whether Ma Kuxuan's path was the same as his, it was not important. The man suddenly said, but you can kill Qin Pingan provided that you can do it. Of course, the man was not instigating others. He was just stating a fact. Ma Kuxuan sneered, do it? Why can't I do it? Others might not know how many magic treasures there are in an object, but master, don't you know? The man laughed. You have it, but others don't? Ma Kuxuan grinned, his face full of disdain. Even if he has it, how can he compare to me? Not to mention the golden body Immortal molt passed down from Martial Mountain's ancestors, the 2 heroic spirits in my body are the most powerful sword cultivators. As long as I haven't reached the middle 5 realms, no matter how many times he stabs me with his flying sword, he won't be able to hurt me at all. The man asked, then why didn't you use it? Why did you get beaten up so badly? This fight is much more interesting than the small scuffles on Martial Mountain. How could I bear to use that stupid artifact to make that guy die with a grievance? Lu Ming thought to himself. This is not my temperament. I don't want to bully Qin Pingan like this. Therefore I want to defeat him where he thinks he's the strongest. Isn't he a pure martial artist who has an innate advantage in terms of physique? I'll only use my body tempered by the military to fight him head-on. Master, do you really think I'm drawing a circle? Don't you know how strange Qin Pingan's punch is? Ma Kuxuan laughed. I know. Otherwise I wouldn't have deliberately avoided Qin Pingan and avoided his attack. But now that I think about it, if I had to go around a 3rd realm martial artist, wouldn't I have to go around a 6th realm or 9th realm martial grandmaster, or even a limitless realm martial grandmaster like Song Chongjing, even if I have the advantage of a higher realm? The man asked, then what's your answer? Ma Kuxuan looked back. The master and disciple had walked far away and were about to reach the city gate. The young man with the case was long gone. Ma Kuxuan retracted his gaze, his eyes filled with determination. In the future, when I fight other people, I can decide whether to avoid their strongest opponent based on the situation. As long as I win in the end, it's fine. But that guy can't. I want to have a fierce fight with the physique of a Realm 5 Chi refinement warrior and the physique of a Realm 3 martial artist. The man didn't say anything. Ma Kuxuan frowned and asked, why is Qin Pingan's 3rd realm physique so tough? Although I didn't do a good job in tempering my physique and spent most of my time on summoning the spirits of Martial Mountain's ancestors, I only said that I didn't do a good job. Why does Qin Pingon have such an unreasonable physique? The man shook his head. Everyone has their own opportunities. You Ma Kuxuan can't take all the good things in the world. Ma Kuxian sneered. As long as I can see, all good things should belong to me, Ma Kuxian. The man laughed it off. It wasn't that Ma Kuxuan didn't do the right thing. It wasn't that Ma Kuxuan didn't do a good job either. A Dao protector only needed to ensure that the person they were protecting walked on the path of the great Dao. They couldn't die halfway. And Ma Kuxuan was destined to walk on the path of the great Dao. As for how far he could walk and who he could stand side by side with in history, many of the big shots in Aquarius continent were looking forward to it. As he walked, the black-clothed youth covered his abdomen with one hand and held his cheek with the other. He cursed, "Damn, it hurts." Qin Pingon took a deep breath to prevent himself from collapsing. He then looked around for the so-called assassin. There was no trace of the corpse on the street. He could only jump onto the wall and run. Suddenly he stopped and floated down. Just below the wall where he and Ma Kuxuan were facing each other, there was a pile of ashes. There was a small white bowl and a small piece of charred ebony. Qin Pingon didn't get close. He stood in place and looked at the small white bowl. There was a picture of the 5 sacred mountains on the outside. He couldn't see anything wrong with the ebony. The assassin should have been killed by the military cultivator in an instant, and then burned to ashes by the true Martial Mountain's secret technique. But the man purposely left behind the 2 treasures that the assassin kept and didn't destroy them. Is this his way of expressing his apology? Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still went over and squatted down. He picked up the ebony that was only a foot long. It was extremely heavy, about 8 to 9 caddies. He then picked up the small white bowl and twisted it with his fingers. He looked at the 5 mountains on the white bowl. Looking at the name, if Qin Pingon remembered correctly, it should be the 5 sacred mountains of the ancient Yu kingdom. It wasn't difficult for Qin Pingon to guess the identity of the assassin. He was most likely a subordinate of the scholar from the Chu family. That person had said that even the emperor of the ancient Yu kingdom had to be on equal footing with him. Before his death, his body had turned into rotten wood. It was obvious that he had used a scapegoat technique. He even said that he wanted to cause trouble for Qin Pingon. Later on, the ghost Yang Huang had talked about his wife's female elm core. It was easy to understand. The foundation of the Chu family scholar's great way was a body formed from an ancient elm, and the female elm core of the female ghost in the ancient house. That was why the tree demon had used the word continuous. Since it was a relic left behind by his enemy, Qin Pingon had no qualms about taking it. Not only that, he also complained that the assassin's family was too poor. Why didn't he even bring a few dozen snowflakes with him? Qin Pingon put the light bowl and the heavy ebony into the square-inch object. He really couldn't walk anymore. He staggered for a dozen steps and came to a thick apricot tree by the wall. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat down. He took out a clean shirt from the 15 flying swords and carefully wiped the blood stains off his body. He couldn't tell people that he had gone to the toilet and ran back covered in blood. Not only would the bearded man and the young Daoist be suspicious, but the whole corridor would also be in an uproar. On such a lively day, Qin Pingon didn't want to be the center of attention. He also didn't want to cause trouble for Lu Gaohua. Qin Pingon was able to endure pain and suffering, but that didn't mean that this feeling was easy to bear. After fighting with Ma Kuxian in the circle, Qin Pingon's internal organs had been injured quite heavily. Right now, all he wanted to do was sit there and not think about anything else. On the high platform in the middle of the lake, the curtains had not yet fallen. Cheers continued to ring out. Qin Pingon's field of vision was blocked by a corridor and a crowd of spectators. He couldn't see anything from here, so he could only look up. The old apricot tree next to him had a large crown and luxuriant branches. The apricot flowers were in full bloom, taking advantage of the spring breeze. People were too different from each other. Ma Kuxuan also came from a small town. He especially didn't care about things that he didn't care about, such as people calling him a fool and stepping on his shoes. But when it came to things that he cared about, Ma Kuxuan couldn't bear to see others doing better than him. Lu Xianyang would directly choose to give up on things that Qin Pingon did better than him, such as making bamboo bows, making traps and so on. Slug Guken of Mud Bottle Alley was eager to see Qin Pingon do better. Then he would only need to follow behind and bask in the glory. Of course, other than one's natural temperament, it also had to do with distance. Qin Pingon took off the sword-nurturing gourd and drank a mouthful of strong wine. This made the burning sensation in his chi dwelling even worse. But the world was just so strange. Even though he was in so much pain, Qin Pingon, who was grimacing in pain, actually wanted to drink even more. He no longer drank big mouthfuls, only sipping small mouthfuls. For a drunkard who didn't have much money, even distilled grains were delicacies. Moreover, the wine in Qin Pingon's gourd tasted very good. Today's battle in the small street had been quite sullen, but even more satisfying. Although Ma Kuxuan had been careless this time and the two had barely managed to fight to a draw, Qin Pingon had never cared much about winning or losing. Just like Alliance had said, you must not die. You must first live, only then can you live well. Qin Pingon felt that Alliance's words were crude, but they were reasonable. Therefore Qin Pingon picked up the wine gourd and raised it high above his head. He shook it a little, then froze for a moment. With a sullen face, he resentfully took back the wine gourd. Some of the bold words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back into his stomach. So it was because the wine was gone. Qin Pingon lowered his head and pinned the wine gourd to his waist. He suddenly remembered something and connected with Flying Sword 15. Very quickly, an embroidered bag appeared in his hand. After opening it, there were 3 pieces of peach blossom cake inside. Qin Pingon lowered his head and sniffed. They were not damaged at all. Things were really magical. After so long, the pastries were still as fresh as when they were taken over by Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon held the bag with one hand and picked up a piece of cake with the other. He put it in his mouth and chewed carefully. His head leaned against the wall and he looked up at the apricot flowers. After eating an entire piece of cake, he couldn't bear to eat it again. He carefully wrapped the bag. Qin Pingon's face was full of smiles. He thought that the peach blossom cake in his shop was delicious. His first thought was to let Miss Ning try it. Imagining the scene of their next meeting, Qin Pingon foolishly laughed to himself for a while. Suddenly he slapped himself in the face. Are you stupid? Without the medicine barrel that Wei Pai carefully prepared for him to soak in, Qin Pingon's recovery speed was simply the difference between riding a sword and walking. However, after a short rest, there were no obstacles to walking normally. Just as Qin Pingon was about to get up and return to his seat in the veranda, sparse footsteps sounded in the distance. One was deep and one was shallow. Most of them were men and women. Qin Pingon thought about it and chose to continue sitting at the foot of the wall. With the cover of the apricot trees, it wouldn't be too late to move after they left. But something happened that stunned Qin Pingon. The man and woman, the man didn't seem to be from the colorful robes empire. The two sides spoke in the language of the Aquarius continent. When they reached the dimly lit apricot trees, they began to hug each other. The man and woman were panting heavily. The woman gently rejected him, but the man was thick-skinned. He wildly nibbled on the woman's face, and it was likely that his 2 hands were not content with their place. Qin Pingon was a little restless. What should he do? Should he warn the wild lovebirds? Or should he hope that they would stop while they were ahead and leave this place? It was better not to join in the fun. If someone noticed, it would really be like yellow mud falling from one's pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it would still be shit. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment before deciding to get up and cough. The young woman on the other side of the apricot tree screamed and then hid behind the man. The man took large strides around the apricot tree. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Qin Pingon's blurry face. When he saw that it was a thin young man who wasn't tall, he immediately became courageous. Don't be afraid. This is a flower thief who covets your beauty. Even if he beats me to death, I won't leave you far away. In short, if he wants to take advantage of you, he will have to step over my dead body. The woman was about to cry. It was unknown whether she was afraid or touched. Her shoulder nestled against the man's broad and warm back. She whispered infatuatedly, "Lu Lang, you are so good." Qin Pingon was stunned on the spot. He wasn't angry, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, you two were also hit by a cow's tail when you were young, right? It wasn't a good thing to be in a deadlock like this. Qin Pingon found an excuse and pretended to be shy. He said, "Young master, young miss, you may have misunderstood. I arrived here before you. Because this is the first time I entered the house, I didn't know where the toilet was, so I had to." Unexpectedly, the man shouted, "Lecher flower thief, why aren't you fastening your belt? What are you doing? Disgusting. There is actually such a lecherous person in this world." At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort the woman behind him. "Miss Lu, just hide behind me. Don't let this guy dirty your eyes." In the end, the man secretly winked at Qin Pingon. He was full of pride and had an expression that deserved a beating. It was as if he was saying, "Today I am going to be a hero and save the beauty. Strike while the iron is hot and take down this little girl. If you have the guts, come and hit me." Qin Pingon looked at him. He was a handsome young man with a slender figure and a jade-like face. He was a typical weak scholar. It was no wonder that the bearded man often said that there were not many good things among the scholars. There were only a few young ladies of noble families and pretty daughters of humble families in the world who were not blind. Unexpectedly, they looked down on him, Mr. Su. Instead, they all liked those sickly scholars. Then Qin Pingon took a step forward and arrived in front of the scholar in an instant. He slapped him across the face, causing him to fall to the ground and pass out. The young woman stood in place with her mouth wide open. Her eyes were lifeless. She wanted to scream, but she didn't dare. She was bitterly suppressing herself. She was afraid that this villain would kill her as well. At that time, wouldn't she and her beloved young master Lu, whom she had just met, become a pair of dying mandarin ducks? But in the books of scholars and beauties, weren't the parents supposed to be against it? There were all kinds of ups and downs, but in the end the bitterness would be over and the happiness would come. Wasn't it? There wasn't any book that said that a scholar and a beauty would be beaten to death by a bandit. Qin Pingon left in large strides. He shook the sword case on his back and didn't look back. "225. Not long after Qin Pingon returned to the veranda and sat down, he did not see Zhang Shanfeng. The bearded man was a joker, so he said that the Taoist met a beautiful girl and went for a night walk. Lu Gaohua followed suit, but Qin Pingon did not believe him. Looking at the face of the son of the county governor, Qin Pingon had a strange look in his eyes. He thought that there could not be such a coincidence in the world. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you have any sisters who are married?" Lu Gaohua was confused. "No, each sister has one. Now that I'm not married and they're not married, they're all eating and drinking at home. My father always complains that we're a bunch of good-for-nothings and that we've wasted his salary, especially the dowry and betrothal gifts. It's been years since he's been able to buy a clean document." Qin Pingon was relieved. It was good that they were not married. Otherwise, if the girl who looked similar to Lu Gaohua was really Lu Gaohua's sister, she would have an affair. Whether he said it or not, Qin Pingon would be in a difficult position. The curtain on the high platform of the pavilion in the middle of the lake soon came to an end. There was thunderous applause. County Governor Lu and General Ma did not take advantage of their official status to walk out of the waterside pavilion. They went to the high platform and asked about the old immortal's well-being. The old immortal answered them appropriately. One was a civil official and the other was a military official. Both of them felt refreshed. During this time, there was a young man who looked like a descendant of an aristocratic family. He wanted to be apprenticed to the old immortal, but he was soon dragged away by the steward of the house. Taoist Zhang Shanfeng came back a few steps later than Qin Pingon. When he saw Qin Pingon sitting there safely, he was relieved. He joked, "I thought you fell into the latrine." Qin Pingon did not want to reveal the battle in the small street. He said in a low voice, "I didn't find the latrine and was too embarrassed to ask the steward of the house, so I wanted to find a secluded place secretly. It took me a long time to find it. When I came back, there were many people in the veranda. I was too embarrassed to squeeze in, so I stayed outside for a while." The bearded man mischievously asked, "You've been hiding in the dark, but haven't you seen any intimate scenes? Let me tell you, in this beautiful robes nation, especially in Yanji County, there are many scholars and beauties. When they have nothing to do, they all like to read some gaudy forbidden books. After reading too much, they will follow the path written in the books." When the man said this, Lu Gaohua couldn't help but laugh. He nodded vigorously and said, "Take my little girl for example. She was only 13 years old, but because she secretly read a few books about sex, she had a wild temper. Since she was young, she always wanted to be chivalrous in Jianghu. She always complained that the men in Yanji County were all women and she was unhappy. She only learned the tricks of sneaking out of the embroidery house and climbing over walls. Fortunately, she was smart. My mother was smarter than her, so the little girl never succeeded once. The bearded man's eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, "It's good to yearn for Jianghu. I have a belly full of Jianghu stories. Just 1 or 2 stories are the best in the world." Lu Gaohua rolled his eyes and said, "Don't. My sister is still young. Hirosu, our friendship is only in Jianghu. Besides, if you become my brother-in-law, you won't lose out in terms of seniority." The man smiled and said, "Don't you have an elder sister?" Lu Gaohua didn't dare to say anything. It seemed that he had something he couldn't say. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. The bearded man laughed and slapped Lu Gaohua's shoulder. "Look at how scared you are." I have been in Jianghu for so many years and I can't count the number of female confidants with my 2 hands. I've never been interested in the women in the embroidery house. The banquet ended. The 3 of them walked out of the house amidst the crowd and returned to the inn. Lu Gaohua was caught by his father for social activities. Although his son was a good-for-nothing with poor craftsmanship and his career prospects were basically ruined, he was the only son in the family after all. County Chief Lu still hoped that Lu Gaohua would be able to support the family's reputation in the future and not be too disgraced. On the way back, because he had obtained 2 items, Qin Pingon asked Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng about the Dharma treasures. If there was someone to blame, it was Qin Pingon's fault. The people he met in the past were too ignorant of the Jianghu. Alliance casually hung a bamboo knife on his waist. As for the young man Cui Dong, when he occasionally talked about realms and Dharma treasures, his tone was frighteningly arrogant. It was as if the Qi refinement warriors of the upper and middle realms and the Dharma treasures they carried were all children's toys that were not worth mentioning. The barefoot old man in the bamboo house was even more straightforward. He said that martial artists of his generation would rather stay at home and work in the fields and be farmers if they relied on external items to travel the world. Qin Pingon was also very helpless. Fortunately, after Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng's introduction, he had a rough understanding of the division of the Dharma treasures. It turned out that the Dharma treasures were equally strict and were not inferior to the official ranks by much. The Dharma treasures were a very general term. The items at the bottom were the craftsman's tools. They could only be regarded as well-made non-living objects. Jianghu sayings such as cutting hair with a single blow and cutting iron like mud were mostly used to describe the weapons in this category. Also, the items symbolically given by the Immortals on the mountain to their disciples were usually craftsmen's tools that looked good, just like Taoist Zhang Shanfeng's peachwood sword. Of course, if it was the peachwood sword given by the Taoist master residents of the Dragon Tiger Mountain to the Taoist master at the foot of the mountain, it would be far more than that. Above the craftsman's tools were the heavy weapons. Most of the divine weapons of the Jianghu grandmasters belonged to this category. The materials used were rare. Generally, Qi refinement warriors, especially those unaffiliated cultivators who had no roots and did not have the inheritance of a master, were regarded as pure martial artists who did not belong to the sect of Taoism. On the path of cultivation, if the mountainside people were lucky, they would have 1 or 2 heavy weapons. It was really not easy. For example, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng dreamed of having a heavy weapon and hoped that he could have a handy magic sword in the future. The saber that the bearded man carried was actually one of the best among the heavy weapons. The following spiritual weapons and magical weapons were the real Dharma treasures. Spiritual weapons were divided into innate and acquired levels. Innate spiritual weapons were even rarer and favored by heaven and earth. They nurtured abundant spiritual energy and allowed the cultivators to control them with twice the result with half the effort. At the crucial moment, they could even pay the price of destroying the foundation to return the favor to the owner. Small snow coins could be considered as such. However, the spiritual energy contained in a small piece of snow coins was too little and could be ignored. No Qi refinement warrior would be foolish enough to absorb the spiritual energy of a small piece of snow coins to enhance the realm of cultivation. acquired spiritual weapons such as the high-quality yellow paper talisman and some magical weapons that were carved and forged by Qi refinement warriors. For example, the jade pendant of the young master of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua, was called Old Dragon Rain. It was a first-class item among the spiritual weapons and was priceless. There was also the mountain prawn pot that he bought from Song Jisen. It was extraordinarily precious. Compared to the Old Dragon Rain pendant and the mountain prawn pot, the demon binding rope, demon subduing wood, ghost beating bamboo whip and so on carried by the Qi refinement warriors of Shenguang sect. Although they were all acquired spiritual weapons, there was a world of difference in terms of price and value. Above the spiritual weapons were magical weapons. Dharma had always been a very big word. Otherwise, there would not be such a thing as Tao Dharma in Buddhism. Magical weapons contained the invisible rules of heaven and earth. The blade strengthening gourd, which was specially used to nourish flying swords, was firmly in its place. Of course, the silver blade strengthening gourd that Alliance took from the Wei and Jin dynasties and the gourd hanging from Su Jia's waist of Xingyang Mountain were the most precious among the blade strengthening gourds. It was said that the Tao ancestor had personally planted a string of gourd vines before he ascended. The 6 gourds were then made into 6 vessels for nourishing swords by the experts at the peak of the mountain. Naturally, the blade-strengthening gourds were not comparable to the ordinary ones. Above the magical weapons were immortal weapons. Most of the Qi refinement warriors on the mountain would not be able to see an immortal weapon in their lifetime. Even the immortal mansions with the word sect in their name might not have an immortal weapon guarding the mountain top. The Shenguang sect, the leader of the Shenguang sect, had successfully broken through and became a heavenly lord. That was why he was given an immortal weapon by the great sect of the central continent. Chao Shi, the sword immortal of the South Sa continent, had a natal flying sword tied to his wrist. He had come across a great opportunity and refined it from the water of a great river. It could be considered a half-immortal weapon. This was the reason why people feared Chao Shi the most. However, the most outstanding immortal weapons in the world were all legendary existences. The people who owned them were even superior and famous in the world. For example, the Taoist Master Seal and the immortal sword of the Taoist Master Mansion on Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the small bronze cauldron that the ancestral patriarch of the Qin family in Yingyin obtained by chance when he traveled the world when he was young. It was said that it was an imitation of the mountain river cauldron that hung around the waist of the ancient saints. Among the rare immortal weapons, there was an even more legendary kind that, after a long time of accumulation, gave birth to a god with self-consciousness. This kind of god was definitely not the kind of god of mountains and rivers that was conferred by the mortal court. The so-called immortal golden body of the righteous god was inferior to this kind of high and mighty god. Qin Pingan knew in his heart. Even if he did not mention the 5 mountains, he was still very rich. His current wealth was solid. The porcelain bowl and ebony that he had just picked up from the roadside tonight. The wooden sword, exorcism, made of locust wood. The snake gallstone that Lu Qin returned to him through Xiaoyang was definitely the best spiritual weapon material, even if it was not mentioned that it was the favorite of the flood dragons in the world. As for the 3 seals that Mr. Qi had left for him, they were all carved from the best snake gallstones. Li Shixing gave him the snow wind cone pen and a large stack of precious talisman paper. The blade-strengthening gourd that was extremely special among the magic weapons at his waist was a treasure that most sword cultivators in the Middle 5 realms coveted. The 2 natal flying swords that temporarily recognized him as their master, number 1 and number 15. Therefore, when Qin Pingan walked back to the house alone, there was wind under his feet. He looked very much like a green-clothed child who had not met so-and-so on the road. Although he could not be sure for the time being. Drink, drink, drink. The sword-strengthening gourd was out of wine, so Qin Pingan went to the inn to ask the waiter about the price of the wine. He heard that the worst local wine in Yanji County cost at least 8 taels of silver per catty. As for the inn's signature rouge wine, it cost 10 taels of silver per catty, and there was no bargaining. Qin Pingan's wine gourd could hold about 10 caddies of wine. 10 caddies of the most expensive rouge wine only cost about 100 taels of silver. It was not like he was spending money on 100 snowflakes that were specially used by the immortals in the mountains. If he did not drink this kind of wine, how could he live up to the mountains of spiritual weapons and magic weapons he had on him? Therefore Qin Pingon decisively asked for 10 caddies of local wine. Originally, the three of them had already returned to their rooms, but Lu Gaohua came to the inn again. He knocked on Zhang Shanfeng's door first. This son of a heaven-class official in Yanji County had an awkward expression on his face. Behind him was a young man and woman who looked like Lu Gaohua. The woman's face was somewhat similar to Lu Gaohua's, so she was probably his sister. He told Zhang Shanfeng about the matter. It turned out that he had come to ask for some Jianghu men's medicine. He said that Lu Gaohua had gone to see the old Immortal tonight. There were too many people and it was nighttime, so he accidentally fell and hit his head. His head was still dizzy. The medicine shops in the county city had long been closed. His sister was really worried about Lu Gaohua. After hearing that her brother knew the heroes of Jianghu and the immortals in the mountains, she wanted to help take a look at him so that he would not fall ill. She would pay for all the expenses. The Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng led the three of them to Su Yuanxia's room. The bearded man also felt refreshed. He showed the weak scholar to take a look and said that it would not be a problem. Seeing that the woman was unwilling, the bearded man was experienced and ruthless. He smiled and took out a cooling ointment from his bag and had the scholar with the surname Lu apply it to his temple. He guaranteed that the ointment would cure the illness and that there would be no side effects. Only then did the woman relax. She sat on the stool and looked at the scholar with soft eyes, full of love and tenderness. The scholar comforted her not to worry. He spoke in a genteel manner. The bearded man could not stand this the most. He felt his teeth ache. Although Zhang Shanfeng was a monk, he was not careless about joining in the fun. It was better to have fun together than to enjoy alone. He immediately ran over and dragged Qin Pingon over. He said that she was Lu Gaohua's sister. She was a girl with a decent appearance. Tonight she had brought a refined scholar. He guessed that he would soon become the son-in-law of the governor's manor. Qin Pingon had just finished pouring wine and filling the blade cultivating gourd. The room was filled with the smell of wine and empty wine jugs. Seeing that Zhang Shanfeng was not going to let him go until he saw a good show, he did not want to give himself away. He could only give up on the idea of practicing the sword furnace and follow him to Su Yuanxia's room. When Qin Pingon entered, the scholar and beauty who were having a rendezvous under the moon gasped at the same time. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. Qin Pingon pretended that he did not know anything. He sat down at the table, took off the wine gourd and began drinking. The scholar surnamed Lu didn't know whether to stand or sit. Lu Gaohua's elder sister, the girl who had been poisoned by the story of scholars and beauties, felt even more guilty. After all, she was a virgin from a wealthy family. She was only one step away from being engaged to a strange man. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't a good thing to talk about. Although Yanji County's customs were open, the fact that the eldest legitimate daughter of a county governor was seen hugging a foreign scholar was likely to be spread across half of the county city by tomorrow if it was someone she knew. Lu Gaohua was puzzled. What, you three know each other? The scholar surnamed Lu was good at making things up. He coughed and explained, Tonight your sister and I were strolling by the lake when we happened to meet this gentleman. He was carrying a sword case on his back. He was really walking with the vigor of a dragon and had an extraordinary spirit. I was immediately subdued by his bearing. Naturally, I could not forget him. It is an honor to meet him again. The scholar cupped his hands and bowed to Qin Pingon. His eyes were full of pleading and pity. At that time he had only seen the youth under the apricot tree. He had thought that the heavens had bestowed him with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be the hero and save the beauty. If he missed it, wouldn't it be a waste of the matchmaking? Thus there was a misunderstanding with an unpleasant ending. Qin Pingon did not like or dislike this person. He definitely did not have a good impression of him. He chuckled and did not expose the scholar's background. It could be considered that he had left some leeway. In the end, Qin Pingon still did not want to get involved in Lu Gaohua's family matters. Whether this marriage was good or bad, whether it was a match made in heaven or an ill-fated relationship, it had nothing to do with him. But then again, if Lu Gaohua was replaced by Daoist Zhang Shanfeng, whom Qin Pingon regarded as a true friend, Qin Pingon would definitely not mince his words. Even if he did not say it in front of Lu Gaohua, He would have reminded Zhang Shanfeng in private that his future brother-in-law was not a very decent person, and did not look like an elegant young master who came from a scholarly family. In the end, it was said that this scholar surnamed Lu, who had traveled all the way to study, met Miss Lu at a temple fair. He was so poor that he had to share a room with others. Because the inn could not spare a room, Lu Gaohua smiled apologetically and begged the bearded man and Zhang Shanfeng to take him in. This opened Su Yuanxia's eyes. It was rare for a brother-in-law to act like this. Not only did he not dislike the scholar surnamed Lu's family background, but he also helped his sister hide the fact that their families were not well matched. The scholar surnamed Lu did not dare to share a room with Qin Pingon, nor did he want to share a room with the bearded man. He always felt that his skin was soft and tender, and the bearded man's unrestrained appearance was too frightening. He chose the most ordinary and pleasing young Daoist priest. Zhang Shanfeng did not have any objections. Lu Gaohua left the inn with his reluctant sister. The siblings walked on the lonely street that was about to be closed at night. When Lu Gaohua was about to reach the gate of the county manor, he whispered, "Sister, I don't like that person very much, but since you like him, I will do everything I can. If one day you find out that you're wrong, don't think too much about it. The sky won't fall. It doesn't matter if father scolds you or scolds you. It doesn't matter if he goes overboard in his anger. When the time comes, you don't have to be afraid." The woman gently kicked her younger brother and angrily said, "Lu Gaohua, can't you think of your sister a little? What are you talking about?" Lu Gaohua turned his head and made a face. The woman pretended to be frightened and shouted that there was a ghost. She picked up her skirt and ran to the gate of the county manor. Lu Gaohua sighed and quickly followed her. Lu Gaohua suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head abruptly to look at the empty street. Looking around, he still didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He shook his head and continued walking, because at that moment he felt a chill on the back of his neck and on his back. Lu Gaohua kept comforting himself in his heart. What was there to be afraid of? He had seen the old Immortal with his father and even chatted with the old Immortal face to face. Even if there were filthy things in the world such as the tree demon in the old house, they would not be able to get close to him now. The moment the odd job worker closed the side door of the mansion, on a secluded and empty street in the distance, a night watchman just happened to start the night watch. But for some reason, even though it was clearly the third night watch period, the gong was sounding for the fourth night watch period. On the street of Yanji County, a hoarse voice sounded faintly. "The weather is dry, be careful of candles." The blind night watchman who had been on night watch for many years was holding a copper gong. He was supposed to have a mute companion who was in charge of holding the clapper to ring the gong. They had worked together for many years and were very familiar with it. But the night watchman did not know that his companion had been replaced by a woman in white. She rang the gong again and blood would splatter on the surface of the gong. But before the blood could splash on the street, it would turn into wisps of black smoke and quickly dissipate. The blind night watchman was still shouting hoarsely about the weather being dry and being careful of candles. "226. I can only guarantee that this month's update will reach 120,000 words, which is no less than the first month's update. On average, it will be around 4,000 words per day. I will definitely have to take more days off, so please forgive me." The night passed peacefully in the inn. Qin Pingon stayed alone in the room at the end of the corridor. Before going to bed, he practiced the 6 steps stance and the sword furnace stance for 2 hours each. In the end, he took out the porcelain bowl with the true shape of the 5 great mountains and the charred ebony. He studied them carefully for a long time, but he didn't find anything. Hoping that the 2 items would be worth 1 or 200 snowballs, Qin Pingon put away the heavy ebony and poured the strong liquor from the sword-nourishing gourd into a small white bowl. Then he flipped through the 2 travel books that Lu Gaohua had given him under the lamp. From time to time he would take a few sips. After turning off the lamp and going to bed, Qin Pingon closed his eyes and began to recall the fight with Ma Kushuan in the small street. He reflected on the pros and cons of each punch. Qin Pingon didn't dare to hide the moves taught by the barefoot old man. He fought to his heart's content, and his life was hanging by a thread at every moment. He had to give it his all, and his understanding of the moves in the Iron Horse Chisel formation had deepened. The most unfortunate thing was that he only used 15 punches in the god's drum-beating style. Qin Pingan's intuition told him that if he had to use 20 more punches in one go, Ma Kuxuan would probably have admitted defeat early on, just like how he fought the tree demon scholar in the ancient house. However, Qin Pingan thought that letting Ma Kuxuan think that he won by a narrow margin was the best choice at that time. However, Qin Pingan barely managed to tie with Martial Mountain's Heaven's Pride. He didn't really care about the outcome of the battle. Firstly, he didn't know the significance of Ma Kuxian breaking through 3 realms in a single year. Secondly, Ma Kuxian loathed Qin Pingan from Mud Bottle Alley. Qin Pingan also loathed his peers from Apricot Blossom Alley. Fate was indeed important between people. Some people would have a good impression of each other at first glance, just like the sunshine in the cold winter, such as Mr. Qi, Li Shixing and Zhang Shanfeng. Some people would be like the sun in the hot summer, glaring no matter how they looked at it, such as Ma Kuxuan, Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City, and Madame Su from Clear Breeze City. Before Qin Pingan fell asleep, he was thinking that the deity drum-beating style was definitely his most powerful move. However, he did not know if he could punch out 50 or 100 punches in one go. Would he be able to cut a huge river in half and create a path for himself? Would it be possible that a canyon would be carved out of a mountain? At dawn, Qin Pingan got up and practiced the 6-step stance in his room. Not long after, he found someone reading aloud in a courtyard with fake mountains and green trees. It was the scholar surnamed Lu. He had the demeanor of someone who had studied hard. Everything he read was from the teachings of the sages. Qin Pingan continued to practice. As expected, the guests in each room of the inn began to curse him. Some hot-tempered Jianghu guests jumped out of their beds naked, grabbed the wine bowls and plates on the table and threw them out of the window. The scholar surnamed Lu also became stubborn. He jumped around to dodge, and his voice became louder and louder as he read the classics of the sages. Many guests who couldn't cover their heads with their quilts got up and cursed. They began to talk to the scholar surnamed Lu's ancestors at the window. It was a complete mess. Half an hour later, Qin Pingan and the bearded man were sitting in Zhang Shanfeng's room. The young Taoist priest was bandaging the scholar surnamed Lu's head. The innkeeper had just walked out with a black face. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He couldn't scold or beat such an ignorant bastard guest. After all, he was a distinguished guest brought by the son of the county governor. He had to suffer in silence. He was really sullen. The problem was that the people who stayed in this inn were not simple. They were either rich merchants from all over the country or heroes from all walks of Jianghu. They were all powerful people who couldn't be underestimated. How could he do business in the future if he was disturbed by the scholar so early in the morning? Would he still have repeat customers? The scholar surnamed Lu was called Lu Qiqing, and he was from Baishan. When the scholar introduced his hometown, he emphasized the words, near Lakeview Academy, as if it was more glorious than the prefix of the Qin family of Dragontail Stream. After that, they had nothing to do in the inn. Lu Qiqing would sneak out secretly to have a spring date with Lu Gaohua's sister. The bearded man took Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng to the scenic spots in the county city. They had to go to the civil and martial temple, and they also had to go to the gathering of the city god pavilion in Yanji County. When they came back, Xianxia looked a little gloomy. When Zhang Shanfeng asked her, she only said that she was tired from the long journey. This time, they got off the boat at the ferry of Nanjian Kingdom and headed south. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was going to Old Dragon City with Qin Pingan. The bearded man was going to the Qinghuan Kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. He said that he was escorting something to a friend who they met in Jianghu. They hit it off very well, so they were going to the same place temporarily. As for when they would part ways, it would depend on the destination of the next ferry. They waited for 3 days in Yanji County, but they didn't see the old woman from the old house. She went all the way to the county governor's mansion and met Lu Gaohua. Lu Gaohua then led them to the inn and told them the good news. It turned out that for some reason the fate of the mountains and rivers around the old house seemed to have been turned upside down. The dirty qi was replaced with pure qi. Now, not only did the mistress no longer have to worry about becoming an evil spirit, but her skin also began to heal. After feeding Yang Huang, who was a starved ghost, the mistress also began to nourish his spirit. His realm gradually rose, and he even had a glimmer of hope to break through the bottleneck and enter the middle 5 states. It was really good news. As for the reason, the old woman only said that she guessed that one of the ancestors of the Divine Grandeur sect secretly took action. The bearded man and the young Daoist priest couldn't think of any other reason. Qin Pingon listened from beginning to end. Although his stomach was filled with shock, his expression remained the same. Before the old woman left, she said that she helped Qin Pingon carry a jar of good wine that he bought on the way. The two of them then returned to Qin Pingon's room. Qin Pingon had just closed the door when the tearful old woman was about to kneel down. Qin Pingon was so scared that he hurriedly supported the old woman. He refused to accept this big bow no matter what. Because Qin Pingon purposely revealed the secret of heaven when he put the wine into the gourd in the kitchen, it wasn't strange that the old woman knew some of the inside story and had some speculations. The old woman didn't ask much and Qin Pingon didn't say much either. Before the old woman left, she took out a package wrapped in silk and carefully put it on the table. She explained softly, "The golden body of the mountain god with the surname of Qin collapsed. From then on, there was no god in the world who ruined the mountains and rivers. Of course it was a great thing. At that time my master heard the news and hurried over. Before the immortals of the divine mission sect arrived, he secretly picked up most of the golden body fragments of the mountain god with the surname of Qin. There were 8 pieces in total. According to my master, there shouldn't be so many golden body relics of a mountain god with the surname of Qin. I think that Qin must have had a strange lucky chance when he was alive. Anyway, these golden body fragments are good things that can only be found by chance. Even the secret treasury of a country may not have so many treasures. Child Qin, please accept them as a way of repaying your kindness." Speaking of this, the old woman's eyes turned red again. "In fact, your kindness can't be repaid by a few golden body fragments. It's just that the house doesn't have much money now, so my master set up a memorial tablet in the ancestral hall for Child Qin. If you pass by the colorful clothes country in the future, you must visit the house." Qin Pingon could only nod his head. Finally, the old woman whispered, "Madam is now equivalent to half a god of the mountain god." Looking at the atmosphere of Yanji City from afar, she found that for the past 2 days, there have been strands of yin qi rising in spirals in the city every night, making her uneasy. "I hope that you can leave the city soon. No matter how powerful you are, my master often says that on the road of cultivation, it's better to be safe than sorry. Don't meddle in everything. Even if you're not in danger every time, it will inevitably delay your cultivation. It's not good." Qin Pingon agreed without hesitation. After sending the old woman to the door of the inn, the old woman smiled and said, "I only hope that your journey will be smooth and safe." From the beginning to the end, the old woman didn't look at the red wine gourd on Qin Pingon's waist. Qin Pingon watched the old woman's figure disappear into the sea of people. He turned around and jogged back to the bearded man's house, calling for Zhou Xian. Qin Pingon roughly explained the old woman's discovery of the strange atmosphere in Yanji City. The bearded man grasped the hilt of the knife on his waist and nodded, "This is also what I'm most worried about. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that you 2 young people would be hot-blooded and insist on getting involved in this muddy water. If it's really a demon who dares to openly commit murder in the county city, completely disregarding the 3 gods of the city god pavilion and the civil and martial temple, it must be a great demon. With our cultivation we might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. However, the county city of a country is such a large territory that there are often hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are even experts in charge. If we really fight, we might have a chance of winning if we have the right time in the right place. In the end, it still depends on the relationship between the imperial court of colorful clothes country and the mountain." Qin Pingon asked, "How far are the river gods and mountain gods that are closest to Yanji City? If something really happens, will they be able to rush over immediately?" The bearded man pondered for a while and calculated, "The water god is 300 miles away from here. The southern mountain god is about 700 miles away. It's just that the mountain gods of colorful clothes country won't have a high cultivation level. After all, their territory is too small and is far from those dynasties with vast territories. I'm afraid that at most they will be of the cave abode realm in the middle 5 realms. Zhang Shanfeng frowned and said, then once they leave the mountain boundary, won't their combat power be equivalent to a 5th realm Qi refinement warrior? Su Yuanxia said helplessly, this is the rule of heaven and earth. There's no other way. Zhang Shanfeng asked, can you inform Lu Gaohua's father? He's the governor of the county city after all. Previously, General Ma, who was stationed near the county city, also seemed to be a cultivator. If we make early preparations, we might be able to let the demons and evil spirits lurking in the dark know the difficulties and retreat. Su Yuanxia sighed, I'm not scaring you and I'm definitely not afraid of death. This matter is very troublesome. Not to mention that the county city will definitely not believe it, even if the governor and general believe it and are willing to take the huge risk of being stripped of their official status after reporting false military intelligence to the imperial court. Do you know how long it will take for the news to be transmitted from the county city to the capital of colorful clothes country, then to the examination of the 6 departments, the decision of the imperial study and finally to the imperial court to issue an imperial edict secretly ordering the mountain gods to rescue the county city? Let's take a step back and say that once the imperial edict is issued, the Qi refinement warriors in the nearby mountains and the mountain gods will all leave their territories and rush over. Once there's any movement, the county city will be preemptively attacked by the demons and demons with profound Dao techniques. They will leave after plundering and then in the end who will be the one to blame? Su Yuanxiao pointed at the young Daoist priest and the young man with a wooden box. Do you believe that when the time comes, the 3 of us will be regarded as accomplices who are in cahoots with the demons? The person who will expose and impeach us will either be Governor Lu or that General Ma. The worst result will be that the demons have other plans from the beginning. They want to lure us away from the mountain. When the time comes, we'll be peaceful here. Some immortal sect or other large city will be turned upside down. I'm afraid that the 3 of us won't need anyone to expose us. We'll be killed without mercy by the colorful clothes country on the spot. The Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng's face was blank. He did not dare to believe it. Su Yuanxia poured a cup of wine and sighed. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. This kind of thing that makes people want to cry but have no tears. Not only have I seen it with my own eyes, I've also experienced it myself. A few of my friends died because of the word kindness. Su Yuanxia pointed at the bag not far away and said indifferently, I won't say the details. Anyway, out of the 4 friends, only Su Yuanxia survived in the end. One of them didn't even have a corpse. The other 2 can at least let me collect their corpses. Of the 2 urns, one has already been given to his family. The remaining one is the reason why I'm going to Qingwan country this time. No wonder the bearded man asked Zhang Shanfeng and Qin Pingon to quickly leave the old house. Qin Pingon suddenly asked a question. Hero Su, do you regret your choice that time? The man lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. When he raised his head, the corner of his mouth twitched. The dead don't know. Anyway, those who are alive are about to die of regret. This might be the first time this heroic swordsman was so unheroic. Qin Pingon did not directly say that he would stay or leave. When he brought Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, Qin Pingon needed him to make decisions for everything. He could not allow him to show the slightest bit of cowardice and hesitation. Now that he was traveling alone in Jianghu, there was no need for Qin Pingon to do anything for others. Zhang Shanfeng was obviously helpless. He looked around and asked, then what should we do? Su Yuanxia fell into silence and kept drinking wine. Qin Pingon asked again, if we stay and something happens and the 3 of us take the lead, won't it be very likely that we'll have problems protecting ourselves? Su Yuanxia carefully chose her words and said slowly, I'm afraid that the other side will cooperate with us. If it were me, I would definitely try to suppress the gods of the civil and martial temples. Moreover, it seems that the gods here have been affected by the old house's tactical formation and the mountain god of lust. They are already weak and easy to make mistakes. Fortunately, when I entered the Xingwang temple, I saw the incense, architecture and atmosphere. It doesn't seem bad, Qin Pingon asked. Can we directly find this Lord Xingwang? Explain things to him clearly. The prefectural governor and the general do not understand how powerful these gods and gods are. Furthermore, if something really happens, they can probably use their official methods to shirk responsibility. However, this Lord Xingwang is closely related to the safety of the prefectural city. To put it bluntly, Governor Lu can hide, General Ma can bide his time, but Lord Xingwang will definitely not be able to run away. Furthermore, if the fiendish demons really have any ulterior motives, they will definitely target the local Lord Xingwang first. The bearded man's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Taoist Zhang Shanfeng smiled and gave Qin Pingon a thumbs up. At this moment there was a knock on the door. After Qin Pingon opened the door, he saw Scholar Lu and Lu Gaohua in panic. Lu Gaohua sat down and poured a cup of wine. "Don't you think it's strange? Just now, half of the heavenly official statue in the Xingwang temple was cracked and blood was oozing out. Not only that, inside the Xingwang temple there are snakes, rats and scorpions everywhere. It's so disgusting. Now my father has sent people to close the door of the Xingwang temple to avoid scaring the people." The bearded man's face was dignified. He was silent and looked at Qin Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng. Qin Pingon asked, "What's the situation in the civil and martial temples?" Lu Gaohua was stunned and shook his head. "I'm not sure. We locals don't like to go there. There's nothing to see there." Facing Qin Pingon, the woman was still a bit uncomfortable. She only dared to sit beside Lu, who was the furthest away from Qin Pingon. She said softly, "Once when I was serving tea, I heard my father mention to an old Taoist who came as a guest. Although the incense in the two temples is flourishing, there are people worshipping but no one eating." The old Taoist was also quite helpless. He said that the imperial court really can't do anything about it. The colorful robes kingdom only has such a small share, and it's impossible for there to be another mountain god overseeing this place. He also said that if a scholar can appear in Yanji County and successfully enter Lakeview Academy, the feng shui here might change. My father sighed and shook his head, saying that such a scholar is not something that Yanji County can ask for. Lu Qiqing was confused and asked, "What are you talking about? What civil and martial temple? What mountain god?" "I'm familiar with Lakeview Academy. It's at the border of our Baishan kingdom. I've visited it several times. Can I be considered half a scholar?" "Miss Lu, don't worry. Every year, Lakeview Academy recruits a scholar from Baishan kingdom. It's a preferential treatment for Baishan kingdom. Maybe one day I can." Lu Gaohua rolled his eyes and said, "Forget about it. The amount of ink in your stomach is not much more than mine." Lu Qiqing resentfully stopped talking. His jumbled assortment of knowledge was useful to women, but not to scholars. After chatting for a while, the brother and sister left. Before leaving, Lu Gaohua remembered something and reminded them, "I heard from my father at the City God Pavilion that Yanji County will be under martial law starting tomorrow. It's easy to leave the city but difficult to enter. But it might be difficult to leave the city the day after tomorrow, so Lu Qiqing planned to leave today. What about you three? Let's make it clear in advance. If it's really under martial law, General Ma will definitely intervene. At that time, as the son of the county governor, I won't be able to help you. If you want to leave, leave tomorrow at the latest." Lu Qiqing had already left the house with Lu Gaohua's sister. They said goodbye to each other in Zhang Shanfeng's house. Fortunately, Lu Gaohua was waiting for them, so the young man and woman didn't dare to be intimate. After Su Yuanxia closed the door, she tapped the table with her fingers and said, "The City God Pavilion most likely has a problem. It seems that this group of heterodox doctrines has a big plan. I just don't know if the Lord City God of Yanji County is currently restrained in the City God Pavilion because his cultivation has declined, or he has been completely killed. The situation is bad now, but it's becoming clear." The county governor's mansion and the nearby garrison should be vigilant. If we inform them now, it will be more credible. The young Taoist priest looked at Qin Pingon and asked tentatively, "Why don't we inform the county governor's mansion before leaving the county?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Then you and Hero Su follow Lu Gaohua and go to his house together. I'll go to the City God Pavilion to find out the truth. The sooner we know the truth, even if it's just a small part, it'll be more beneficial for us to make the right decision." Zhang Shanfeng didn't wonder why they had to go their separate ways, but he didn't understand why he didn't replace Qin Pingon to go to the City God Pavilion that was full of danger. Qin Pingon smiled and explained, You and Hero Su, one needs to use his saber, preferably with strong winds, to show that he has the demeanor of a master. The other needs to use his peachwood sword to fly around, to show that he's Celestial Master Zhang, who's the best at subduing demons in Mount Longhu. Why should I go? To show off to the county governor? The bearded man laughed. Zhang Shanfeng had also thought it through. He told Qin Pingon to wait for a while, then got up and went to the house to take out 3 talisman. 2 of them were the lowest grade but the most practical. Once there was evil, the yellow paper would burn. The one at the bottom was a spirit travel talisman, also known as the armored horse talisman. After pouring spiritual energy or vital energy, it would be able to gallop like a horse within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Qin Pingon didn't refuse. He put the 3 talisman into his sleeve and joked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?" The young Taoist priest glared at him and said, "Qin Pingon, you can't run away." Qin Pingon quickly waved his hand. Zhang Shanfeng laughed to himself. If Qin Pingon ran away alone, Zhang Shanfeng wouldn't feel bad about the expensive spirit travel talisman, but he would feel bad about losing a good friend. The 3 separated at the entrance of the inn. Su Yuanxia took Zhang Shanfeng and followed Lu Gaohua to the county governor's mansion on the west side of the city. Qin Pingon happened to be going in the same direction as Scholar Lu, but one went straight to the east gate of the city, while the other went to the Xingwang Pavilion on the northeast side. Without Miss Lu, Scholar Lu didn't have the psychological burden of a scholar. He bowed his head and followed Qin Pingon. He asked curiously, "Young Master Qin? Are you one of the legendary martial Dao masters? Although you're young and inexperienced, you're already one of the top masters in Jianghu because you're so talented and come from a famous family. That's why your slap that night was so illusory. I didn't even see you make a move. There wasn't even the slightest bit of smoke and fire. Does that count as reaching the stage of perfection?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "As long as you're a martial artist, you won't even see your opponent make a move when he punches you." Scholar Lu felt that he had been greatly insulted. "Impossible. Young Master Qin, you must be a Jianghu master who lives in seclusion in the marketplace. If I were to guess, you might be the sword god of the beautiful robes nation who is renowned throughout several nations. You must be his last disciple. Otherwise, who would carry 2 swords when they go out? One of them is the sword that the sword god used to travel Jianghu, right? Can you let me touch it?" Qin Pingon admired this person's imagination. He didn't want to be entangled with him. He nodded with a straight face and said, Yes, it's the candle. You have to be careful. The scabbard is full of sharp sword qi. As soon as you pull it out of the scabbard, your skin will be cut open. Are you afraid?" "No, I'm not afraid." Lu Qiqing shook his head and said. He originally wanted to touch the scabbard, but now he put his hands behind his back. After the 2 separated, Lu Qiqing continued to walk along the street to the city gate. This weak scholar suddenly raised his head and glanced at a figure standing on the city gate tower. It was the old Immortal on the high platform in the middle of the lake. At this moment, the old Immortal was standing beside General Ma in armor and 2 old strangers. The old Immortal was pointing at the county city. Lu Qiqing clicked his tongue and said, "You don't know that you've let a thief into your house." On the other side, Qin Pingon soon arrived at the square outside the city god pavilion. He looked at it attentively. As he was not a qi cultivator, he couldn't see any clues. However, as a pure warrior, Qin Pingon's intuition told him that the city god pavilion with red walls, green tiles, and a glazed roof with dragon fire was more peaceful and quiet than before. It was more bloody and gloomy, as if someone threw a piece of charcoal on the ground on a snowy day. Ordinary passers-by might not notice it, but as long as they had good eyesight they could see it. And it was very eye-catching. The gate of the city god pavilion was guarded by constables from the government office. They didn't allow pilgrims to enter. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and looked around. He found a relatively secluded high wall and walked over quietly. At the same time, he took out an evil flame talisman. When he reached the other side, Qin Pingon took advantage of the fact that there was no one around to jump over the wall. He flipped over and landed on the other side of the wall. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the talisman on his fingertips burned to ashes. It was obvious that there was no need for him to probe the situation. He was already a real demon causing mischief. Qin Pingon took off the blade-strengthening gourd with one hand and drank a big mouthful of liquor. He put one hand behind his head and patted the wooden scabbard behind him. The locust tree sword was named Exorcise Demon. The sword made by Master Wan was temporarily named Exorcise Demon. No matter how much the little boy in green and the girl in pink looked down on it, saying that it was too common and vulgar, Qin Pingon still felt that the names of these two swords were very good. Since he had chosen such a good name, he couldn't let it go to waste. Qin Pingon lightly kicked away the venomous snake that was darting towards him. It looked like he had casually kicked it away, but the venomous snake had already turned into minced meat in midair. Qin Pingon's attention was more on the two painted statues of the heavenly official outside the red lacquer gate. One on the left and one on the right, they were covered in blood. There were also countless colorful poisonous snakes wriggling around. There were also scorpions as big as palms standing on the heads or arms of the statues. Their bodies were as black as ink, showing off their might. There were even rats that burrowed in and out of the abdomen and cheeks of the statues. They were extremely bold. For some reason, Qin Pingon recalled the bleak scene in the deity's graveyard in his hometown. He was immediately infuriated. He walked slowly along the wall, trying to keep his head clear and his breath steady. After all, the strength of his punches, the thickness of his spiritual gas, and the speed of his circulation had nothing to do with the fury in his stomach. Qin Pingon thought to himself as he walked, "Qin Pingon, if you can't beat them, you have to run fast enough." (227) Yanji region's city god pavilion worshipped Lord Qinghuang named Shenwen. Before his death, he had been the imperial censorate of Tsai Kingdom. He was renowned for his upright and plain-spoken character. He had left behind the famous saying, "Live as a loyal subject, die as a straight ghost." For the past 300 years his incense had flourished. Because he had previously visited the city god pavilion with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, Qin Pingon was familiar with the place. Yanji region's city god pavilion was divided into 4 halls. 2 originally majestic painted clay statues of heavenly officials stood in front of the door. However, they were now in a tragic state, plagued by snakes and rats. Qin Pingon walked along the perimeter wall for several dozen steps. There were still no signs of evil in the plaza of the city god pavilion. Qin Pingon no longer hesitated. He took out a Yangqi lantern-raising talisman hidden in his sleeve. The yellow paper talisman hovered an arm's length in front of Qin Pingon. It fluttered slightly. When Qin Pingon took a step forward, it automatically flew slowly towards the door. Qin Pingon was greatly reassured. Although the city god pavilion had met with disaster and the entire plaza had changed beyond recognition, the building behind the pavilion definitely still had remnants of spiritual energy. Otherwise, the lantern-raising talisman wouldn't have moved forward. It was destined to retreat towards the high wall. The lamp-raising talisman emitted a faint yellow glow, enveloping Qin Pingon's entire body in its pure radiance. Wherever his feet passed, the 5 poisonous creatures on the ground, including the centipedes and scorpions, all fled. When he passed by the sect, the snakes, rats and scorpions on the left and right Daoist statues of the celestial official all circled around to the back of the clay idol or hid in its hollow abdomen, perhaps because of the ripples of light from the lamp-raising talisman. Qin Pingon held his breath and focused his mind. He continued to slowly walk forward. Behind the door was a large hall. A golden plaque hung from it. The deity worshipped in the hall wasn't Lord Qinghuang, but rather a statue of one of Tsai Kingdom's founding generals. To the left and right were civil and military judges, as well as a total of 8 subordinate officials. Most of the gold paint on the plaque, personally written by the late emperor of Tsai Kingdom, had peeled off. There was a large black snake as thick as a bowl coiled on top of it. Its body hung from the bottom. It stuck its head out and flicked its forked tongue at Qin Pingon. It hissed as if it was demonstrating its power and warning. When Qin Pingon stepped over the threshold, the black snake suddenly leaped and opened its bloody mouth. Qin Pingon turned his body. Without raising his head, Qin Pingon turned, twisted its waist. His 5 fingers grasping the snake's head. He shook his wrist. Qin, the snake. Qin Pingon followed the swaying light-raising talisman and continued forward. After passing the large hall there was another plaza. It was smaller in size. Ancient trees were dense and a stone tablet stood tall. It was the Tsai Kingdom's emperor's inscriptions for conferring the title of Tsai Kingdom's deity. At the time, Qin Pingon had stood in front of the tablet and sized it up for a long time. In the end he came to the conclusion that the handwriting was really ordinary. It couldn't even compare to the young Cui Dong. Fortunately, the Dali imperial tutor who had already changed his name to Cui Dongshan wasn't by his side. Otherwise he would definitely be furious. On the left and right sides of the plaza were the Temple of the God of Wealth and the Hall of Taisui. The Temple of the God of Wealth burned incense and kowtowed, praying for a wide flow of wealth. The Temple of the God of Wealth worshipped the God of Wealth, praying for no disasters. Thus the common people kowtowed here, seeming to be more sincere than kowtowing in the main hall. The light-raising talisman flew straight ahead. Qin Pingon followed closely, not stopping in the slightest. Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head to look. There seemed to be a white shadow flashing past the tall stone tablet standing under the ancient cypress tree. On both sides of the God of Wealth's Hall of Taisui's Hall, there was a faint female voice. It was extremely soft, as if they were teasing each other. Behind the charm there was a chill, as if female ghosts from the netherworld were speaking to the world of the living. The laughter seeped through the boundary between yin and yang bit by bit. Under the cover of the ancient trees, it passed through the windows of the two halls and entered the plaza. Under the sparse sunlight, it melted like snow. It was much lighter, but it still reached Qin Pingon's ears. Qin Pingon frowned and turned his head to continue forward. If he walked a dozen steps forward he would be able to enter the main hall of the Tsai Pavilion, the Tsai Hall where the former imperial censor Shenwen was enshrined. Other than the wooden box and the twin swords that were temporarily for show, the two flying swords in the sword-nourishing gourd could be said to be the absolute main force besides the fist technique. However, among the external objects, like the Yang light-raising talisman, which came from the ancient book Li Shixing gave him, Qin Pingon also had two demon-suppressing pagoda's talismans made of golden material. After destroying the copper coin otherworldly item in the oil paper umbrella in the old house, Qin Pingon was afraid that there would be an accident, so he drew the talismans at the last minute. Later, in the battle with the ancient tree demon surnamed Chu, he didn't have time to use them before he was killed by Chu Yi and Shiwu. Then there was the Yang light-raising talisman and the three distance shrinking talismans. The latter was mainly used to coordinate with the deity drumming style. Of course, it was definitely not inferior to the divine travel talisman that Taoist Zhang Shanfeng lent him. The moment Qin Pingon turned his head, on the stone tablet a woman in white appeared. She sat at the top of the stone tablet. Her hair was disheveled and her face was covered by a head of black hair. Her face could not be seen clearly. However, she stretched out a finger that was only left with bones and no flesh. Her bony finger gently tapped on the top of the stone tablet. In an instant, a fountain of blood gushed out and flowed down. Soon, the thousands of simple words on the stone tablet seemed to have turned into a scarlet letter of blood. However, the strange thing was that the woman's white clothes were still spotless and not a drop of blood was stained. The woman raised her head. Her face was still covered by black hair. She began to sing softly. It was unknown whether it was an ancient folk song that had long been lost in the colorful clothes country. As the woman in white sang in a low voice, she raised her arm and stretched out two bony fingers. She twirled a roll of black hair and shook it gently. Her feet were not wearing shoes and boots. Between her bones and flesh, there was more flesh and blood than her fingers. Her feet swayed and splashed blood on the stone tablet. Compared to the blurry laughter of the two palaces on the left and right, the woman in white sang clearly. The ancient cypress tree above her head rustled in the wind as if it was singing with her. The woman seemed to have reached a happy point. She raised another bony hand and gently turned it over. The closed doors of the Taisui Palace of the God of Wealth Palace on both sides opened with a bang. A man staggered out from each of them. The man who walked out from the God of Wealth Palace was young. One of his arms had been cut off at the shoulder and was missing. However, the bleeding had stopped. His remaining hand was dragging a long green sword. His face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. The middle-aged man who walked out from the Taisui Palace of the God of Wealth Palace limped over the threshold with his head hanging down. Upon closer inspection, this person's neck had been cut off by a sharp weapon. His head was only attached to his body by a bit of flesh. As the woman in white on the stone tablet turned her wrist, the two staggered men suddenly became agile and vigorous. They began to dance on the square. It turned out that the woman in white's bony fingertips had threads of transparent light hanging in the air like snow-white spider silk. The spider silk wrapped around the limbs of the two dead men and controlled their every movement. In the two palaces that had opened their doors, there were constantly women in white dragging billows of black smoke. They quickly drifted around the doorways. Looking at the men's appearance, they giggled, full of sarcasm and hatred. However, the sunlight outside the door was like a natural moat that prevented them from easily crossing. However, there were still 4 or 5 women in white who couldn't hold themselves back. With bursts of black smoke, they quickly rushed out and flew around the two men's corpses. They constantly used their fingers to tease the men's pale faces. They went around their backs and flew up under their armpits. However, for this momentary pleasure, they paid the price of completely disappearing after being exposed to the sunlight. Qin Pingon stood outside the threshold of the main palace. The Xianxia lantern-lifting talisman seemed to have hit a wall. It shook and swayed again and again, unable to move forward. The Xianxia contained in the yellow paper talisman gradually disappeared. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand. His palm seemed to be stuck to a layer of ice in a winter river. He slightly increased his strength but still couldn't break it. Qin Pingon put 2 fingers together. As he turned around, he suddenly twisted his wrist. The lantern-lifting talisman, which didn't have much spiritual qi left, hurriedly flew to the square and circled around the heads of the 2 puppet corpses. The 2 men fell heavily to the ground with a bang. The rays of light on their bodies snapped. After the corpses fell to the ground, blood flowed freely. The woman in white withdrew her hand. She wasn't angry. On the other hand, the women in the 2 palaces bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They looked at Qin Pingon with eyes full of hatred. As long as you fell into evil, no matter how merciful you were in life, you would no longer have the so-called kindness of human nature of the Confucian school's second sage. In the end, not a single drop would be left. This was the will of heaven in the unseen world. Qin Pingon looked at the back of the woman on the stone tablet and said softly, "Miss, the dead are more important. No matter what grudges you had in life, let's just forget about it." The woman in white turned a deaf ear to him and continued to sing. This time she used the language of the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon could understand it. Like a skeleton, like a dead heart. Truth is actually known, don't hold yourself back. The media is cryptic, unintentional but not conspiring. Who is that? The woman's tone was gentle. There was actually a hint of peace and tranquility. There wasn't any resentment or hatred. Qin Pingon could roughly understand the words, but he couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind them. Qin Pingon also didn't have the mind to speculate about this. Currently, the main hall of the City God Pavilion was isolated from the outside world by some kind of technique. It should be that the City God Pavilion was detained and couldn't go out to patrol the county city to help Yanji County get through the upcoming calamity. In the main hall behind Qin Pingon, there was the City God Hall where the 3 statues of the City God Xianwen were enshrined. The statue of Xianwen was more than 30 feet tall. Pilgrims and tourists had to raise their heads to look at it. The civil and military statues on the left and right were also 20 feet tall. They held an iron mace and an official seal respectively. It was rumored that 200 years ago, there was a Daoist priest with the surname Zhang from another continent who traveled here. He felt the simplicity of the people in Yanji County. After returning to his hometown, the current Daoist master of Mount Longhu bestowed him with the seal of the city god protecting the beautiful clothes country's Yanji County. At that time, everyone knew that the young Daoist priest was actually the Daoist master of Mount Longhu. This beautiful story was known by half of the continent. It was rumored that the golden seal of illustrious origin had long been secretly kept in the national treasury by the emperor of Mount Longhu. There was also a huge mural inside. It depicted 81 beauties with big sleeves fluttering in the wind. It was praised by later generations as, "The ink is like life, the breath is like life." Qin Pingon saw that the white-clothed woman was indifferent, so he didn't say anything more. He quietly patted the sword-nurturing gourd at his waist. He turned around and smashed his fist on the layer of ice. Waves of ripples spread out. The 3 statues of the city god pavilion inside the threshold seemed to be shaking. Qin Pingon walked slowly with the 6-step walking stance. He smashed his fist on the ice surface. It was the deity drumming style. Of course, he also had to be on guard against the woman on the other side of the stone tablet. A sigh sounded from a towering ancient tree. It was the voice of a young girl. Idiot, that's a formation set up by 2 great cultivators of the 5th realm. Even my master can't do anything about it for a while. Otherwise, how could Lord City God not be able to come out? You're just a martial artist, yet you want to forcefully break it? Save your strength. Take advantage of the fact that the female ghost hasn't developed any killing intent towards you and leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the next time an idiot barges in, you'll be a dancing puppet. Maybe it was because Qin Pingon's boxing was too casual, so it didn't show any power. It made the strange young girl hiding in the tree look down on him. After the battle with Ma Kuxuan in the small street, Qin Pingon's fist intent became more and more restrained. Normally, when he practiced his boxing, his walking stance became slower. It was more in line with the word gentle. Generally, the martial arts of the lower level of the Jianghu, the reason why external martial arts would attract evil spirits to the body, was because they didn't know the method and hadn't reached a higher level. As a result, the more diligent one practiced, the more it hurt one's body and soul. However, although Qin Pingon's walking stance was slow when he practiced the stance sword furnace, the speed of his qi circulation was countless times faster. If in the past he could only send messages at a normal relay station, then now he could send messages at a speed of 800 miles. This kind of mysterious state of withdrawing. If one wasn't a solid 6th or 7th stage martial artist, they definitely wouldn't be able to see the depth of this. The white-clothed woman suddenly stopped singing, turned her head and stared at Qin Pingon's 18th punch. When the punch landed, it was as loud as a great bell. The qi in the entire plaza rumbled. The steels, which were soaked in blood, immediately gave off a cracking sound. She screamed and it pierced the eardrums. Like a general giving an order, the floating women in the 2 halls turned into 2 streams of thick smoke. One of them merged into the layer of ice, and used the remnants of their otherworldly souls to strengthen the filthy array. The other stream of black smoke rushed towards Qin Pingon, trying its best to interrupt Qin Pingon's continuous fist intent and prevent him from delivering the 19th punch of the deity's drum-beating style. I'm going to die because of you, reckless brat. If I die here today, when the time comes, we'll walk on the road to the underworld together. See if I won't curse you to death. You're already dead. I haven't died yet, but I'm already annoyed to death. At the top of the ancient tree, the young girl finished grumbling angrily and didn't hesitate any longer. A graceful figure dashed out and emitted a string of clear and melodious tinkling sounds. Along with the tinkling sounds that lingered around her body, it brought along circles of light golden flowers, and her graceful figure could be said to be pleasing to the eye. The white-clothed woman's face, which was covered by thick black hair, slightly raised the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were cold and mocking. She stretched out 2 bony palms and lightly clapped. Within the main hall of the Xingwang Pavilion, the civil and martial deity statues beside Lord Xingwang creaked as if they had come alive. They shook off large amounts of dust and dirt, and at the same time stepped out of the altar, stepping onto the bluestone floor of the main hall. Then 2 statues that were 20 feet tall charged towards the doorstep. One of the statues that held an iron mace smashed down towards the head of the young man who had punched out. The other statue that held an iron official seal stepped out of the doorstep without any hesitation, holding a large iron official seal and smashing it towards the young girl. Originally, breaking the array would allow Lord Xingwang to regain his freedom. This was the logical development of the situation. Who would have thought that the real danger wasn't in the square outside the Xingwang Pavilion, nor was it in the white-clothed woman, but in the Xingwang Pavilion where hope was? Then where did Lord Xingwang, who should have had the golden body of a god, go? Within the Xingwang Hall, the tallest and most majestic god statue, which was originally shining with a golden light, was now dim and lifeless. The ground was covered in golden fragments, leaving only a pair of eyes that shone with a golden light. None of the locals of Yanji County dared to believe that this was the golden Xing Wang of Yanji County that they were so proud of. This was because according to the county records of Yanji County, close to 100 taels of gold had been used to cover this statue. The county governor of that generation had begged the rich and powerful in the county for this. After the donation was successful, he had even specially carved a good person's tablet to record the names and families of all the donors. The main statue, which was covered in golden foil, spoke with difficulty, and its hoarse voice traveled to the door. "The two of you leave quickly. There are many of these evil people of unknown origins. There is only one white-clothed ghost here. If you can escape, you must find the immortal master of the Divine Grandeur sect or the gentleman and sage of Lakeview Academy. Tell them that the colorful robes kingdom is in great trouble. Once the kingdom is destroyed, the 6 neighboring kingdoms, including the ancient Yu kingdom, will not be spared." It turned out that the Xing Wang Pavilion, which was supposed to protect the people of the county, was clearly a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. It could not even protect itself. Outside the door of the main hall. First, it was the young girl with silver bells on her arms and ankles that helped Qin Pingon block the black smoke. Where the 4 bells rang, countless faint golden flowers bloomed, dazzling the eyes. The originally aggressive black smoke was cut into pieces, but the young girl was also hit by strands of black smoke. She vomited blood, but she insisted on not retreating. She stood near the reckless person and shook her wrists. The bells rang, and the golden petals continued to eliminate the black smoke that was mixed with wails. Qin Pingon, on the other hand, casually threw out the 19th punch. Then the remaining black smoke surged wildly into the ice surface that separated the main hall from the outside, helping the formation to remove the accumulated power of the deity's 19 punches. Then there were the 2 traitorous clay statues. One of them waved an iron mace to smash Qin Pingon's head, and the other held an iron official seal to hit the back of the young girl's head. Qin Pingon's expression was composed as he punched out the 20th punch with lightning speed, causing the formation to shake violently. Even though it hadn't been broken, it was already on the verge of collapse, and it was only a single punch away. But Qin Pingon was helpless. He could not throw the 21st punch of the deity's drum, but he could not watch the young girl be killed by the civil official statue that rushed out of the door. Otherwise he would have the opportunity to throw the last punch. The stone floor under Qin Pingon's feet cracked, and he disappeared in an instant, dodging the iron mace that the general statue had smashed down on his head. In an instant he arrived at the side of the civil official statue. Using the iron cavalry chisel formation, he punched the waist of the statue. This punch was to save a life, so Qin Pingon did not dare to hold anything back. When he punched, his arm was surrounded by a snow-white fist intent. The fist aura vibrated, and there was a vague and mighty sound of wind and thunder. A 2-foot-tall clay statue was stunned by Qin Pingon's punch. The feet of the huge statue plowed a gully on the ground. The young girl heard the noise behind her. She turned her head and roughly guessed the reason. Then she looked at the ordinary-looking young man with the box. Her eyes were somewhat sluggish. Qin Pingon did not care about the young girl's thoughts. His arms paused. It looked like he was going to punch, but in reality 2 golden pagoda demon-suppressing talismans slipped out from his sleeves and quietly stuck them to his palms. The general statue holding the iron mace missed and smashed the bricks on the ground. It straightened its back and once again swung the iron mace at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon's journey to the south this time had taken countless slow punches. But when he wanted to be fast, it was really fast. The iron mace still missed. Qin Pingon had unknowingly arrived in front of the general statue. With a tap of his foot, he jumped up and heavily slapped the statue's forehead with his palm. The golden light was dazzling. Around the general statue, a golden pagoda that was slightly taller and larger than it appeared out of thin air. Lightning flashed like dragons. The statue seemed to be enshrined in this pagoda. But the specific feeling could be seen from the crumbling of the statue's huge body. No matter how it struggled, how it swung the iron mace, the demon-suppressing talisman firmly suppressed it. After Qin Pingon took out the first golden pagoda demon-subduing talisman, his feet tapped on the chest of the divine general statue. Borrowing the momentum, he bounced back and disappeared in a flash. With an even faster speed, he arrived in front of the divine civil official statue that was sprinting towards the young girl. With another slap, he just happened to stick the golden talisman onto the fine iron official seal. The tall statue was like a mountain pressing down. Its knees were bent and debris constantly fell from them. It almost staggered and fell. Qin Pingan's feet still did not touch the ground. After taking out the golden talisman, his body continued to rise. He stepped on the top of the statue's head and looked at the white-clothed girl who was already standing at the top of the stone tablet. The two faced each other. Qin Pingan did not stop at all. Like riding the wind, he rushed towards the stone tablet under the ancient cypress tree. In the air, he stretched out his hand and lightly patted the sword box. He softly said, "Exorcise the demon." The scholarwood sword shot out of the box and was grabbed by Qin Pingan with one hand. The sword flew out. It was done in one breath, somewhat elegant. (228). Qin Pingan wielded the scholarwood sword and slashed down at the white-clothed woman on the stone tablet. Ignoring the sword moves, the wooden sword did not have enough spiritual light to intimidate otherworldly items. The white-clothed woman with black hair pulled the corners of her mouth. Although she looked down on him, she did not want to be too arrogant since he could successfully suppress two statues. It was fine to play with him. In any case, it was best to protect the city god pavilion. It did not matter if they lost it. There would be an expert who would take it back. She reached out to her waist and a sheathless sword appeared. The sword was scarlet and filled with a nauseating smell of blood. She must have used a camouflage technique before. When her bony palm brushed past the long sword, it came into contact with the blade, causing a string of sparks to fly. Not only that, a jade-green bracelet slipped off her wrist and spun around her rapidly without any trace. It was so fast that the bracelet could not be seen in an instant, and only waves of jade-green fireflies could be seen. For the cultivators in the world, the more magic weapons they had, the better. This was the same logic as the common people who didn't mind money. But after all, the spiritual weapons and magic weapons were too rare. If one was lucky enough to have two of them, they would generally pursue both offense and defense as much as possible. One was used to kill and retreat the enemy, and the other was used to protect one's life. It could be used to attack and retreat, and it was absolutely foolproof. For example, the military armor pill of the tree demon surnamed Chu in the old house could transform into a radiant armor. It was one of the best defensive magic treasures. The white-clothed woman's scarlet sword and the green bracelet, one for offense and one for defense, was the same principle. From the moment the foreign youth carrying the sword box on his back used the strange talisman of extremely high quality to forcefully suppress the statue of the civil official to the moment he stepped on the statue's head and pounced over with the wooden sword in his hand, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The scholarwood sword arrived in the blink of an eye. The white-clothed woman quickly raised her sword and swept it horizontally. A scarlet sword chi appeared above her head. If the young man did not dodge in time, he would be cut in half by the sword chi. However, the young man suddenly disappeared. Mind talisman. The white-clothed woman knew something was wrong. Ding. The sound of metal and stone rang out in the square without warning. After that, there was a series of rapping sounds as fine and hurried as raindrops falling on the roof. The white-clothed woman's expression changed slightly. She twisted her waist and quickly flew away from the top of the stone tablet. White clothes and red swords, one red and one white. They revolved around the ancient cypress tree as if they were avoiding something. The woman had already deliberately distanced herself from the jade bracelet by about 20 feet. Not only could she control it as she wished, but she could also avoid being caught in the crossfire. It was a flying sword. The young man was actually a sword cultivator who could kill with a flying sword. What wooden sword, what exorcism, they were all just a pretense to confuse people. The real killing move was the sinister flying sword that had yet to reveal its true form. At such a young age, his thoughts were meticulous and vicious. It was no wonder that he could become the most difficult swordsman to achieve results among the Chi refinement warriors. Based on those continuous sounds, the white-clothed woman's heart ached. No matter how spiritual the bracelet was, it could not withstand such a flying sword. It was no different from ruthlessly destroying a flower. The bracelet named Bing Nuo was a superior spiritual weapon personally bestowed by the old ancestor. It was not known for its toughness and firmness. It was mainly used to defend against the unexpected killing moves of the so-called righteous immortal masters. After all, the old ancestor had long predicted that this conspiracy to seize the national treasure of the colorful robes kingdom would inevitably be a bloody battle with heavy casualties. The Qi refinement warriors of the famous immortal families did not have the courage to fight with their lives. However, the mysterious secret skills and magical weapons that had been passed down from generation to generation were endless, so they had to be on guard. The white-clothed woman could not deduce the trajectory of the flying sword for the time being, and she did not dare to take back the bracelet. This made her extremely resentful. For the first time she was furious. If the bracelet was broken, then in this trip to the colorful robes kingdom, not to mention the other allies, she was destined to lose more than gain. Even if she succeeded in the end in terms of rewards, the rewards she received would not be as valuable as this bracelet. The white-clothed woman's black hair fluttered wildly, revealing her true appearance. She was the woman in colorful clothes who had taken the lead on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night. At that time she had shocked countless men in Yanji County. They only hated that they could not hold her in their arms and love her tenderly. In that case, the old immortal who looked very sage-like was at least one of the masterminds. However, this group of people was so ostentatious. Did not a single cultivator in the colorful robes kingdom see through the truth? Qin Pingon, who was standing in the square, was stunned for a moment. With a heavy heart, he put the scholarwood sword back into the wooden box and habitually took off the wine gourd to drink. Seeing that the youth was still in the mood to drink, the white-clothed woman was so angry that she laughed. Her sleeves fluttered, revealing her wrists and ankles, which were all white bones. Presumably, the delicate body under the white clothes was also in the same condition. Only the face was still intact. Moreover, it was exceptionally beautiful. It turned out to be a beauty of withered bones. No, it should be a beautiful ghost of withered bones. After confirming that the flying sword was unable to break through the bracelet and get close to her, the white-clothed woman made up her mind. In order to catch bandits, she had to catch the leader first. She would kill the youth first. He had no one to blame but himself for seeking death. Originally, she wanted to tease him for a while. Who would have thought that he would be such a difficult person to deal with? So what if he was a sword cultivator? As long as he was not an illusory great sword immortal, even if he was a small sword immortal in the middle 5 realms, as long as he dared to show his face in Yanji County City, he would die. Imperceptibly, the small square outside the city god hall was divided into 3 battlefields. The 2 demon-suppressing pagoda talismans made of golden materials were slowly depleting the devil chi of the 2 clay statues. Debris flew everywhere, dust flew and cracking sounds were constantly heard. No matter how the 2 statues roared, the demon-suppressing pagoda manifested by the demon-suppressing pagoda intertwined with lightning. It was like the Thunder Sex Lord of Heaven was holding an electric whip to whip evil spirits. It was steadily suppressing them. Next was Qin Pingon's flying sword, Chu Yi. This time he did not care about leaving the blade strengthening gourd's ostentatious display. He quietly flew out without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, the white-clothed woman had the bracelet to protect her. It helped her block the disaster of the sword piercing through her head. It was unknown whether Chu Yi was really angry or a mischievous child who had found an interesting plaything. He no longer paid attention to Qin Pingon's intentions and focused on pestering the emerald bracelet. He struck it again and again as if he was forging iron. The flying sword even deliberately slowed down its flying speed. Every time, it affected the range of the bracelet's rotation. Finally, of course, the white-clothed woman, who was full of murderous intent, was determined to kill Qin Pingon, the sword cultivator. She held a bright scarlet long sword in her hand and rushed down. Before that, she shouted angrily at the 2 side halls. The female otherworldly ghosts who had been ready to take action swarmed out. For a moment, black smoke billowed and covered the sky. They all rushed toward Qin Pingon, who was standing alone in the square. The young girl, who had silver bells on her hands and feet, wanted to enter the scene to help. However, Qin Pingon immediately signaled her with his eyes, telling her not to get involved. The young girl did not let her emotions affect her decisions. She stood in the first battlefield obediently. She just waved her hands and feet, constantly shaking the bells to make clear spiritual sounds. She tried her best to make the golden flowers float out of the eaves of the main hall. Even though she was pale, she still insisted on helping Qin Pingon to kill one female ghost. For Qin Pingon, it was enough for the young girl to do so. Qin Pingon swung his hands quickly and fiercely. His fists were surging with bright light. It was the cloud-steaming swamp style taught by the old man surnamed Cui. In an instant, abundant qi leaked out and shook the surroundings. Dozens of ferocious female ghosts who had rushed out of the side halls were instantly wiped out. They already had the sun above their heads and were burning fiercely. Coupled with this punch, they walked the domineering path of one man guarding the pass. It was no different from adding frost to frost. Their fingernails, which were as long as fingers, could not get within one zhang of Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon did not only have the ability to launch a single punch. His body leaned back and with a tap of his toes he immediately retreated several feet away, dodging the sword of the white-clothed ghost. The white-clothed ghost was also like a maggot attached to a bone. Her toes did not even touch the ground. She leaped into the air like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Her body leaned forward and she followed Qin Pingon with a stab of her sword. However, during this interval, Qin Pingon swung his fists again, making the same ancient boxing stance as before. In just a short while, more than 10 otherworldly ghosts were killed on the spot. The white-clothed beautiful ghost, whose black hair was fluttering in the wind, said with a stern face. She took small steps in the air, moving faster and faster. "You really deserve to die." The long sword in her hand was only a few inches away from piercing Qin Pingon's heart. Qin Pingon twisted the tip of his foot and imitated Ma Kuxuan, who had fought in the small street. His body spun like a top and dodged the sword. He took the opportunity to get closer and punch the withered bone beautiful ghost's face. The latter could instantly turn into white mist and dissipate in all directions. In the next moment she reappeared several zhang away. Her 5 fingers pulled back, and the scarlet long sword that had not disappeared with her turned half a circle and slashed toward Qin Pingon's arm. Qin Pingon did not hesitate to use the last mind talisman. In the blink of an eye he appeared next to the beautiful ghost again. His powerful fist was like the sun, making the beautiful ghost scream in pain. She did not have time to control the long sword in the distance. She used the same trick again. Once again she turned into white mist and disappeared quickly. Qin Pingon's face was resolute. He said in his heart, "First sword." Although it was reluctant, flying sword number 1 still left the original battlefield. A white rainbow streaked across the sky and stabbed at the withered bone-gorgeous ghost who had just revealed her true form. The moment she disappeared for the second time, the green bracelet and the scarlet long sword showed a trace of imperceptible stagnation. It was as if they had lost the connection with their master's mind and were somewhat hesitant. When the flying sword first sword pierced between her eyebrows, the beautiful ghost finally panicked. She covered her face with her hands and her black hair frantically rolled back to cover her face. The snow-white pocket-sized flying sword hovered quietly in front of her eyes and did not continue to rush forward. However, she felt a chill at the back of her head. The withered bone-gorgeous ghost was frozen in place, as if she had been cast by an immortal. Her face was filled with disbelief. She turned her head stiffly and stared at the young man who was rushing towards her. "It's fine if you're a sword cultivator, but why do you have 2 flying swords? Why are you pretending to be a pure martial artist? You can dodge first sword but you can't dodge 15th sword." However, even though she had been pierced by the 15th sword, Qin Pingon did not lower his guard. He ignored the otherworldly items and let them attack him. Qin Pingon just rushed to the beautiful ghost's side as fast as he could. He made a prompt decision and punched her with the god's drum-beating style. One punch, one punch, one punch. After 20 punches, the bones under her white clothes were smashed one by one. In the end, the beautiful ghost's body and white clothes exploded together. A yellow talisman with a woman's figure on it fell from the sky. As soon as she died, the otherworldly items lost their backbone and hid in the halls on both sides of the hall. Many of them were burned to death by the sun before they could escape. This time there was no more charming laughter coming from the side hall. Instead there was only a whimper. The scarlet long sword fell to the ground. The green bracelet was like a lost person, spinning slowly in the place where the beautiful ghost had disappeared. Qin Pingon stood still. He was not in a hurry to catch the bracelet or the yellow talisman. Looking around, there was nothing strange. Qin Pingon patted the blade's strengthening gourd. Chewy and 15th sword jumped in. Squatting down, Qin Pingon carefully observed the yellow talisman. Qin Pingon took out the other evil talisman that Zhang Shanfeng had given him. He put it near the yellow talisman on the ground and shook it. The talisman was not quiet, but it was very quiet. It only burned a corner of the talisman and then stopped burning. Qin Pingon picked up the yellow talisman. When Qin Pingon pinched the yellow talisman between his fingers, he realized that it was not an ordinary yellow paper talisman. The paper was very smooth and soft. It was also very tough. He guessed that it was not afraid of being torn by a strong young man. Qin Pingon thought about it and put the beautiful talisman into his sleeve. In fact, he hid it in the square-inch object. The reason why the square-inch object was precious was that it could isolate the outside world. Although nothing was absolute, it was still the general rule. When Qin Pingon put away the yellow talisman, the green bracelet also took the initiative to stick to him. Qin Pingon held the fire talisman in one hand and found that there was no movement at all. He took the opportunity to hold the bracelet and put it into his pocket. However, when he went to pick up the scarlet longsword, the fire talisman was just a little closer and it burned out. Qin Pingon was a little hesitant. This sword could be sold for a lot of money, but he was more worried that if he put it into the square-inch object, it would affect the flying sword 15th sword. In the end, Qin Pingon picked up the sword and looked around. He looked up at the ancient cypress next to the stone tablet. He ran forward, tipped his toes and rushed to the ancient cypress. He temporarily hid the sword in the shade of the tall tree. The girl shyly shouted, "Immortal." Qin Pingon looked down. The girl pointed to the ground at her feet. The clay statue had collapsed and broken into pieces, piling up into a small sharp mound. A few silver fragments were shining in the soil, very eye-catching. What was more surprising was that the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman was floating quietly beside the mound. Except for the slightly dim golden luster, it was not damaged at all. The other mound of soil was in a similar situation. However, unlike the iron mace in the hands of the general statue, which had been completely melted by the thunder and lightning, the civil official statue had only the golden demon-suppressing pagoda talisman and the silver fragments. The square iron official seal was also gone. Instead, there was a simple and unadorned small green wooden box, which was just enough for a child's 5 fingers to hold. Qin Pingon was pleasantly surprised and quickly floated down. He first put the 2 golden talisman and a total of 6 silver fragments into the square-inch object. Finally, he carefully picked up the green wooden box that was emitting a warm aura. Even if he only held it gently, Qin Pingon felt an inexplicable sense of security. He put the small wooden box with unknown contents into his sleeve, but did not hide the square-inch object. Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the side kept her eyes wide open, staring at the sword Immortal, who was killing demons and showing great magical powers. Her master, who secretly taught her magic, had said that there were many old immortals in the world who had reached the peak of cultivation and looked like a child. Those were the real immortals who were free and unfettered, completely unrestrained by heaven and earth. She had seen many strange things today, but the immortal who looked like a teenager in front of her had the most strange things about him. For example, there was a talisman in the world that was taken back after it was used up. Although her master was half a Jianghu man and half an immortal on the mountain, he had never heard of such a thing before. Qin Pingon had a good impression of the girl. As he walked to the front door of the city god hall and was about to completely break the magic restriction with the deity drum beating style, he turned his head and asked softly, "It's very dangerous here. Why did you come in earlier?" "Wow, the immortal is talking to me. The key point is that he is quite friendly." The girl was very happy. She shook her wrist and the bell sounded melodiously. "Immortal Lord, the 4 bells on me can protect me. My master said that even if an immortal of the cave-dwelling realm wants to kill me, I can still hold on for a while. But there is a big problem. Don't tell anyone about this kind of secret that involves magic treasures." Qin Pingon quickly waved his hand and interrupted the girl's silly words. He reminded her, "It's not good to stay here for long. You should leave quickly, and it's best if you leave the city immediately." The girl shook her head and said, "My parents are in the city. I won't go anywhere. Since I learned magic, I have to protect them." Qin Pingon had to give up and didn't force it. He just asked the girl to stay a little further away and then began to rapidly punch the secret restriction. After 21 punches, the ice surface suddenly exploded. Black smoke rolled, mixed with countless wails, resentment and hatred. Qin Pingon used the cloud steaming great swamp style to clear them all. Occasionally there were fish that escaped the net, but the bell girl behind him helped to kill them. Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and looked at the east city wall. Although he couldn't see the city tower clearly, he seemed to feel some kind of gaze from there for a moment. It was most likely that the Xingwang Pavilion's formation was destroyed, causing the great demon lord behind the scenes to discover his existence. Qin Pingon was careful. Before stepping over the threshold, he took out his last remaining Yangqi lantern-raising glyph. Qin Pingon had just raised his foot when he noticed that the girl beside him wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Do you know there's something strange inside?" The girl was a bit embarrassed. She seemed to feel that she was too childish. But since the deity asked, she could only bite the bullet and say sullenly, "My parents said that when you enter the temple to burn incense, men on the left and women on the right. You men cross the threshold with your left foot, we cross the threshold with our right foot." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Okay, thank you." His left foot stepped over the doorstep, following the floating light-raising talisman, walking to Lord Xingwang Qinwen's statue. However, without waiting for Qin Pingon to speak, Lord Xingwang spoke in a dignified manner, saying something that made the young girl furious. But because she was in awe of city god Shin's hundreds of years of power, the girl didn't dare to speak out. She could only curse in her heart. The little bits of gold that fell on the ground all flew back to the statue. From the time Qin Pingon broke the formation until he walked here, the statue's golden body was already 70 to 80% of the gold leaf. The pair of eyes of the statue gave off a faint golden glow. It was like a 30-foot-tall deity that was looking down on all life in the county. This city god Shin's first words were not very polite. "Young man, quickly hand over the iron official seal." Qin Pingon's expression was calm. He was about to take out the green wooden box that had the iron official seal on the outside melted away. At the same time he explained, "The official seal has already been melted by my talisman." Qin Pingon only said half of what he wanted to say. "Don't talk nonsense." The Xingwang statue was enraged. Dust flew everywhere, and the golden fragments on the ground were almost completely sewn together. The statue was covered in gold, and it was indeed the golden Xingwang that was famous in many countries. The statue raised its leg high and said in a deep voice, "Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in front of me just because you took care of a few small pieces of trash? If it wasn't for the three of them working together and the betrayal of my subordinates, I wouldn't have been suppressed in the city god hall. How could they have the chance to be so presumptuous? Quickly hand over the iron official seal. Don't waste time. The situation is serious. I still have to go into the city to suppress the demons." Before the formation was broken, city god Shenwen was busy maintaining the last bit of divinity. Also, with the filthy technique that isolated the world, the city god hall couldn't know what was happening outside. In his opinion, after the three big monsters and the big devil cultivator left, the other party wouldn't know the real mystery of this place. Thus, they wouldn't leave any important battle force behind. Therefore, the only thing that surprised City God about the young man with the box was how he broke the formation at the door. Could it be that he was a disciple of a sect who was proficient in Qimen Dunjia and Immortal formations? However, no matter what, the life and death of the hundreds of thousands of people in Yanji County was closely related to the thing in the City God Pavilion. There couldn't be any mistakes. The giant statue stepped out of the altar and stepped on the bluestone floor 3 meters in front of Qin Pingon. It stepped on it and shattered the bluestone floor. It bent down and stretched out its hand. "Quickly hand over the official seal." Qin Pingon didn't move. He asked, "Others helped you. Is it so hard to say thank you?" The statue was obviously stunned. After a long time it sighed and nodded. "I was too impatient. It was wrong. I really have to thank you for this." Qin Pingon took out the green wooden box. The iron official seal melted and became one with the soil of the civil official statue. However, this small wooden box was exposed. I wonder if it's what you're looking for? The statue slowly nodded. Qin Pingon threw the wooden box high up. The city god statue reached out and caught it. It smiled and said, "It is this item." Qin Pingon turned and left. The young girl hurriedly followed. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled behind him. Qin Pingon knew that the situation was not good. He immediately circulated his qi. His real qi was like a fiery dragon. It traveled hundreds of miles in one go, passing through many acupoints of the qi mansion. The young girl who had just reached the threshold was dumbstruck. Turning his head, he saw one of Lord Xingwang's statue thighs stomping on the back of the sword Immortal carrying the case. The young man's waist was bent and he was about to kneel down. He forcefully held his breath, and only then was he not stepped into the ground by the 3-foot-tall statue. Qin Pingon's face flushed red. He said with a trembling voice, "You go first." The young girl didn't dare hesitate as she hurriedly flew out of the door and landed on the square. Turning her head to look, she saw that around the statue of Lord Xingwang, there was thick smoke that was as black as ink. The smoke went in and out of the 7 orifices on the statue's face, and the eyes of the Lord Xingwang had also become a strange dark gold color. The young girl screamed, "Be careful, the city god is possessed." Qin Pingon bent his knees slightly. He gritted his teeth and bent his waist. The leg of the statue increased the strength on his back. He stood up straight little by little. He quickly patted the blade's strengthening gourd. At the same time, 2 golden pagoda demon suppressing talismans slid out from his sleeves. He held them between his fingers. He lowered his head and inadvertently saw the pair of straw sandals on his feet. Qin Pingon suddenly felt very happy. This trip down the mountain was really exciting. He laughed and said, "First day, 15th day, follow me to kill the demon." (229) When Qin Pingon went to the city god's pavilion to check out the situation, Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng went to the county governor's mansion. The two of them were already mentally prepared to run into a wall. Unexpectedly, under the recommendation of his son Lu Gaohua, the worried county governor Lu quickly received the bearded man and the young Daoist priest in the living room. Not only did he not ask them to leave, he did not even ask Xianxia to show off her domineering bladesmanship, nor did he ask Zhang Shanfeng to fly around the courtyard with his peachwood sword. After hearing the two of them's report, he hesitated for a moment before allowing them to follow him to the main hall. The two of them were shocked. There were 7 or 8 people sitting in the main hall. There were armored warriors who sat with their hands on their sabers, elderly civil officials who were pointing at the county city's geomancy map, and a few energetic men and women. At first glance they could tell that they were cultivators. If they did not deliberately hide their aura and breathing, they should be qi cultivators of the 3rd or 4th realm. Governor Lu gave them a general introduction. Most of them were unworldly experts from Yanji County. There were also foreigners who came after hearing the news. They were similar to Su Yuanxia and the rest. Su Yuanxia focused on an ordinary-looking man. His aura was calm and steady. He should be an expert who did not make a move. Once he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt. Zhang Shanfeng, on the other hand, took a few more glances at Taoist Chong Miao. The old Taoist priest was leisurely drinking tea. Behind him stood 2 brass strongmen who were 10 feet tall. Strongmen were the unique symbol of the Taoist talisman sect. Most of them did not have spiritual intelligence. They would only listen to their master's simplest orders, such as killing enemies. The high-grade brass strongman's combat power was comparable to that of a martial artist of the 3rd realm. They should not be underestimated. They should not be seen as crude and stupid puppets. Governor Lu gave Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, who had arrived later, a rough overview of the current situation. Then, with some emotion, he clasped his hands and said sincerely, "Thank you for your help. If we can safely survive this disaster, Yanji County will definitely erect a monument for you and write it in the local annals." Almost everyone who was seated stood up to return the greeting and said some polite words that were duty-bound to be exchanged. Governor Lu walked to the side of the table. There were 2 maps on it. One was the map of the county city, and the other was the map of the 6 counties of the colorful Robes Kingdom, including Yanji County. Governor Lu pointed at a place between Yanji County and the neighboring county. I just received good news. General Ma and Old Immortal are personally watching over the city wall. 600 elite cavalry have already left the station and are moving towards our county city at top speed. They can enter the city and wait for orders at the latest. The 2,000 infantrymen should arrive outside the city after midnight. It was Governor Lu's first time dealing with this kind of incident. He was so anxious that his throat was smoking. In addition, he had been on the move all day and was on tenterhooks all day. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. He quickly took a cup of hot tea from the old advisor. The old advisor who had been advising in the governor's mansion for many years stood beside the table in place of Governor Lu. He pointed out one place at a time. The Xinwang Pavilion in the northeast, the embroidery lane in the north of the city, the Horsehead Bridge in the south, the Hanging Copper Tower in the west and the Zhao Mansion in the middle. These 6 places are all strange. The Xinwang Pavilion has been urgently closed. The 2 immortal masters who snuck in have yet to come out. 6 people suddenly died in the embroidery lane. The 32 families of the local people have all moved out. Man-eating water demons have appeared under the Horsehead Bridge. It is unknown if they have flowed along the river to other parts of the city. It is quite troublesome. The Hanging Copper Tower, which was originally used to warn the immortals on the mountain, has collapsed. The old man guarding the tower has also died suddenly. As for the Zhao Mansion, more than 10 people have gone crazy. They acted up inexplicably like a plague. Even 2 Yamen runners who went in to check on the situation have gone crazy. As for us, at this point Governor Lu coughed softly. The old advisor did not continue speaking. After all, it would not be good if word got out. It might affect the governor's reputation as an official. This was because the Zhao Mansion was in the same situation as the Xinwang Pavilion. The government had sent people to seal off the exits, forbidding the people in the mansion to go out. The old Daoist named Chongmiao put down his teacup and smiled. This is a serious matter. Lord Lu's actions are very bold. It is for the sake of the hundreds of thousands of people in the county city. I believe that after this, as long as the Zhao Mansion has a little conscience, they will be grateful for Lord Lu's decision today. The armored general who sat on the chair glanced at Daoist Chongmiao. The corner of his mouth twitched, full of sarcasm. Governor Lu was a little embarrassed. He said softly, "There's no need to be grateful. If you can understand a little, I'll be very relieved." He quickly changed the topic and sighed. Fortunately, the old immortal happened to pass by our county and observed the night sky. He discovered the abnormality of the yin qi above the county city. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark. If something were to happen and we were caught off guard by those demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unimaginable. Xianxia asked, "That hanging copper pagoda, does it function like a beacon at the border? It can transmit signals to the immortals on the nearby mountains?" The armored general's face was gloomy. He nodded and said, "That's right. However, the demons are vicious and cunning. They made a vicious move, causing the county city to lose contact with the immortal Lingxi sect 900 miles away. The hanging copper pagoda originally used a secret technique to transmit messages. It's very mysterious. At most, the Lingxi sect would know about it in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Now the flying sword is sending messages. The speed is acceptable, but the price is a little expensive." The armored general glanced at the smug Taoist Chongmiao from the corner of his eye. No matter how he looked at him, he was asking for a beating. He actually asked for 100,000 taels of silver for the most common flying sword message. When the time comes, General Ma and I will work together to guard the east gate of the city. One of my old friends will keep an eye on the Zhao Manor and protect the county governor's manor at the same time. General Ma cupped his hands and said gratefully, "If Elder Huang had not discovered the clues and quickly informed us, the people of the county governor's manor would have been in great trouble. Elder Huang, you are still willing to take the risk and help us. I am a rough man. I can't say beautiful words, but I will definitely remember them. The old immortal shook his head and smiled. If cultivating on the mountain is to achieve Taoism and ascend without caring about the suffering of the people, then what is the point of cultivating as an immortal? Why do you want immortality? General Ma hammered his chest armor with his fist and then gave him a thumbs up. He said with sincere admiration, Elder Huang, just based on this sentence, you are really cultivating. Speaking of this, the middle-aged general said indignantly, as for those immortal masters in the colorful clothes nation who only know how to fish for compliments, especially those in the capital, humph, they are really shameless. All they do is ask for money from the imperial court and build immortal pavilions and tall buildings, wasting people's money. Zai, it's better not to talk about it. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get. The old immortal put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Which river in the world is not filled with mud and sand? General Ma, you don't have to be too resentful. Since things are like this, just be yourself first. The general nodded and agreed. He admired the old immortal beside him, who was profound in Taoism and compassionate at the same time. Immortals didn't just exist in the heavenly paradises on the mountain. There were also immortals at the foot of the mountain. The old immortal used his abilities again and squinted his eyes to look towards the city god's pavilion. Because they were too far away, he couldn't see clearly. If only old Demon Me was here. He knew a bit of mountain view, so he should be able to see everything clearly from such a distance. However, he had sensed the destruction of the city god's pavilion's secret technique formation. There was definitely someone who overestimated himself trying to be a hero. It didn't matter. He already had a backup plan in place. The Golden City God and the civil and martial deities on both sides had been secretly tampered with by old Demon Me. He didn't hesitate to pay a huge price and use the special incense that had lasted for over 20 years to unknowingly corrupt them. Because of this, old Demon Me shamelessly demanded 3 spirit artifacts from the 3 of them. Only then did he stop. That was why the city god's pavilion's little disturbance couldn't affect the final flow of a great river. After 30 years of scheming, the 4 powers worked together. How could they fail at the last moment? Unless a 10th realm land immortal descended from the heavens and suddenly declared that he would protect Yanji County City, they would not stop. However, they had already figured out the movements of the Divine Grandeur sect, the Lakeview Academy, and the other major immortal sections. It was impossible for a 10th realm chi cultivator to appear out of nowhere. Moreover, the big shots who had reached the nascent soul realm had always been elusive. To put it bluntly, even if they really saw the situation here, as long as they were not from a reputable sect and were righteous ancestors, they might not be willing to get involved. The situation was already set. The outcome was already decided. The old immortal smiled inwardly. He really wanted to turn around and pat the general's shoulder. He laughed and teased him, "Old brother Ma, your eyesight isn't too good. I'm not some righteous immortal master, but one of those heretical demons that you all speak of. The 2 most famous immortal masters in the capital of the Rainbow Robes Nation are both my direct disciples. These heretical cultivators were originally rats in the mud of the fields. Their goal was to not open for business for 3 years. Once they opened, they would eat for 3 years. After this matter, they would obtain the magic treasure. At worst, they would go into seclusion for another 20 to 30 years and head to a place further south. There, they would secretly plan for an even bigger business. After that, they would be good men again. Perhaps one day, they would become an existence like the White Emperor city of the Central Plains. Although the world knew that he was a demonic cultivator, who would dare to call him a demon to his face? Most of the cultivators in the upper 5 realms wouldn't dare. However, the old immortal only thought about such a wonderful thing for the sake of amusement. The old immortal looked to the south, then turned his head to the north. He was a bit hesitant. After this matter was settled, taking refuge in the south would definitely be the safest. If he went to the north according to the agreement, he would have to seek riches and honor amidst danger. However, as long as he could survive to the end, he would obtain great riches and honor. According to the request of the little ancestor surnamed Fu, the group of people from the Divine Grandeur sect went to find the temple. However, halfway there, the fortune of the mountains and rivers changed greatly. It turned from turbid to clear. The old Daoist leading the group Xiao Lu was greatly astonished. He decided to go to the temple first. In the end he discovered that the golden body of the mountain god surnamed Qin had already shattered and completely disappeared. An unexpected surprise was that the group actually picked up a golden body fragment from the ruins. Even Xiao Lu was greatly shocked. He first took care of the golden body fragment and carefully stored it away. Although it was destined to be handed over to the sect, he could touch and study it when he was free. After that, the old Daoist returned to the small town. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to go to the old mansion alone to repair his relationship with Yang Huang, who had been reduced to a servant ghost. Once Yang Huang and his wife took this opportunity, they wouldn't have to worry about being punished by the Divine Grandeur sect. Not only did they protect the array formation of the old mansion, but they also had a chance to increase their realm. Perhaps with Yang Huang's outstanding talent, after the female ghost tree was no longer a burden to him, he would become a rogue cultivator in the middle 5 realms. He could completely foresee the scene of the future. For example, Yang Huang's personality wasn't pedantic. In his early years he was very popular in the Divine Grandeur sect. Moreover, he was a native of the colorful clothes nation. With a little manipulation, perhaps Yang Huang or his wife would be able to take advantage of the situation and become a legitimate mountain god granted by the imperial court. If it was the latter, it would be terrifying. The husband and wife were both in the cave realm. If they didn't curry favor with each other, it was very likely that the Divine Grandeur sect would push the boat with the current and give them goodwill. At that time, what would Xiao Lu do? At that time it would be useless even if he kowtowed and admitted his mistake. He might as well lower his posture now and take the initiative to show goodwill. Xiao Lu had already made up his mind. He no longer hesitated in his heart and openly went to the old mansion to congratulate the husband and wife. He admitted his mistake and apologized to them. He drank 3 cups of wine as punishment and gave them a low-grade but very likable spiritual tool. Yang Huang was also a clever person. It hadn't been long since they shed all pretense of cordiality. Now that Xiao Lu was carrying a bramble to ask for forgiveness, he was very polite and enthusiastic. He drank the wine and even accepted the spiritual tool. However, after drinking he was half drunk. Yang Huang began to curse Xiao Lu again. In the end, even the female ghost couldn't stand it anymore. After persuading him for a long time, Yang Huang didn't listen. Xiao Lu didn't say anything at the table and just endured it. After that, Xiao Lu stayed in the old mansion and sent a message to the Divine Grandeur sect disciples in the small town. Then the group stayed for another day. The atmosphere was harmonious and harmonious. When Xiao Lu left, he knew that all of Yang Huang's actions were just for show. In his heart he only looked down on him. Yang Huang was more of a smart person who would rather scold a gentleman than provoke a villain. However, Xiao Lu's trip was not in vain. The relationship between the two was already very satisfactory. They were far from being friends. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. However, they would no longer be enemies. In the future, if they managed things well and put in more effort to come to Yanji County, there might even be a chance for them to become acquaintances on the surface. Xiao Lu led the group back to the north with mixed feelings. However, after just a few dozen miles of mountain roads, Xiao Lu noticed that something was wrong in Yanji County. However, this old immortal master of the Divine Grandeur sect was silent and only hurried on. That night the group slept outdoors on the peak of the mountain. The young third realm sword cultivator found the old Daoist standing at the edge of the cliff and asked softly, "Master, there's obviously a demonic aura in Yanji County. It's quite big. Since it dares to be so brazen in the county, it's definitely not an ordinary demon. Should we hurry over and take a look?" Xiao Lu chuckled and said, "Even you can see that the demonic aura there is soaring to the sky. I'm not blind." The young man carefully digested the meaning of his master's words. He asked tentatively, "Then should we send a message to the sect by flying sword? Just say that we need reinforcements." The old man squinted and looked at the night sky above Yanji County. He said slowly, "Uncle Master Fu wanted us to suppress the Qin mountain god. Now that the mountain god temple has collapsed, we've also retrieved 3 fragments of the golden body. You guys have gained a lot from this trip down the mountain, far surpassing your peers. How many Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms have seen so many golden body fragments of the mountain gods? You'll definitely be able to come up with a good evaluation for this outer sect inspection. If you're lucky, you might even get a good evaluation. The old man turned his head and said softly, Sheeping, you must know that for good things in the world, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Once you and I choose to send a message by flying sword, the sect will send people to Colorful Robes country to carefully investigate this matter. When we compare the time, we'll shrink back and be easily exposed. As for these words, it's only because you're my proudest disciple that I'm willing to pour my heart out to you. Remember not to spread this to anyone else. The young swordsman was sincerely convinced. He lowered his voice and said, Master is wise. Your plan is flawless. Zhao Lu turned around and looked at the bonfire in the distance. The 3 disciples of the Divine Grandeur sect were sleeping cross-legged. The youngest one among them was unconscious. When he breathed in and out, wisps of mist hung around his ears and nose. On the other hand, the brother and sister who had entered the sect earlier than him were not as good as the youngest one. The old man frowned and said in a low voice, We still have to inform that wimpy kid about this matter. This child has sharp senses. Don't be fooled by his pretense that he doesn't know anything. In fact, we can deceive the siblings, but we can't deceive him. If we don't make it clear and he spills the beans when he returns to the sect, it'll be a disaster. The young swordsman nodded. Zhao Lu turned his head to look at his direct disciple with a smile and said amiably, Sheeping, it's not easy to stop that mischievous brat. Didn't you secretly hide a golden body fragment? This is against the rules. Once it's discovered, the sect will punish you severely. Take it out, Master will help you give it to him. Let's see if he dares to accept this hot potato. If he accepts it, then we will be on the same side. When we return to the mountain, we can take care of each other in the future. Master can be considered as paving the way for you and building a bridge for you. If he doesn't accept it, Master is the person who led you on this journey and has the responsibility of investigating. After this, I will have to submit a document to the outer sect. Within the rules, if I want to discuss that child's backer, no one can find fault with it. Then the old Daoist opened his palm and extended it to the young swordsman. Take it out. The young swordsman's face turned pale in an instant, but he quickly squeezed out a smile. He didn't hide it, nor did he look unwilling. Soon he handed the largest golden shard to the old Daoist. Zhao Lu put away the golden shard and smiled. It's not small. 1 piece is worth 2 pieces. It seems that the kid's luck is pretty good. He picked up such a big bargain. The young swordsman's face stiffened. He forced a smile and said, I originally wanted to return to the sect and give it as a birthday gift on Master's birthday next month. The old Daoist nodded and patted the young swordsman's shoulder. You're considerate. Then the young swordsman quietly returned to the bonfire and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and kept a smile on his face. The old Daoist sat alone on the edge of the cliff and practiced qi. After a long silence, he suddenly mocked himself in a low voice. There's no hope for the great Dao. I can only rely on these little tricks. It's really tragic. The scholar Lu Qiqing left the city from the east gate and walked along the official road. After walking for 10 miles, he stopped to rest outside the courier station. Commoners who didn't have scholarly honors weren't qualified to sit inside. There was a tea stall outside the courier station. The scholar ordered a bowl of hot tea and drank it to warm his stomach. He whispered as if he was talking to himself, Don't you always brag about how powerful you are? You really don't care about such a big mess? That Miss Lu is a good girl. She gives me money to spend. She doesn't even blink when she takes out the money. She also hugs and hugs me. She really solved a big problem for me. Otherwise, do you really want me to be a beggar or sell my butt? If I starve to death, you won't be any better. What? To have a master like me, is it your bad luck from 8 lifetimes? Why don't you say that if I didn't enter the grave of desolation by mistake and accidentally break the 1,000-year-old formation and save you from the prison, you would have a chance to see the light of day again? Do you know that because of your existence, I don't even dare to utilize my full strength when I'm galloping through the flowers now, and I only dare to touch them and kiss them? Otherwise, wouldn't I be benefiting an old geezer like you? Bullsh *T Immortal. Hiding your head and tail like a stray dog. Even I was punched to the ground and you didn't dare to show your head. You're the only immortal above the jade pudding? I'm the golden elixir immortal. I heard that the golden elixir immortals are real immortals. Every day when they have nothing to do they fly around in the sky. Occasionally they land on the ground to drink wine. When the emperor sees them they have to be respectful. The owner of the tea stall looked at them from afar and was worried. That poor scholar couldn't be a fool, right? Why was she nagging and talking to herself? It doesn't matter if he's a fool, but he better have money on him. The scholar stared and said, "What? What's the golden elixir realm? Do you believe that I won't let you go after I finish drinking my tea and let out a fart? In the future we'll go our separate ways? Don't expose me when you're scolding me. So what if I'm an illegitimate child? Even if I have no mother to raise me, I'm still better than an old pervert like you. You're already so old and you still insist on wearing that pink Taoist robe. You're really shameless. Why don't you beg me to buy you a few boxes of rouge and face powder? Damn you." Again, the scholar's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and in the end, it was almost inaudible even to himself. His eyes gradually became murky, and then they suddenly became bright and full of spirit, as if he was possessed by a god. His entire person from inside to outside had a completely different aura. He was no longer that poor scholar, but more like an incognito emperor on a private visit. Scholar Lu's face was full of smiles. He stretched out his hand and shakily raised the teacup. After drinking the last mouthful of tea, he stood up, took out a large number of copper coins and threw them on the table. Then he strode away. At first his footsteps were a little shaky. Drinking tea was like drinking fine wine. His eyes were a little tipsy. However, as he walked, his footsteps became steadier and steadier. Finally, the scholar crossed the official road into the farmland where the rapeseed flowers were blooming. There was no one around. He shook his shoulder and the knot of the bag automatically opened. It fell off his body and hovered in the air. A beautiful Taoist robe with exquisite embroidery floated out of the bag. It was really pink. The scholar's outer robe also unbuttoned and fell off by itself. It happened to be in the position of the pink Taoist robe. Then it lay down obediently in the bag. In addition to the gorgeous Taoist robe that did not conform to the secular rules, there was also a golden hairpin in the bag. It slowly floated to the top of the scholar's head and pinned itself on his hair bun. Then the bag flashed and disappeared. Apparently, it had disappeared into the object. Of course, it could also be an object that was close at hand. It could even be an object that was known as the wonderful small cave in the legend. The scholar spread out his hands and looked up at the sky with an intoxicated smile. The pink Taoist robe gave people a feeling of joy. It suddenly spread out and came behind the scholar. It was as if there was a maid waiting on him. The scholar didn't need to do anything. The robe was put on him just like that. Scholar Lu Qiqing, who was already handsome, was really handsome after putting on the Taoist robe. The elegant scholar strode forward. His footsteps were in the air. He was free and unfettered. Step by step he ascended to the sky and went straight into the clouds. He sang loudly, 1,000 years in the tomb, 1,000 years in the world. The earth under his feet was full of foreign yellow flowers. That was why it was said that when a scholar was at his wit's end, he could be ruthless and have a bellyful of evil tricks. This was also the first time the old man truly met his advisor, Governor Lu. Not only was the old man not disappointed, he even felt that it was worth drinking to his heart's content. Unfortunately, the chances of that happening were slim. Before tricking the young master Lu Gaohua to the back door, the old man had a heartfelt conversation with Governor Lu. Governor Lu said that if the calamity in Yanji County ended with the death of 100 or 200 people, he would definitely run if he could. However, if many innocent people were going to die, he would not run. At that time, the scholar in official robes pointed at his chest and said that something was wrong there. He also said that he had read so many books of the saints and could be considered old friends with them. If he lived in this world, he would not have the face to flip through books in the future and would not be able to see his old friends. If I don't read books in this lifetime, what's the point of living? Xianxia County's parents, who had never experienced war and smoke in their lives, were actually trembling when they said those sincere words. Their faces were pale and their legs were shaking. They could not hide it no matter how hard they tried. He let the old aide see everything clearly, saying such bold words with such a cowardly attitude. It was quite comical. However, the old advisor could not laugh, nor did he find it funny. Some of the scholars who became officials were indeed different from those poor scholars who believed that they were born at the wrong time and that they were not given the opportunity to do so. The old man who acted as the coachman collected his thoughts and sped up the horses' hooves as they left the city. The old man could not help but look back. He did not know where the naughty disciple he had secretly taken in had gone to play. He could not find her no matter how hard he tried. He only hoped that she would not cause trouble. The calamity in Xianxia County was not something she could mess up. The old man shook his head and said helplessly, "The Jianghu waters are muddy and the winds are strong on the mountain. It is not easy to survive anywhere. Is it so hard to find a place to eat?" There was a rice shop in the north of Xianxia County that had been open for more than 20 years. The owner of the shop was a tall and thin old man who was silent all year round. The two workers in the shop who were rooted in the county with the old man did not like to joke either. However, they often went to the city god pavilion to burn incense, which made the neighbors have a good impression of them. In addition, the rice shop sold rice and mountain delicacies at low prices, so business was good. Today, two foreigners came to the rice shop. They were a middle-aged couple who looked simple and honest. The shop had closed early. One of the young workers that the shop had recruited at the end of last winter explained that the shopkeeper's distant relatives had come. No one found it strange. It was normal for relatives who had not visited for so many years to chat after seeing each other. After the shop closed, the owner and the couple sat at the table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes and a fragrant smell. The three workers in the shop gathered together and cracked melon seeds. They clearly did not have the qualifications to sit. The man who had come from afar reached out and grabbed a greasy chicken leg. He gnawed on it madly while holding a wine pot in one hand. When he tilted his head back, half of the wine spilled out. The woman tilted her head slightly, pinched the skin under her chin with 2 fingers and tore it lightly. She actually tore off a thin piece of skin and threw it heavily on the table. Only then did she lean back on the chair and let out a heavy breath. This bullshit thing, it's really torturous to wear. I can't even breathe properly and it actually costs 30 snowflakes. The 3 workers in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. The woman who had torn off her disguise was really ugly. The 3 brothers looked at each other and smiled. They felt that the woman had bought that face worth 30 snowflakes. As the woman spoke, she reached out with her other hand and tore off a second piece of skin and threw it on the table. The 3 of them were stunned. They swallowed their saliva. This old woman was really good looking. The 3 of them began to pray for a third face. When the woman raised her hand again, the 3 of them wailed inwardly. It was actually an ugly freak. Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman threw them a coquettish glance and said sweetly, "That's all. Big sister looks like this. Am I pretty?" The owner of the shop said unhappily, "Hurry up and get to the point." The man raised his chin, indicating that the woman should continue. He was busy with his wine and meat. The woman took out a small mirror and tidied up her hair. "Language," she said, "Old demon me, we came to split the spoils with you." The old man picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and chewed on it. He frowned and said, "We haven't even gotten the spoils yet and you're already thinking about splitting the spoils? Is there something wrong with the 2 of you?" The woman lowered the mirror slightly and said with a charming smile, "You and Fairy Luli are very close. You've been friends for over 100 years. Of course we know that. However, the ship is about to sink. Old demon me, you can't drown with him, right?" The old man called Old Demon me put down his chopsticks. "What do you mean? It's really beautiful. As expected of a high-quality product worth 80 snow coins. It's just that you're too cowardly. I offered you 200 snow coins, but you didn't even dare to make me a face that's 70 to 80% similar to He Xiaoyang's." The woman put down the mirror and tore off another piece of skin, revealing an old, freckled face. The man's mouth was full of oil. He said with a smile, "That's right, that's right. If it's 70 to 80% similar to He Xiaoyang or Su Jia, let alone 200 snow coins, I'd even be willing to pay 500. At night I'd be hugging Fairy He or Fairy Su and rolling in bed. What a heavenly life. I'd be able to keep the lights on all night." The woman rolled her eyes at the man and continued, "A little sword immortal surnamed Fu from the Divine Edict sect has also joined the Spirit Rhinoceros sect's expedition to the south. She's young but her ears are bigger than the heavens. On the way south, the two ancestors of the Spirit Rhinoceros sect treated her like a bodhisattva." The old man put down his chopsticks and said with a heavy expression, "Really?" The woman nodded and said, "If not, we'd like to break up ahead of time." Afterwards, the renowned Golden City god of the beautiful Robes nation erupted with astonishing battle prowess. He ran around the spacious hall as if he was flying, chasing after the sword immortal with the case. During this time he threw out 21 punches, and it was still that strange fist stance that could break through magical restrictions. The Golden City god had clearly been beaten to the point where he had fallen into the demonic path. His golden dust scattered throughout the hall and countless cracks appeared on his clay idol. Wisps of black smoke seeped out. However, the Golden City god let out a loud roar, and formed a strange hand seal that the young girl didn't recognize. Not only did the golden dust return to the surface of the idol, even the cracks instantly closed up. The city god's eyes were pitch black and emitted a sinister aura. If one looked into his eyes, they would feel a chill run down their spines. However, apart from that, his golden body was still dazzling and dazzling. He was 3 zhang tall and each of his punches caused the walls to cave in. Every step he took shattered the tiles on the ground. He was just like a dignified deity that presided over the heavens, vanquishing demons in the mortal realm. The Silver Bell Girl was filled with worry. Could the invincible Golden City god really be defeated by someone? He was also a bit confused. Why didn't the old immortal bring out his 2 golden talisman? He didn't even want to use his flying sword. Instead, he only fought with the Golden City god in close combat. He had already used many different fist techniques. There were a few times when she saw the immortal carrying the box being sent flying from one side of the city god palace to the other. Listening to the sounds, he should have been sent flying into the wall by the Golden City god. Later on, the Golden City god simply tore down a pillar of the hall. He didn't care if the city god palace would collapse. He used it as a weapon and wantonly smashed it. When the immortals fought, the earth shook. The young girl was shocked to the core. Her palms were full of sweat as she silently cheered for him. Although the old immortal was temporarily at a disadvantage, he was still fighting valiantly. For example, he used his arms to block above his head, and forcefully blocked a huge pillar that smashed down on his head. The pillar suddenly broke and his knees sank into the ground. The young girl hurriedly closed one of her eyes and turned her head. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. She thought that it must be very painful. Another time he was kicked out of the hall and his whole body rolled more than 10 times on the square. The Golden City god stood behind the door of the hall with a cold smile. He curled his finger at Qin Pingon and Qin Pingon got up and rushed into the hall. In less than half an hour, the city god palace was torn apart by the Golden City god. Five to 6 pillars were torn down, and the hall that had experienced hundreds of years of ups and downs completely collapsed. Dust covered the sky. The Golden City god pulled out the last red pillar. The wall on the left was not as broken as the wall on the right. Instead, the entire wall collapsed outwards. Qin Pingon stood on the wall. His sleeves were already torn to shreds. He turned his head and lightly spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Pingon treated the Golden City god as the second Makushuan. Through the battle he used it to train his body and soul. He probably couldn't win with just his fists. It seemed that the statue could quickly recover to its peak state in the city god palace no matter how badly it was beaten. This was too unreasonable. Qin Pingon glanced at the ruins from the corner of his eyes. He recalled the position where the Golden City god stood from the beginning to the end and understood. The square-inch world was known as the wonderful little grotto heaven, and it had the same effect. For example, Mr. Qi and Master Wan were in the Lizhu Grotto heaven. As long as the scholarly sage was in the academy, and the military sage was in the ruins of the ancient battlefield, they would have the time and place to fight with others. Presumably, the city god of Yanji County was here, and it was also in line with this point. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and continued to charge forward. He wanted to try to lure the city god away from the city god palace. If possible, it would be best if he could lure him away from the entire city god pavilion area. However, things didn't always go as planned. Although the golden city god had turned into a demon and its intelligence was chaotic, it instinctively refused to leave the ruined city god palace. Even if Qin Pingon used injuries as bait twice and threw himself out of the city god palace, the golden city god would at most use sections of the pillars as weapons and crazily smash them at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon didn't want to continue wasting time here. He had to go to the governor's office as soon as possible and expose the mastermind who was pretending to be mysterious. It was only at this moment that the true satisfaction of this great battle was fully displayed. Qin Pingon kept punching, and at the same time Chu Yi and Chu Wu in the sword-strengthening gourd also flew toward the golden city god. Above the city god palace ruins, White Rainbow Yi and Jade Green 15, two flying swords, along with Qin Pingon's punches, wrapped around the tall golden city god statue. The girl with the silver bell was dazzled and her mouth was agape. In the end, Qin Pingon took out a golden pagoda demon suppressing talisman, paying the price of a golden talisman that was completely dark. Only then was he able to suppress it. The golden body cracked, and in the end only a dozen pieces of the golden body in that small green wooden box were left. Qin Pingon silently kept those things and touched the blood on his face. He walked beside the girl and smiled. "What is your name?" The girl was startled. "Lu Gaoxin." Qin Pingon said. "Happy?" The girl's face was a little red and she explained, "Gao as in high place, Xen as in warm. It's not Xing as in happy." When her parents gave her this name, it meant that in the future she would be able to outshine others and have a fragrance at the highest place. The girl's appearance was pretty and her state of mind was pure. She did not want to be entangled in this matter. The immortal in front of her had just finished his battle with the possessed golden city god and needed to rest. Qin Pingon originally wanted to say that this name was very good, and that it was very similar to his name. But in the end it was not happy, so he could only swallow the words back into his stomach. Qin Pingon suddenly felt a little apprehensive and asked doubtfully, "You can't be Lu Gaohua's sister, right?" The girl's eyes brightened. "Why, does the immortal know my brother?" Qin Pingon smiled. "We just met not long ago. Just in time, I'm going to the county governor's office to tell your father that the old immortal is the main culprit." The girl did not go to the high platform in the middle of the lake that night, so she did not see the faces of the old immortal and the colorful female ghost. Qin Pingon had already rushed to the high wall, and the girl hurriedly followed behind. The two of them jumped on roofs and ran on walls one after another. Although the girl's body was also tempered, she was still far from Qin Pingon and soon she was out of breath. Qin Pingon stood on a raised roof and let her rest for a while. Lu Gaoxin carefully said, "Old sword immortal, why don't you fly on your sword? You can take me to my house with you, it'll be faster." It's fine if she randomly called him a sword immortal, but calling him an old sword immortal? Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry and simply ignored her. When the girl's breathing returned to normal, he took the lead and ran wildly on the roofs of the county city. The girl thought that this old immortal sword immortal really did not take the normal path. Moreover, his temper was always good. Previously, when she was talking, she secretly looked at him a few times. He looked quite handsome and did not look old at all. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.